Kids playing in the yard, men drinking beers in their carports, another guy washing another muscle car. If Leigh had thoughts on any of the sights, she kept them to herself. She was doing the same thing Callie had done when she'd seen Leigh's Audi in the driveway. She wanted to draw out this false sense of normalcy as long as possible. Callie wasn't going to stop her. The man with the camera could wait, or he could get stored somewhere in the back of her brain with the rest of the terrible no-good things that haunted her. She wanted to enjoy this peaceable walk. Callie was seldom out once dusk started to settle. She felt vulnerable at night. Her darting days were over. She couldn't turn her head to see if the stranger behind her was looking at his phone or running toward her with a gun in his hand. She wrapped her arms around her waist to ward off the chill. She looked up at the trees again. The leaves were popping out like skittles. Faltering sunlight seeped through the thick fingers of the limbs. She felt her heartbeat slow, matching the soft slap of their footfalls against the cooling asphalt. If Callie could stay in this quiet moment, Big Sister by her side, for the rest of her life, then she would be happy. But that wasn't how life worked, and even if it did, neither one of them had the stomach for it. Leigh took another left onto a crappier street. Yards overgrown. More boarded-up houses, more poverty, more hopelessness. Callie tried to take a deep breath. The air whistled through her nose, then churned like butter in her lungs. After the grind of COVID, Callie never walked for very long without being aware that she had lungs in her chest and that those lungs were not the same. The sound of her own labored breathing threatened to push her back into those weeks in the ICU. The fearful looks from the nurses and doctors. The distant echo of Leigh's voice when they held up the telephone to Callie's ear. The constant, unrelenting memory of Trevor standing at the aquarium. Buddy banging open the kitchen door. "Pour me one, baby doll." She took another breath, holding on to it for a few seconds before letting it go. And then she realized where Leigh had taken her, and Callie had no air left anywhere in her body. Canyon Road, the street that the Walkowskis had lived on. "It's all right," Leigh said. "Keep walking." Callie wrapped her arms tighter around her body. Leigh was with her, so this should be okay. This should be easy. One foot in front of the other. No turning around. No running away. The one-story ranch was on the right, the low roof sagging from years of neglect. As far as Callie knew, no one had lived there after Trevor and Linda had moved out. Callie had never seen a for sale sign in front of the house. Phil had never been tasked with finding desperate tenants to rent the three-bedroom crime scene. Callie guessed that one of the neighborhood's many slumlords had rented it out until there was nothing left but a leaking hull. As they drew closer, Callie felt goosebumps trill along her skin. Not much had changed since the time of the Walkowskis. The yard was more overgrown, but the mustard-colored paint was baked into the vinyl siding. All of the windows and doors were boarded up. Graffiti skirted the lower half. No gang tags, but plenty of schoolyard taunts and slut-shaming along with the normal array of spurting cocks. Leigh kept her pace consistent, but she told Callie, "Look, it's for sale." Callie shifted her body so she could see into the yard. The for sale by owner sign was being swallowed up by pokeweed. No graffiti had blocked out the letters yet. Leigh had noticed the same thing. It must be recent. Callie asked, "Do you recognize the number?" "No, but I can do a search on the deed to see who owns the property." "Let me do that," Callie offered. "I can use Phil's computer." Leigh hesitated, but said, "Don't let her catch you." Callie shifted forward again. The house was out of her line of vision, but she could feel it staring her down as they walked past the broken mailbox. She assumed they were going to make the long loop back to Phil's, trapping Callie in an endless inferno circle of her past. She rubbed her neck. Her arm had gone numb up to the shoulder. Her fingertips felt like they were being stabbed by thousands of African-crested rats. The problem with a cervical fusion was that the neck was designed to flex. If you fused one section, then the section below took all of the stress, and, over time, the disc wore down and the ligaments gave up, and the unfused vertebrae slipped forward and touched the adjacent vertebrae, usually at an angle, usually compressing a nerve, which in turn caused incapacitating pain. This process was called degenerative spondylolisthesis, and the best way to fix it was to fuse the joint together. Then time passed, and it happened again, so you fused the next joint, then the next. Callie wasn't going to go through another cervical fusion. For once, the heroin wasn't the issue. She could be medically detoxed, the same as they'd done when COVID put her in the ICU. The problem was any neurologist would take one listen to the glassy crinkle inside her lungs and tell her she wouldn't survive the anesthesia. This way, Leigh said. Instead of turning right to make the journey back to Phil's, Leigh went straight. Callie didn't ask questions. She just kept walking by her sister's side. They returned to their companionable silence all the way to the playground. This, too, had not changed that much during the ensuing years. Most of the rides were broken, but the swings were in good shape. Leigh shifted the backpack onto both shoulders so she could sit down in one of the cracked leather seats. Callie walked around the swing set so she was facing the opposite direction from Leigh. She winced at the pinch in her leg when she sat down. Her hand went to her thigh. The heat was still pulsing through her jeans. She pressed her knuckle into the bump until the pain swelled like helium stretching a balloon.
Leigh was watching her, but she didn't ask what was going on. She held tight to the chains, took 2 steps back, then lifted her feet into the air. She disappeared for a few seconds, then swung back into Callie's line of sight. She wasn't smiling. Her face had a grim set to it. Callie started her swing. The balance was surprisingly harder when you couldn't use the full range of motion in your head. She finally got the hang of it, pulling on the chains, leaning back into the upswing. Leigh zoomed by, going faster each time. They could be 2 trunks on a couple of drunken elephants, if elephants weren't notorious teetotalers. The silence continued as they both swung back and forth. Nothing crazy. They were women of a certain age now, but they kept up a steady, graceful sway that helped dissipate some of the anxious energy between them. Leigh said, "I used to take Maddie to the park when she was little." Callie blurred her eyes at the darkening sky. The sun had slipped away. Streetlights started flickering on. "I would watch her on the swings and think about how you used to try to go high enough to flip around the bar." Leigh swung by, legs pushing out. "You almost did a few times. I almost fell flat on my ass. Maddie's so beautiful, Cal." Leigh went silent as she disappeared, then picked back up when she was facing Callie. "I don't know why I got something so perfect in my life, but I'm grateful every single day. So grateful." Callie closed her eyes, feeling the cold rush of wind in her face, listening to the swish every time Leigh soared past. She loves sports, Leigh said. Tennis, volleyball, soccer, the usual stuff kids do. Callie marveled at the idea that this was usual. The playground they were swinging in had been her only outlet for fun. At 10, she'd been pushed into finding an after-school job. By the time she'd turned 14, she was either obsessing about how to keep Buddy in her life or obsessing about how to handle his death. She would have killed to run up and down a field kicking around a ball. Leigh said, "She's not passionate about competing, not like you were. It's just fun for her. This generation, they are all incredibly, boringly sportsmanlike." Callie opened her eyes. She couldn't dive any deeper into this conversation. "I guess there's something to be said for Phil's style of parenting. Neither one of us has ever been sportsmanlike." Leigh slowed her swing, turning to watch Callie. She wasn't going to drop the subject. Walter hates soccer, but he's at every practice and every game. That sounded like a very Walter kind of thing to do. "Maddie hates hiking," Leigh said, "but the last weekend of every month they hike up Kennesaw Mountain because she loves spending time with him." Callie leaned back in the leather seat, pushing herself to go higher. She liked the idea of Walter in a comically tall red and brown ball cap with matching pantsuit, but she understood he probably did not go on hikes dressed like Elmer Fudd hunting rabbits. "She loves to read," Leigh said. "She reminds me of you when you were a kid. Phil used to get furious when you had your nose in a book. She didn't understand what the stories meant to you." Callie swung past, her sneakers turning into white fangs biting into the dark sky. She wanted to stay suspended in the air like that forever, to never drop down into reality. "She loves animals," Leigh said. "Rabbits, gerbils, cats, dogs." Callie swung back, passing Leigh one more time before she let her feet drag the ground. The swing came to a slow standstill. She twisted the chains to face her sister. She asked, "What happened, Leigh? Why are you here?" Leigh laughed because she seemed to realize that what she was about to say was stupid, but she said it anyway. "To see my sister."
Callie wanted to keep twisting the chains the way she used to, spinning up in one direction, then down in another, until she got so dizzy that she had to stagger to the seesaw to find her bearings. She asked Leigh, "Do you think the word seesaw is because you see someone when they're up and then you saw them?" "Well, Cal," Leigh said, "Andrew knows how I killed Buddy." Callie gripped the cold chains tight in her hands. "We were in the conference room going over his case," Leigh said. "He told me that his mask made it hard to breathe. He said it was like someone wrapped cling film around his head 6 times. Callie felt shock freeze its way through her body. "Is that how many?" "Yes." But Callie ran back through the tiny snippets she could remember from the night Buddy had died. "Andrew was asleep, Harley. We kept going back into his room. He was drugged out of his mind." "I missed something," Leigh said, always eager to take the blame. "I don't know how he knows or what else he knows, but it gives him power over every single part of my life. I control nothing right now. He can do what he likes, force me to do whatever he wants." Callie saw the point of her misery. "What does he want you to do?" Leigh looked down at the ground. Callie was used to seeing her sister angry or annoyed, but never ashamed. "Harley?" "Tammy Carlson, the victim. Reggie stole her patient chart from Tech's Student Mental Health Services. She attended 1 session a week for almost 2 years. There's all kinds of personal details in it, stuff that she wouldn't want anyone to know." Leigh let out a long, pained breath. "Andrew wants me to use the personal information to break her on the stand." Callie thought about her own medical charts, scattered across so many different rehab centers and psych units. Had Reggie looked for those too? She had never said anything about the murder, but there were things in those notes that she wouldn't want anyone reading, especially her sister. Leigh said, "He's looking for a moment, like in a movie, where Tammy breaks down and, I don't know, gives up. It's like he wants to watch her being assaulted again." Callie didn't ask Leigh whether or not she was capable of making this moment happen. She could tell by her sister's demeanor that her legal brain had already developed a blueprint. "What's in her medical chart?" Leigh pressed together her lips. "Tammy was raped in high school. She got pregnant, got an abortion. She never told anybody, but after, she became isolated. She lost her friends. She started cutting herself. Then drinking to excess. Then she developed an eating disorder." "Did no one tell her about heroin?" Leigh shook her head. She wasn't in the mood for dark humor. "A professor noticed some of the warning signs. He sent Tammy to Student Mental Health. She got therapy, and it really turned her life around. You can see it in the chart. She was a total mess, but then, slowly, she started to get better. She took control of her life. She graduated with honors. She had a good life. She made that for herself. She crawled out of that pit and made it." Callie wondered if Leigh was asking why Callie hadn't been able to pull herself out of a similar tailspin. There were too many if-onlys behind that question. If only the social workers had taken them away from Phil. If only Linda had been their mother. If only Leigh had known that Buddy was a pedophile. If only Callie hadn't broken her neck and ended up a stupid fucking junkie. Leigh looked up at the sky. She had started crying. "My clients are never good people, but I usually like them. Even the assholes. Especially the assholes. I understand how you can make bad choices, how you can get angry and do bad things. Terrible things." Callie didn't need clarification on the terrible things. "Andrew's not afraid of being convicted," Leigh said. "He's never been scared, not since the moment I met him. Which means he's got a way out of this." Callie knew the best way out for Tammy. She had considered the option for herself often enough. Leigh said, "It was one thing when I felt like it was just me who could get in trouble. I did a bad thing. I should have gone to prison. That's fair. But Tammy is innocent." Callie watched her kick at the dirt. This defeated woman was not the sister she had grown up with. Leigh never gave up on anything. If you came at her with a knife, she came back at you with a bazooka. So what's next? What's next is, this is getting too dangerous. I want you to get your things, pack up your cat, and I'll drive you somewhere safe. Leigh caught her eye. Andrew already has me under his thumb. It's just a matter of time before he comes after you." This would have been a really good time to tell Leigh about the man in the boarded-up house, but Callie needed her sister to focus, not spin off into a paranoid vortex. She said, "If you want to measure the height of a mountain, the hardest part isn't finding the peak, it's figuring out where the bottom starts." Leigh gave her a confused look. "Did you get that off a fortune cookie?" Callie was fairly certain she had stolen it from an eel historian. "What's the rock-bottom question about Andrew that we can't answer?" "Oh, I thought of it as the Andrew hypothesis, but I couldn't figure out the B that connects the A and the C. I think we should spend the next 2 hours pinning down the correct terminology." Leigh groaned, but she clearly needed this. It's a 2-part question. First part, what does Andrew know? Second part, how does he know it? So to find the what and the how, begin at the beginning. Callie rubbed her numb hand, pressing blood into the fingers. She had worked so hard to forget everything about Buddy's murder, but now she didn't have a choice but to confront it head on. "Did I check on Andrew after the fight with Buddy? I mean, before I called you?" "Yes," Leigh said. "That was the first thing I asked you about when I got there, because I was worried there was a witness. You told me that you left Buddy in the kitchen, you went into Andrew's room and kissed his head, then you called me from the master bedroom. You told me he was completely out of it." Callie mentally walked herself through the Waleskis' filthy house. She could see herself kissing Andrew on the head, making certain he was really asleep, then heading down the hall to the master bedroom and picking up the pink princess phone by Linda's side of the bed. She told Leigh, "The cord was ripped off the phone in the kitchen. How could I call you from the bedroom? You hung the receiver back up. I saw it on the wall phone when I got there." That made sense, so Callie believed her. Was anyone else there, like a neighbor who could have seen? When it was happening? Leigh shook her head. "We would have heard about it before now, especially when Linda came into all of that family money. Someone would have approached her about buying the information. She had that right. There was not one person in the entire hood who would have let the opportunity for a cash payday slip by. Was there a time when we were both out of the house?" "Not until the end, when we were loading the trash bags into my car," Leigh said. "And before that, we backtracked the fight. It took us 4 hours, and we kept making sure Andrew was asleep every 20 minutes at least." Callie nodded, because she could vividly recall that she had been the one to go into the room each time. Andrew always slept on his side, his tiny body curled into a ball, a clicking sound coming out of his open mouth. "We're back where we started," Leigh said. "We still don't know how much Andrew knows or how he knows it." Callie didn't need the reminder. "Tell me the list you've been going over for the last 2 days." "We searched for more cameras. We searched for more video cassettes." Leigh counted off the items on her fingers. "We checked every book on the shelves, turned over the furniture and mattresses, shook the jars and vases, the potted plants. We took everything out of the kitchen cabinets. We unscrewed the grills from all the air vents. You even put your hand inside the aquarium." Leigh had run out of fingers. Callie asked, "Maybe Andrew was pretending to be asleep. He could have heard me in the hallway outside his door. The boards creaked." "He was 10 years old," Leigh said. "Kids that age are ridiculously transparent. We were kids too." Leigh was already shaking her head. "Think about how complicated the cover-up would have to be. Andrew would have to pretend he hadn't seen his father murdered, then keep pretending when Linda got home from work the next morning, then lie to the cops, then lie to whoever asked him about the last time he'd seen his father, then keep the secret from you for a month while you were still babysitting him, then keep the secret for all these years. He's a psychopath." "Sure, but he was still a baby," Leigh said. "Cognitively, even smart 10-year-olds are a mess. They try to act like adults, but they still make kid mistakes. They lose stuff all the time, jackets, shoes, books. They can barely be trusted to bathe themselves. They tell stupid lies you can see straight through. There's no way even a 10-year-old psychopath could pull off that level of deceit. If anyone knew how bad a liar Andrew had been at 10, it was Callie." "What about Andrew's girlfriend?" "Sydney Winslow," Leigh provided. "Yesterday at Reggie's office, I gave Andrew my little speech on the exceptions to spousal privilege. He looked like he was going to shit himself. He made Sydney wait in the parking lot. She pitched a fit. He knows he can't trust her, which means he probably hasn't shared anything about how his father really died." Callie asked, "Do you think we could use her to get to him?" "She's definitely a weak link," Leigh said. If you take it on faith that Andrew was planning to screw with me during that first meeting with Reggie Pultz, the thing that sidetracked him was Sydney. What do you know about her? Not a damn thing, Leigh said. I found a credit check that the previous lawyer had Reggie do last fall. No outstanding debt. Nothing suspicious or damning, but the report is very superficial. Normally, when I want a deep dive on a witness, I assign an investigator to ask questions and follow them around, check all social media, look into where they work. But my boss made Reggie the exclusive investigator on the case. If I hire another one, Andrew or Linda or my boss will see the charges on my billing and ask for an explanation. Can't you pay somebody out of your own pocket? I'd have to use my credit card or checking account, both of which would leave a trail. And all the investigators I know are already working for the firm, so that would get out almost immediately. And then I'd have to explain why I was doing it privately instead of through the firm, and then that gets me back to Andrew finding out. Leigh anticipated the alternative. You can't use Phil's computer for something like this. It's not looking up a deed. The cameras at the downtown library have been broken for the last year. I'll use one of the public computers. Callie shrugged. Just me and the other junkies wasting time in the air conditioning. Leigh cleared her throat. She hated Callie calling herself a junkie almost as much as she hated the fact that Callie was a junkie. Make sure the cameras are still broken. I don't want you to take any risks. Callie watched Leigh wipe away her tears. Leigh said, "We still haven't found the bee." "You mean the rock bottom?" Callie watched her sister's eyes roll. She repeated the two questions. What does Andrew know? How does he know? And what's he going to do with the information? Leigh added. He's not going to stop with Tammy, that's for damn sure. He's like a shark that keeps moving forward. You're giving him too much power, Callie said. You're always telling me that nobody is a criminal mastermind. They get lucky. They don't get caught with their hand in the cookie jar. They don't brag about stealing cookies. It's not like Andrew had a secret army of drones in the sky when he was 10 years old. Obviously, Leigh stood up. Her mouth opened, then closed. She looked out in the street. She turned back to Callie. Let's go. Callie didn't ask where. She could tell by the look on her sister's face that Leigh had thought of something. All Callie could do was try to keep up as she followed her sister out of the park. Her lungs were not prepared for the brisk pace. Callie was breathless by the time they reached the road that looped back to Phil's. Except Leigh didn't take the left. She kept going straight, which would lead them past the Welkowskis' mustard-colored house again. The route added no more than 3 minutes. Callie knew because she had walked both many times before. There had been no streetlights back then, just the dark silence and the understanding that she had to wash off what had just happened before she could go to bed in her mother's house. Keep up, Leigh said. Callie struggled to match Leigh's purposeful stride. Her heart started to thump against her ribs. Callie imagined it was like two pieces of flint striking against each other, until the spark ignited and her heart was on fire, because they weren't just going to walk past the Welkowskis' house. Leigh turned left, heading up their driveway. Callie followed her until her feet refused to take another step. She stood at the edge of the faded oil stain where Buddy used to park his rusted-out yellow Corvette. Calliope, Leigh had turned around, hands on her hips, already annoyed. We're doing this, so suck it up and stick close to me. Her sister's bossy tone was the exact same as the one she had used the night they had chopped up Buddy Welkowski. Get his toolbox out of the car. Go to the shed and find the machete. Bring the gas can. Where's the bleach? How many rags can we use without Linda noticing they're gone? Leigh turned and disappeared into the black hole of the carport. Callie reluctantly followed, blinking her eyes to help them adjust. She could see shadows, an outline of her sister standing at the door that led into the kitchen. Leigh reached up, using her bare hands to pry back the slab of plywood nailed over the opening. The wood was so old it splintered. Leigh didn't stop. She grabbed at the jagged edge and pulled until there was a wide enough space for her to reach the doorknob. The kitchen door swung open. Callie was expecting the familiar damp, musty odor, but the stench of meth filled the air. Christ. Leigh covered her nose to fight the ammonia smell. Cats must have gotten into the house. Callie didn't correct her. She hugged her arms to her waist. Somewhere in her head, she knew why Leigh wanted to be here. But she imagined that revelation being folded into a triangle, and then into the shape of a kite, and eventually transforming into an origami swan gliding toward the inaccessible currents deep within her memories. "Let's go." Leigh stepped over the plywood hurdle, and, like that, she was inside the Welkovskys' kitchen for the first time in 23 years. If it bothered her, Leigh didn't say. She held out her hand to Callie, waiting. Callie didn't take her hand. Her knees wanted to buckle. Tears wept from her eyes. She couldn't see into the dark room, but she heard the loud pop of Buddy opening the kitchen door, the hack of a wet cough, the slap of his briefcase on the counter, the bang of a chair being kicked under the table, the ping of cookie crumbs dropping from his mouth, because everywhere Buddy went, there was noise, noise, noise. Callie blinked again. Leigh was snapping her fingers in front of her face. "Cal," Leigh said, "you were able to stay with Andrew in this house and pretend for an entire month that nothing happened. You can pretend for another 10 minutes. Callie had only been able to pretend because she'd siphoned off alcohol from the bottles behind the bar. Leigh said, "Calliope, sock the hell up." Her voice was hard, but Callie could hear that she was starting to crack. The house was getting to Leigh. This was the first time her sister had returned to the scene of their crimes. She wasn't ordering Callie so much as begging her to please, for the love of God, help her get through this. That was how it worked. Only one of them could fall apart at a time. Callie grabbed onto Leigh's hand. She started to raise her leg, but the second she was clear of the splintered plywood, Leigh yanked hard enough to pull her inside. Callie stumbled into her sister. She felt her neck crack. She tasted blood where she'd bitten down on her tongue. Leigh asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes," Callie said, "because anything that hurt her now could be chased away by the needle later." "Tell me what to do." Leigh took out 2 phones, one from each of her back pockets. She turned on the flashlight apps. The beams caught the tired linoleum. 4 deep indentations showed where the legs of the Welkovskys' kitchen table had been. Callie stared at the divots until she felt her face pressing into the table while Buddy stood behind her. "Doll, you gotta stop squirmin'. I need you to stop so I can—" "Cal?" Leigh was holding out one of the phones. Callie took it, shining the light around the kitchen. No table and chairs, no blender and toaster. The cabinet doors were hanging off. Pipes were missing under the sink. The outlets were stripped out where someone had stolen the electrical wiring for the copper. Leigh pointed her light up at the popcorn ceiling. Callie recognized some of the old water stains, but the gouges where the wire had been ripped out of the sheetrock were new. The light scanned the tops of the cabinets. A soffit ran around the perimeter of the room. The air conditioner grills had been pulled off. The holes were black, empty mouths that flashed when the light hit the metal duct in the back of the throats. Callie felt the origami swan raising her head. The pointy beak opened as if to share a secret. But then, just as suddenly as the creature had appeared, she folded back down her head and disappeared into the well of Callie's untapped memories. "Let's look in here." Leigh left the kitchen. She walked into the living room. Callie slowly traced her sister's footsteps, stopping in the middle of the room. No tired orange couch, no leather club chairs with cigarette-burned arms, no giant TV forming the apex of a triangle, cables hanging down like a coiled snake. The bar was still hulking in the corner. The mosaic was busted off, chips of ceramic littering the floor. The smoked mirrors had been splintered. Callie heard heavy footsteps behind her. She saw Buddy striding across the room, bragging about the money for a new job, slapping cookie crumbs off his shirt. "Pour me one, baby doll." Callie blinked, and the scene was replaced with shattered crack pipes, pieces of burned foil, used syringes, and 4 stained mattresses laid out on shag carpet that was so old it crunched under her shoes. The realization that they were in a shooting gallery made every pore in Callie's skin pucker, desperate for a needle to drown the origami swan in wave after wave of bright white heroin. "Callie," Leigh called, "help me." Reluctantly, Callie left the sanctuary. Leigh was standing at the end of the hall. The bathroom door was gone. Callie saw the sink was broken, more pipes stolen. Leigh had her light trained up at the ceiling. Callie heard the floorboards creak as she passed Andrew's bedroom. She couldn't look up. "What is it?" "The access panel to the attic," Leigh said. "I never noticed it before. We didn't search it." Callie stepped back, tilting to look up at the world's tiniest tray ceiling. The panel was less than 2 feet square. Because her entire knowledge of attics came from horror movies and Jane Eyre, she asked, "Shouldn't there be stairs?" "No, you idiot. Give me a boost so I can get up there." Callie moved without thinking, crouching down, lacing together her hands. Leigh put her foot in the basket. The sole of her boot was scratchy against Callie's palms. Leigh's hand went to Callie's shoulder. She tested her weight. Fire roiled through Callie's neck and shoulders. Her teeth clamped down. She had started to shake even before Leigh had shifted her full weight into Callie's hands. Leigh said, "You can't lift me, can you?" "I can do it." "No, you can't." Leigh returned her foot to the floor.
"I know your arm is numb because you keep rubbing it. You can barely turn your head. Help me slide over those mattresses. We can make a pile and get hepatitis?" Callie finished. "Leigh, you can't touch those mattresses. They're covered in cum." "And what else am I going to do?" Callie knew what had to come next. "I'll go up. I won't let you. Just fucking lift me, okay?" Leigh didn't hesitate nearly long enough for Callie's liking. She had forgotten how cutthroat the old Leigh could get. Her sister bent her knees, offered her hands as a step. This was how Leigh got when she was determined to do something. Not even guilt could stop her from making one more horrible mistake. And Callie knew instinctively that whatever she found in that attic would be a horrible mistake. She knelt to place the phone flat on the floor. The flashlight was a spot on the ceiling. She didn't let herself think about how many times she had stepped her foot into a 15-year-old boy's hands, then been raised up into the air like a ballerina on a music box. The trust it took to perform the maneuver was part training, part lunacy. It was also 20 years ago. Now, just lifting her foot meant Callie had to maintain her balance by holding onto the wall and grabbing Leigh's shoulder. The lift was far from graceful. Callie kicked out her free leg, bracing her sneaker against the wall so she didn't topple over. The effect was to make her look like a fly caught in a web. Callie could not tilt back far enough to see what was right above her. She raised her hands over her head and located the panel by feel. She pressed her palms into the center, but the damn thing was either painted shut or so old that it had melded into the trim. Callie banged her fist into the wood hard enough that it gonged down into each and every millimeter of her spine. She squeezed her eyes shut against the sharp cramps of misfiring nerves and pounded until the wood cracked down the center. Dirt and grime and chunks of insulation rained down on her face. She used her fingers to wipe grit out of her eyes and nose. The beam of light from the phone had opened like an umbrella into the attic. Leigh lifted her higher. Callie saw that the panel hadn't been painted shut. Nails jutted into the air. They were shiny in the rays of the flashlight. She told her sister, "These look new." "Come down," Leigh said. She wasn't even winded from the effort of holding Callie's full weight. "I can pull myself up." And Callie stepped onto her shoulder. She poked her head into the attic like a meerkat. The smell was rancid, but not from meth. Squirrels or rats or both had set up nests in the narrow attic space. Callie couldn't tell if any of them were still in residence. What she did know was that the ceiling was too low for her to stand. Callie guessed there was about 3 feet of space between the rafters that held up the roof and the joists that the ceiling was nailed to. The slope of the roof narrowed down to less than a foot at the outside walls of the house. "Stay on the joists," Leigh said. "Otherwise you'll fall through the ceiling." As if Callie hadn't watched Tom Hanks in The Money Pit dozens of times. She folded back the broken access panel, forcing the nails to flatten down with it. Leigh helped from below, but Callie's arms shook as she raised herself up high enough to bend at the waist. She managed to cram the rest of her body into the attic by caterpillaring on her belly as Leigh pistoned her hands around Callie's legs. "Hold on," Leigh said, as if Callie had a choice. Light flashed into the attic. Then again. Then again. Leigh was jumping, by the sound of it, either trying to see into the space or providing a strobing ambience to the ghosts in the attic atmosphere. Callie asked, "What are you doing?" "You left the phone on the floor," Leigh said. "I'm trying to see where to throw it." Again, Callie had no choice but to lay on her belly and wait. She lucked up because there was something underneath her hips that bridged the joists. Plastic by the flex of it. Rough against her bare belly because her Care Bears t-shirt had ripped on a nail. Another outfit ruined. "Here it comes," Leigh said. There were some loud thumps before she tossed the phone in Callie's direction. "Can you reach it?" Callie blindly felt behind her. The toss had been good. She told Leigh, "Got it. Can you see anything?" Not yet. Light didn't exactly solve the problem. There was no way for Callie to look ahead from this angle. Her nose was almost touching the back of the sheetrock that covered the ceiling. Insulation was sucking into her lungs. She had to shove the phone into her back pocket to test whether or not she could raise herself up on her hands and knees. Right hand and knee on one joist, left hand and knee on the other. Ceiling down below waiting for her to fall through and crack another vertebra into pieces. The last part didn't happen, but her muscles howled from straddling the 16-inch gap in the joists. There had been a time when Callie could skip along a balance beam, throw herself around the uneven bars, flip head over heels across the gym floor. There was no muscle in her body that held on to that memory. She despised herself for her perpetual fragility. "Cal?" Leigh called up, her anxiety like the squiggly lines on a cartoon sun. "Are you okay?" Yes. Callie reached out her left hand, dragged along her left knee, then did the same on the right side, testing her ability to inch forward along the joists before responding, "I don't see anything yet. I'm going to poke around." Leigh didn't answer. She was probably holding her breath or pacing or finding some way to absorb all the guilt that had been trapped inside this house for over 2 decades. Callie used the phone to shine a path. What she saw gave her a moment of hesitation. Someone's been up here recently. The insulation has been pulled back. Leigh already knew this. It's why she had wanted to go into the attic. They needed to answer the rock-bottom questions, which was the terminology that people who actually crawled through the attic got to use instead of something stupid like the B that links the A and the C. What did Andrew know? How did he know it? Callie ignored the rock bottom, visualizing the origami swan gracefully pushing back against the current that wanted to drag it down. She had purposefully built her life around the luxury of never having to think ahead. Now, she went against that lifetime of training and crawled forward on her hands and knees, keeping to the path of insulation that had been parted like the Red Sea. A skinny gray cable lay on the seabed. Rats had munched it into pieces, which was the plight of being a rat. Their teeth were constantly growing, and they teethed on wires like babies with pacifiers, if a bite from a baby could give you hantavirus. "Cow?" Leigh called. "I'm good," she lied. "Stop asking." Callie paused her forward progress, trying to settle her mind, catch her breath, focus her thoughts on the task at hand. None of that worked, but she resumed crawling, carefully picking her way over a thick beam. The roughly hewn rafters scraped at her back as the pitch of the roof narrowed the space. She knew that she had just crossed over into the kitchen. Every muscle in her body knew it too. She tried to lift her hand, but it wouldn't leave the joist. She tried to move her leg. Same problem. Sweat rolled off her nose and splattered onto the back of the sheetrock. The heat in the attic had sneaked up on her, slowly tightening its fingers around her neck. Another drop of sweat puddled into the other. Her eyes closed. She visualized the kitchen below. Lights on, faucet running, chairs tucked under the table, Buddy's briefcase on the counter, his body on the floor. Callie felt a snort of hot breath on the back of her neck. The gorilla was behind her, gripping her by the shoulders, breathing into her ear. His mouth moved closer.
She smelled cheap whiskey and cigars. "Stay still, little dolly. I can't stop. I'm sorry, baby girl. I'm so sorry. Just relax into it. Come on, just breathe." She opened her eyes, gasped in a mouthful of warm air. Callie's arms were shaking so hard she was afraid they wouldn't support her much longer. She rolled to her side, lining up her body along the narrow joist like a cat balancing on the back of a couch. She looked at the underside of the roof. Nails spiked through the wood where the shingles had been pounded in. Water stains spread like dark thought bubbles above her head. The beautiful origami swan was gone, devoured by the malicious gorilla, but Callie could not suppress the truth any longer. She turned the light not straight ahead, but to the side. She pushed up on her elbow, making herself look over the beam, back toward the access panel.
A plastic cutting board spanned 2 joists. Callie's hand went to her stomach. She could still feel where the gouged plastic had scratched across her belly when she'd first crawled into the attic. She remembered the large cutting board from Linda Welsky's kitchen. It had been on the counter one day, then gone the next, and Callie had assumed that Linda had decided it was easier to throw it away than to clean it. But now she understood that Buddy had stolen the board for his attic project. Callie used the light to follow the rat-chewed cable that trailed back to the board. Without any other information, she knew that a VCR had been placed on the plastic. She knew that the gray, 3-pronged RCA cable had hung down from the jacks on the front of the machine. Red for the right audio channel, white for the left audio, yellow for video. The cable threaded into one long wire that now stretched in pieces back in Callie's direction, then took a turn to the left. She followed the cable, inching on her elbows until her body lay across the joists instead of alongside them. The space narrowed even more. She used the light to examine the back of the sheetrock. There wasn't enough room to get anything but a harsh reflection off the shiny brown paper. She tucked the phone into her pocket, sending the attic into darkness. Even with that, Callie still closed her eyes. She ran her fingers along the flat surface. Almost immediately, she found a shallow indentation. Over time, something had left an impression in the soft pulp of the sheetrock. Something 2 inches round, the same size as the focus ring on a camera. The same kind of camera that plugged into the end of the chewed cable that wound back to the missing VCR. She heard movement below. Leigh was in the kitchen. Callie listened to her sister's footsteps crunching against the grit on the floor. Leigh was standing where the table and chairs had been. A few steps forward, and she'd be at the sink. A few steps back, and she'd be by the wall where the kitchen phone used to be. Callie? Leigh turned her phone upward. A beam of light shone through the hole in the ceiling. What did you find? Callie did not respond. What she had found was the answer to both of their rock-bottom questions. Andrew knew everything because he had seen everything. Wednesday, Leigh looked at the clock. It was exactly 8 in the morning, and rush hour traffic was already tangling up the roads. She was back behind the wheel of her Audi, but, for the first time in days, she no longer felt like she was drowning on dry land. Leigh's sense of relief ran counter to what Callie had found in the Welsky's attic last night, but Andrew had already made it clear that he knew the intimate details of his father's murder. What Leigh had not known, what had pushed her to the brink of insanity, was how he knew. Now that Leigh had the how, Andrew was robbed of some of the power he held over her. That Callie had been the one to give Leigh the leverage made it even sweeter. Her sister's observation that Andrew didn't have a secret army of drones in the sky had clicked something in Leigh's head. At 18, she had been woefully unfamiliar with the basics of house construction. There were walls and floors and ceilings, and somehow the water got to the faucet and the electricity got to the lights. She had not yet been forced to navigate a crawl space looking for the water shutoff valve because her husband had chosen that weekend to visit his mother. She had never hidden Christmas presents in the attic to keep them secreted away from a very curious and clever little girl. From the moment Andrew had reappeared in her life, Leigh had been going through that horrible night of the attack over and over again, trying to see what they had missed. Until that moment on the swings, it had never occurred to her that they had looked everywhere but up. After that, there were no surprises. Every Christmas during high school, Leigh had worked at the audiovisual department at Circuit City. They got paid on commission, so Leigh had worn a tight shirt and blown out her hair to attract the hapless men who'd wander in at the last minute looking for something expensive to buy their wives that they could actually use for themselves. She had sold dozens of Canon Optura camcorders. Then she had sold storage cases, tripods, cables, extra batteries, and VHS tapes, because the mini-cassettes only held around 90 minutes of video, so you either had to erase the content or back it up. Callie had taken several photos of Buddy's attic setup, but Leigh knew exactly what it looked like before her sister had even come down. The RCA cable connected to the camera on one end and the VCR on the other. You pressed a button on the camera, then you pressed record on the VCR, and everything backed up. What Callie's photos had done was trigger a long-lost memory of Leigh finding the remote control in Buddy's pants pocket. She had flung it across the floor so hard that the battery compartment had cracked open. Buddy had not walked around all day with the remote in his pocket. He had deliberately put it in there, the same way he had deliberately hidden the mini-cassette from the bar camera in the box of Black Milds. The fact that he had pressed record on the camera hidden over the kitchen table before the fight broke out with Callie was what the legal world called premeditation. The only reason Buddy Waleski had started the camera was because he had known when he followed Callie into the kitchen that he was going to hurt her, and now his son had it all on tape. Leigh mentally reviewed the many things that Andrew Tennant had not done with the recording. He had not gone to the police. He had not shown it to Cole Bradley. He had not confronted Leigh with the evidence. He had not told anyone who could do anything about it. What he had done was use the information to force Leigh into doing something she did not want to do. She had taken Tammy Carlson's medical chart off the conference room table. She had read the therapy notes. She had formed, at least in her head, a way to use the information to bring Tammy to her knees. For now, Leigh's only crime was receiving stolen property. The charge was mitigated by the fact that she was Andrew's lawyer and hadn't advised him to steal it or done anything criminal with it herself. And for that matter, how did she know it was stolen? Anyone with a printer could make a file folder look official. Anyone with a chunk of free time could generate the roughly 138 pages front and back that constituted summaries from over 60 alleged therapy sessions. Leigh glanced over at her purse as she waited for the light to change. The folder was sticking out of the top. There was a shape to the notes inside, almost like a novel. The crushing pain of Tammy's early sessions, the gradual opening up where she confessed the horror and shame of what had happened to her in high school, the stumbles on the way to getting her drinking, her cutting, her bulimia, all under control, the failed attempts at reconciliation. The slow understanding that she could not change her past, but she could try to shape her future. What the chart mostly revealed was that Tammy Carlson was smart and insightful and funny and driven. But all Leigh could think while she read through to the last pages was, why couldn't her sister do this? The intellectual part of Leigh understood the science of addiction. She also knew that 2/3 of oxy abusers were stupid kids experimenting with drugs, not pain patients who got hooked. But even within that group of pain patients, fewer than 10% became addicted. Roughly 4 to 6% transitioned to heroin. More than 60% matured out of their addiction or went through what was called natural recovery, where they got tired of being addicts and found a way to quit. 1/3 of them without treatment. As for treatment, inpatient rehab was a statistical failure, and Naranon was more miss than hit. Methadone and Suboxone were the best-studied maintenance medications, but doctors who prescribed medication-assisted treatment were so heavily regulated that they couldn't help more than 100 patients in their first year, and no more than 275 thereafter. Meanwhile, around 130 Americans died of an overdose every single day. Callie knew these facts better than anybody, but nothing about them had ever compelled her to quit, at least not for a meaningful amount of time. Over the past 20 years, she had created her own fantasy world to live in, where everything unpleasant or troubling was blurred out by opioids or willful denial. It was like her emotional maturation had stopped the second she'd swallowed that first OxyContin. Callie had surrounded herself with animals who would not hurt her, books set in the past so that she knew everything turned out okay, and people who would never really know her. Callie did not Netflix and chill. She had left no digital footprint. She had purposefully kept herself a stranger to the modern world. Walter once said, if you only understood pop cultural references from before 2003, then you understood Callie. The car's GPS told Leigh to take a left at the next light. She swerved into the turning lane. She waved her hand over her shoulder at the driver who'd wanted to get there first. Then she ignored him as he flipped her off and started screaming. Leigh tapped her finger on the steering wheel as she waited for the light to change. After last night, she could only pray that her sister wasn't lying dead somewhere with a needle sticking out of her arm. Callie had been a wreck when she dropped out of the attic. Her teeth were chattering. She couldn't stop rubbing her arms. Even when they'd finally reached Phil's house, Callie had been so intent on getting inside that she put up no resistance when Leigh had asked for her phone number. Leigh hadn't called to check on her. She hadn't texted. The not knowing was almost worse than the knowing. Since Callie's very first overdose, Leigh had grappled with the same dark premonition playing out in her head. A phone ringing in the middle of the night, a heavy knock on the door, a police officer with his hat in his hand telling Leigh that she needed to go to the morgue to identify her baby sister's body. It was her fault. It was all her fault.
Leigh's personal phone rang, pulling her out of her downward spiral. She clicked the button on the steering wheel as she took the left-hand turn. "Mom!" Maddie rushed out the word. Leigh felt her heart do that funny lurch. Then panic set in because Maddie never made an actual voice call unless something was wrong. "Is Dad okay?" "Yes," Maddie said, instantly irritated Leigh had put the thought in her mind. Why would you even ask that? Leigh pulled over to the side of the residential street. She knew that explaining herself would only give Maddie a platform for martyrdom, so she waited for her daughter to flitter to the next topic. "Mom," Maddie said, "Nisha Adams is having a thing at her house this weekend, and there are only going to be 5 people, and we're gonna do it outside, so it's really safe, and what did Dad say when you asked her?" Maddie hesitated. She would never be a litigator. "Dad told you to ask me?" Leigh guessed. "I'll talk to him about it tonight. Maddie hesitated again. "Keely's mom left." Leigh felt her eyebrows furrow. She had just seen Ruby, Keely's mother, last weekend. She left? "Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you." Maddie clearly thought Leigh should know this already, but thankfully she filled in the blanks. Like, in the middle of the night, Miss Heyer got into some kind of huge screaming fight with Mr. Heyer, but Keely ignored it because, duh. But then, Keely came down for breakfast this morning and her dad was all like, "Your mom needs some time to herself, but she'll call you later, and we love you very much." And then he said he had Zooms all day. And Keely's upset because, obviously, so we thought we'd get together this weekend to support her. Leigh felt a nasty grin on her face. She remembered Ruby's bitchy little quip at the Music Man. The woman would soon learn the value of an in-town education when it came time to pay her part of Keely's private school fees. None of which Leigh could say to her daughter. "I'm sorry, baby. Sometimes things don't work out." Maddie was silent. She had gotten used to the strange arrangement between Leigh and Walter because they had done the only thing that parents can do in strange times, which was to keep everything as normal as possible. At least Leigh hoped that she had gotten used to it. "Mom, you don't understand. We wanted to cheer Keely up because what Miss Heyer's doing is bullshit." Maddie never sounded so strident as when she was fighting an injustice. Like, she hasn't called Keely or anything. She just sent a peace out, do your homework TTYL text. And Keely is so upset. All she does is cry. Leigh shook her head because that was a shitty thing to do to your kid. Then she wondered if Maddie was trying to tell her something. "Sweetheart, I'm sure Miss Heyer will call Keely soon. Dad and I already left each other, and you can't get rid of either of us." Yes, that has been made abundantly clear. Maddie sounded so much like Callie that Leigh felt tears fill her eyes. "Mom, I gotta go. My Zoom's about to start." "You promised you'll talk to Dad about the party?" "I'll try to get in touch with him before I call you tonight." Leigh didn't press her on the fact that the emotional support group had turned into a party. "I love Maddie." Maddie hung up. Leigh brushed her fingers underneath her eyes, trying not to ruin her eyeliner. The distance between herself and her daughter still brought a physical ache. She could not imagine her own mother ever feeling such longing. There were spiders who took better care of their young. If Maddie had ever told Leigh that a grown man had put his hand on her leg, Leigh would not have told her daughter to slap away his hand the next time. She would have taken a shotgun and blown the man's head into bloody chunks. The GPS was flashing. Leigh zoomed out on the screen. She saw the grounds of the Capital City Country Club, which belonged to one of the oldest private social clubs in the South. The neighborhood was dripping with money. Hip-hop stars and basketball players lived alongside old-school Biffs and Muffies, which Leigh only knew because a few years ago, Maddie had talked her into trying to find Justin Bieber's house when he'd lived in the area. She turned off the guidance. She pulled back onto the road. The mansions that rolled by were breathtaking, not in their beauty, but in their audacity. Leigh could never live in a house where it took more than 30 seconds to lay eyes on her child. The golf course rolled along on her left as she wound her way along East Brooklyn Drive. She knew the road turned into West Brooklyn on the other side of the course.
If she'd been on foot, Leigh could have cut through the greens, skirted around the lake, walked past the tennis courts and clubhouse, and found herself within a few blocks of Little Nancy Creek Park. Andrew's $3.1 million house was on Mabry Road. The deed was held by the Tennant Family Trust, the same trust that held the Canyon Road dump the Welofskis had lived in. Leigh hadn't been willing to wait for Callie to get around to finding the information, then to get around to passing it along. She had run the search herself before leaving her condo this morning.
If it left a trail that came up later, she could say she was looking into Andrew's real estate holdings in case it came up at trial. No one could fault her for being too thorough. Leigh slowed so she could read the numbers on the mailboxes, which were almost as stately as the houses. Andrew's was a combination of white-painted brick, steel, and cedar. The numbers were lighted neon because it made sense to spend more on mailbox construction than most people spent on their actual houses. Leigh pulled her Audi through the open gates. The driveway whipped around to the back, but she parked in front of the house. She wanted Andrew to see her coming. Predictably, the house was one of those ultra-modern glass and steel structures that looked like the murder mansion in a Swedish thriller. Leigh's heel left a black scuff on the pristine white driveway when she got out of the car. She put a grinding twist into her step, hoping that Andrew would be out here with a toothbrush when she pulled away. Square shrubs served as the only landscaping. Tombstone-like white marble slabs led to the front door, sprigs of dwarf mondo filling the breaks. The green was too bright against the high white of everything else. If there had been a way for Leigh to get the jury here OJ style, she would have jumped at the chance. She walked up the 3 low steps to the glass front door. She could see straight into the back of the house. White walls, polished concrete floor, stainless steel kitchen, swimming pool, cabana, outdoor kitchen. There was a doorbell, but Leigh used the palm of her hand to slap the glass by way of knocking. She turned around to look back at the street. A camera was mounted in the corner of the overhang. Leigh remembered from the search warrant that the police had been authorized to take any recordings from surveillance devices out of the house. Andrew's system had conveniently been offline for the entire week. She heard the faint clack of chunky heels across the polished concrete floor. Leigh turned around. She had the full effect of Sidney Winslow doing an Elle Macpherson down the walkway toward the front door. The goth had been toned down for the day. Sidney's makeup was light, almost natural. She was dressed in a tight gray skirt and a navy silk blouse. Her shoes matched the color of the shirt exactly. Without all of the leather and attitude, she was an attractive young woman. The door opened. Leigh could feel the chill of air conditioning mixing into the morning heat. Sidney said, "Andrew's getting dressed. Is something wrong?" "No, I just need to go over some things with him. Is it okay if I come in?" Leigh was already inside by the time she finished asking permission. Wow, what a spread. It's crazy, right? Sidney turned to close the door. Leigh made sure she was halfway down the hall by the time the latch clicked. There was nothing more unsettling than someone pushing their way into your private space. But this wasn't Sidney's private space, at least not yet. According to Reggie's cursory background check, Sidney kept a condo in Druid Hills, where she was a graduate student at Emory University. That the girl was studying psychiatry was something Leigh would find time to laugh about later. Leigh walked down the hallway, which was at least 20 feet long. The expected artwork hung on the walls. Photos of half-naked women, a painting by an Atlanta artist known for painting veiny, sweaty horses for bachelor pads. The dining room was stark white. The study, the front parlor, the living room were all so blindingly monochromatic it was like glancing behind the closed doors of a 1930s insane asylum. By the time they reached the back of the house, Leigh's eyes were burning from a sudden burst of color. An entire wall had been devoted to an aquarium. Large tropical fish swam behind a thick slab of glass that stretched from floor to ceiling. A white leather couch sat across from it, a kind of viewing station for the show. Leigh's brain flashed up the memory of Callie sticking her hand into the 10-gallon tank she'd set up in the Welofsky's living room. Callie's fingers had been caked with blood. She'd insisted on washing her hands at the sink first so that the fish didn't get sick. They're cool, right? Sidney was typing on her phone, but she nodded toward the aquarium. So, it was the same guy who did something at the Atlanta aquarium. Andrew can tell you about it. He's really into fish. I just texted him that you're here. Leigh turned around. She realized this was the first time she'd had a private conversation with Andrew's fiancé, unless she counted Sidney calling her a bitch across the parking lot. "Look," Sidney said, as if she'd read Leigh's mind, "sorry about the other day. This is all so very upsetting. Andy's such a lost little puppy sometimes. I feel very protective." Leigh nodded. "Understood. I feel like—" She held up her hands in an open shrug. "What is going on with this bullshit? Why do the cops have it out for him? Is it because he's got money or he drives nice cars? Or is it some kind of vendetta because Linda worked on that COVID task force?" Leigh was constantly amazed when rich white people assumed the system always worked until they found themselves wrapped up in it. Then it had to be some kind of goddamn conspiracy. She told Sydney, "I had a client who got arrested for stealing a lawnmower. He died of COVID in jail because he couldn't afford the $500 cash bail. Was he guilty?" Leigh knew a lost cause when she saw one. "I'm doing everything I can to help Andrew. I fucking hope so. He's paying you enough." Sydney was back on her phone before Leigh could formulate a response. Since she was being ignored, Leigh took the opportunity to walk to the wall of windows along the back of the house. The same square shrubs lined the tombstone path toward the pool. The decking was more white marble. All of the outdoor furniture was white. 4 lounge chairs, 4 chairs around a glass table. None of it looked inviting. None of it looked used. Even the grass looked artificial. The only variation in color came from the steel and cedar fence marking the property line in the distance. If she had the gift of poetry, she'd come up with a verse about the house being the frigid embodiment of Andrew's soul. Harley? Leigh slowly turned around. Andrew had sneaked up on her again, but this time she hadn't startled. She gave him a cool look of appraisal. In contrast to the house, he was dressed in all black, from his t-shirt to his sweatpants to the matching slippers on his feet. She told him, "We should talk." "Sid?" His raised voice bounced against the hard surfaces. "Sid, are you here?" Andrew walked into the hall, looking for his fiancée. Leigh could see that the back of his hair was still damp. He'd probably just gotten out of the shower. "I bet she went to pick up the cake for the wedding," Andrew said. "We've got a small ceremony planned for tonight. Just Mom and some people from the dealerships. Unless you'd like to come?" Leigh said nothing. She wanted to see if she could make him uncomfortable. His bland expression didn't change, but he finally asked, "Are you going to tell me why you're here?" Leigh shook her head. She had already been caught on one camera. She wasn't going to get caught on another one. Outside, Andrew raised his eyebrows, but she could tell he was enjoying the intrigue. He unlocked the door. The entire set of windows accordioned back. "After you."
Leigh stepped carefully across the threshold. The marble was textured, but her high heels couldn't find even purchase. She slipped them off and left them by the door. She said nothing to Andrew as she headed toward the pool. Leigh didn't stop at the edge of the marble decking. She stepped down the stairs that lined the disappearing edge. The artificial turf was stiff under her bare feet, still wet from the morning dew. She could hear Andrew's heavier footsteps hitting the ground behind her. Leigh wondered if this was the sound Tammy Carlson had heard as she'd followed her into the park. Or was she already handcuffed by then? Was she gagged so that she couldn't scream? Was she too drugged to know that she needed to? Only Andrew would ever know the truth. The backyard was roughly half a football field. Leigh stopped in the middle, equidistant to the pool and the back fence. The sun was already beating down. The turf was getting hot under her feet. She told Andrew, "Hold up your hands." He kept smiling, but he did as he was told. Leigh patted his pockets the same way she had patted Buddy's in the kitchen. She found a tube of chapstick, but no wallet, keys, or phone. Andrew explained, "I was getting dressed for work." "You didn't take the week off to prepare for your trial? My lawyers got that all in hand." His smile was unsettling, as fake as the grass under their feet. "Did you read Tammy's medical records?" Leigh knew what he was looking for. "She has a history of alcohol abuse. She drank 2.5 martinis the night that she was with you." "Yes." His tone of voice had turned intimate. "And she said she was raped before. Don't forget that. I imagine a jury of my peers won't take too kindly to her abortion either. It's funny that you think you'll be judged by your peers." Leigh didn't give him time to respond. "How old were you when I started babysitting you?" The question had obviously thrown him. He laughed to cover his discomfort. 6? 7? You would know better than I." "You were 5 and I was 13, Leigh said. "I remember because I'd just gotten out of juvie. Do you know why I was in juvie that time?" Andrew looked back at the house. He seemed to realize that Leigh had set the terms of this conversation and he had blindly followed along. "Enlighten me." "A girl was teasing Callie about her haircut," Leigh said, though haircut was a nice way to say that Phil had gotten drunk and cut off most of Callie's hair. "So I found a piece of broken glass, and I followed the girl out to recess, and I held her down and hacked off her hair until her scalp was bleeding." He looked fascinated. "And?" "I did that to a stranger who pissed me off. What do you think I'm going to do to you?"
Andrew paused a moment, then laughed. "You're not going to do anything to me, Harley. You think you have some agency here, but you really don't. Buddy made you put a camera in the attic." His face registered surprise. She said, "There's no way he could have wedged his fat ass up into that small space. So he made you do it for him." Andrew said nothing, but she could tell that she had finally gotten to him. Leigh kept punching. "Linda listed the house for sale with RE/MAX in May of 2019, 1 month before you found your first rape victim at the Cinebistro." His jaw worked as he clenched it. "I'm guessing that's when you remembered putting the camera in the attic for Buddy." Leigh raised one shoulder in a shrug. "You wanted to relive that father-son bonding experience. And now you're a rapist just like he was." Andrew loosened his jaw. He looked back at the house. When he turned to Leigh, the darkness had returned to his eyes. "You and I both know that Callie understood exactly what she was doing." "Callie was 12 years old when it started," Leigh said. "Buddy was almost 50. She had no idea what—" "She loved it," Andrew said. "Did she tell you that part, Harley? She loved what Dad did to her. And I know because every night I would lie in bed and listen to her moaning his name." Leigh struggled to keep her emotions in check. With very little effort, her memory summoned Callie's raspy whisper, begging Leigh to check on Buddy, to make sure he was okay, that he wouldn't be mad if they got him help. "He loves me, Harley. He'll forgive me." Andrew said, "You're right about the attic. Dad had me go up there a few weeks before you murdered him." Leigh felt sweat break out on her skin. This was why she had brought him back here, away from cameras and recorders and prying eyes. She was sick of dancing around the subject, performing a show for Reggie's clueless benefit. "Did he tell you why?" "There were some break-ins in the neighborhood." Andrew let out a sharp laugh, as if he regretted his childhood innocence. "Dad said it was for security, in case someone broke in. Pretty stupid that I believed him, I suppose." Leigh said, "You were never very clever." He blinked, and she saw a hint of the vulnerable little boy who always cried when he thought that Leigh was mad at him. Then he blinked again, and it was gone. She asked, "What does Sydney know?" "She knows that I love her." Andrew shrugged, as if to acknowledge the lie. "As much as I can love anyone." "And Reggie?" "Reggie is as loyal as my pockets are deep." Leigh tensed when Andrew moved, but he was only kneeling down to smooth a mark out of the artificial grass. He looked up at her, saying, "Callie loved him, Harley. Didn't she tell you? She was in love with him. He was in love with her. They could have been happy together. But you took that away from them." Leigh couldn't listen to this bullshit anymore. "What do you want, Andrew?" He took his time standing back up. He smoothed an invisible crease out of his pants. "I want to be normal. I want to fall in love, to get married, to have kids, to live the kind of life I would have had if you hadn't taken my father away from me." She laughed because the fantasy was ludicrous. Buddy couldn't stand to... "Don't ever laugh at me." The change had happened again, but this time he did nothing to temper the threat. "Do you know what happens to women who laugh at me?" His tone stopped any more sound from leaving her throat. Leigh looked back at the house. She looked over the fence. She had thought having this conversation in isolation would protect her, but now she'd given him an opportunity too. "I know what you're planning to do, Harley." He had somehow gotten closer to her. She could smell mint on his breath. "You think you're going to use your legal maneuvering to make it look like you're defending me, but all the while, you're going to be doing everything you can to make sure I get sent to prison." She looked up at him, too late realizing her mistake. Leigh became transfixed by his gaze. She had never seen anything so malevolent. Her soul threatened to leave her body again. Like any predator, Andrew exploited the weakness. Leigh could do nothing as his hand reached toward her chest. He pressed his palm flat to her heart. She felt it pounding into his palm, a rubber ball bouncing endlessly against a brutally hard surface. This is what I want, Harley. He smiled as her lips started to tremble. I want you to be terrified that any day, any moment, I can send that tape to the police and everything you have, your perfect fake mommy life with your PTA meetings and school plays and your stupid husband will disappear the same way my life disappeared when you murdered my father. Leigh stepped back. Her throat felt as if his hands were wrapped around it. Sweat rolled down the side of her face. She gritted together her teeth to keep them from chattering. Andrew studied her like he was taking in a performance. His hand stayed exactly where she had left it, hanging in the air as if it was still pressed to her heart. While she watched, he moved his palm to his face. He closed his eyes. He inhaled, as if he could smell her scent. She said, "You can't mail a tape from prison." "You were supposed to be the smart one, Harley." His eyes had opened. His hand went into his pocket.
"Don't you know I've got a backup plan?" Leigh hadn't really been that stupid. She wanted him to admit he had a failsafe. "Why did you save the knife?" "You can thank Callie for that. She kept holding on to it, walking around the house with it in her hand, keeping it with her while we watched cartoons. And then she'd sit at the kitchen table for hours looking at that damn anatomy drawing." Andrew shook his head. "Poor, sweet Callie. She's always been the delicate one, hasn't she? The guilt of what you made her do was too much for her to handle." Leigh felt her throat strain to swallow. She wanted to cut her sister's name out of his disgusting mouth. "I kept the knife so I had something to remember her by." His lips tugged up at the side. The smirk was making its first appearance. "And then I saw how she used it on Dad, and it finally made sense." Leigh had to get herself back under control, but more importantly, she had to move him off of Callie. She asked, "Andrew, has it ever occurred to you what that tape will really show?" He raised his eyebrows. "Enlighten me. Let's game this out, all right?" She waited for him to nod. "You show the cops the tape. The cops arrest me. I go through booking and all of that. You remember the procedure from the first time you were arrested, right?" He nodded, clearly bemused. "So, what I'll do then is I will ask for a meeting with the prosecutor, and the prosecutor and I will watch the tape together, so I can explain that the way your father's femoral vein was nicked shows the same pattern of behavior that you used with all of the women you raped." Andrew looked as startled as Leigh had seconds before. He'd never considered the possibility. "It's called a modus operandi, Andrew, and it will send you to prison for the rest of your life." Leigh put a finer point on it. Mutually assured destruction. He took only a moment to recalibrate. He made a point of slowing it down, shaking his head theatrically, even tusking his teeth. "Silly girl, do you think that's the only tape I can show people?" Leigh felt her bones shaking beneath her skin. He sounded so much like his father that she was back in the yellow Corvette again, her legs clenched together, her heart racing, her stomach turning inside out. Andrew said, "I've got hours of your poor, fragile little sister being fucked in every hole she's got." Leigh felt as if each word was a punch to her face. "I found them in my VHS collection when I went to college. I thought I'd get some nostalgia in by watching Disney, but then I realized Dad threw out the tapes and put his private collection in." Leigh's eyes filled with tears. They had never searched his room. Why hadn't they searched his room? Hour after hour of the best porn I've ever seen in my life. Andrew studied her face, taking in her pain like a drug. "Is Callie still small the same way she was back then, Harley? Is she still like a little baby doll with her thin waist and her wide eyes and her tiny little pussy?" Leigh pressed her chin to her chest to deprive him of the pleasure of her agony. He said, "The second anything bad happens to me, every man, woman, and child with access to the internet will be able to watch your sister getting shredded." Leigh squeezed her eyes closed to keep the tears from falling. She knew Callie was haunted by that very scenario. Her sister couldn't walk down the street without worrying that someone would recognize her from Buddy's movies.
Dr. Patterson, Coach Holt, Mr. Humphrey, Mr. Gonza, Mr. Emmett. Their violation had hurt Callie almost as much as Buddy had. Andrew, letting countless other disgusting men watch the vile acts, would splinter Callie into so many pieces that no amount of heroin would be able to pull her back together. She used her fist to wipe her eyes. She asked the same damn question that she kept asking. What do you want, Andrew? Mutually assured destruction only works until someone loses their nerve, he said. Convince the jury that I'm innocent. Tear apart Tammy Carlson on the stand. Then we'll see what else you can do for me. Leigh looked up. How long, Andrew? How long is this going to last? You know the answer to that, Harley. Andrew gently wiped away her tears. For as long as I wanted to. 11? Mrs. Takahashi? Callie swung her legs to the side of the chair so that she could look up at the librarian. The woman's mask said, "Read more books." She was holding a copy of A Compendium of North American Snails and Their Habitats. I found this for you in the return bin. Wonderful, thank you. Callie took the thick paperback. Arigato. The librarian either bowed or did a kindly brontosaurus as she took her leave, both of which could be construed as cultural appropriation. Callie turned back around. She placed the book beside the computer keyboard. She assumed that she was the only junkie who had ever committed identity theft for a library card. Himari Takahashi had been a war bride. She'd sailed across the Pacific to marry her dashing soldier lover. They'd both enjoyed reading and taking long walks. He'd passed away before her, but she had contented herself with gardening and spending time with her grandchildren. At least that was the story Callie had told herself. In truth, she had never spoken to Mrs. Takahashi. The woman had been zipped inside a black body bag the first and last time they had met. Back in January, when COVID was wiping out nearly 4,000 people a day, Callie had taken a cash-paying job with one of the local nursing home chains. She had worked alongside the ranks of other citizens who were desperate enough to risk their own health by loading COVID-positive bodies into refrigerated trailers that the National Guard had trucked in. Someone in the computer room coughed, and everyone winced, then immediately turned accusatory, eyes darting around as if they wanted to burn the culprit at the stake. Callie made sure her mask was in place. Junkies always ended up on the wrong end of the pointing finger. She used her left hand to reach for the mouse. For a change, her right hand had decided to go completely numb this morning. Her entire body was sore from her long crawl through the attic space. She was so disgustingly weak. The most strenuous thing Callie had done in the last few months was arm wrestle Dr. Jerry for animal crackers. The competition usually ended in a draw. Neither of them wanted the other to lose. She pulled the keyboard close. She highlighted the search bar, but she didn't type anything in. Her eyes scanned the monitor. The Fulton County Tax Assessor's Office revealed that the tenants still owned the Canyon Roadhouse. She should tell Leigh. She should text her the information. She should call. She tapped her finger on the mouse. She glanced around. There was a camera in the corner, its black eyes silently watching. The DeKalb County system was more on top of its security than the city of Atlanta. Callie had promised Leigh that she would go to the downtown library. But Leigh had promised Callie 23 years ago that they would never have to think about Buddy Wowski ever again. She opened Facebook on the computer. She typed in Sydney Winslow, Atlanta. Only one page came back, which was surprising because girls these days seem to all be named variations of the same. It wasn't like when Callie was growing up and people teased her about not being able to correctly pronounce her own name. Sydney's banner photo showed the outside of what used to be called Grady High School. The most recent post was from 2012, a picture of 8 teenage girls crammed together at a concert inside the Georgia Dome. Judging by their conservative attire and the number of crosses in the background, Callie assumed Passion 2012 was not her kind of scene, just as Facebook would no longer be Sydney Winslow's scene. Andrew's fiancée did not fall into the Facebook demographic, where a 20-something might run into an embarrassing photo their parents had posted back in the mid-aughts.
Callie went to TikTok and hit the Sydney Winslow jackpot. She felt her eyebrows arch at the volume of videos. She supposed this was what it was like to be a youngster these days. Sydney's social media was practically a part-time job. Her profile photo showed a close-up of a pierced lip that had been generously smeared with purple lipstick, a clear indicator that the religious fervor had been a passing phase. There were thousands of videos listed, though Callie couldn't play them because the library didn't allow you to use sound without headphones. From the descriptions under the stills, she quickly sussed out that Sydney Winslow was a 25-year-old student seeking an incredibly practical doctorate of psychiatry at Emory University. Well, Callie said, because she finally understood why Leigh's tone dropped to a register of disgust every time she said Sydney Winslow's name. When Sydney was on campus or waxing poetic behind the wheel of her car, she kept her hair pulled back, makeup just so, a colorful hat on her head, or jaunty scarf around her neck. Nights out called for a very different look. The girl basically transformed into an updated version of Phil's geriatric goth. Her tight shirts and leather pants were offset by an impressive number of piercings. Heavy makeup, pouty lips, shirt collar low enough to offer an enticing glimpse of her breasts. Callie had to admit that her breasts were fantastic, but she also had to wonder why Andrew Tennant was not part of Sydney's well-documented life. She kept scrolling through the stills, finding not even a passing mention of Andrew, which was strange considering they were about to be married. She checked who was following Sydney and found many Sydney-like clone girls, along with a smattering of young men who seemed to prefer to be photographed shirtless. And fair enough, because they looked damn good shirtless. She clicked to see who Sydney was following. Dua Lipa, Janelle Monáe, Halsey, Bruno Mars, countless bromosexuals, but no Andrew. Callie switched to Instagram and, after clicking enough times to put a cramp in her finger, finally found a photo of them both together. 2 years ago. Backyard barbecue. Sydney was beaming at the camera. Andrew looked reluctant, his head down, his lips pressed into a thin, white, "I am humoring you, but hurry" line. Callie had to think, if you were a rapist and murderer, you wanted to avoid social media. He'd picked the wrong girl for the task. There were thousands of posts across the platforms, almost always accompanied by a generously poured container of alcohol. Drinking wine at parties, drinking beer at bars, drinking martinis on a deck, drinking mojitos at the beach, drinking slim cans of rock and rye in a car. Callie shook her head because the young woman's life was a train wreck. And Callie said this as someone whose life was a train wreck inside of a crashing airplane, inside of the mushroom cloud of an atomic bomb. Sydney's Twitter account revealed the consequences of YOLO. The party girl had gotten a DUI 1 month ago. Sydney had documented the process, tweeting out pithy thoughts about the criminal justice system, describing the mind-numbing uselessness of attending the DUI school on Cheshire Bridge Road, photographing her court-mandated login sheet to prove that she was attending the required number of AA meetings. Callie squinted at the log, which was familiar from her own travails to the court system. Sydney had been given the standard 30 meetings in 30 days, then 2 a week thereafter. Callie recognized the church where the early morning meetings were held. They had delicious coffee, but the cookies at the Baptist across the street were better. She looked at the time, 2:38 p.m. Callie logged out of the computer. She looked for her backpack, but then remembered she had left it locked in her room along with her stash. Callie had shoved everything into the pockets of the yellow satin jacket she'd found inside of her closet. The collar was frayed, but a glorious rainbow decal was sewn onto the back. It was the first item of clothing she had ever bought for herself with Buddy's money. She used the automated system to check out a compendium of North American snails and their habitats. The paperback fit snugly into the jacket pocket, the edges sticking not unpleasantly into her ribs. Callie groaned as she walked toward the exit. Her back would not straighten out. She had to shuffle like an old woman, though she took it on faith that even at 86 years old, Himari Takahashi had maintained excellent posture. The sun blinded Callie as soon as she pushed open the door. She reached into her jacket pocket and found the green tanning bed goggles. The sun dialed down several notches when she put them on. Callie could feel the heat beating against her back and neck as she trudged toward the bus stop.
Eventually, she was able to force herself upright. The vertebrae clicked like chattering teeth. The numbness in her fingers flowed back up into her arm. At the bus stop, a fellow traveler was already sitting on the bench, houseless, mumbling to himself, counting off numbers on his fingers. 2 overflowing paper sacks were at his feet. They were filled with clothes. She recognized the anxious look in his eyes, the way he kept scratching his arms. He glanced at her, then took a closer look. Cool shades. Callie removed the goggles and offered them to the man. He snatched them away like a gerbil taking a treat. Her eyes started to water again. She felt a pang of regret as the man put on the goggles because they were really amazing. Even so, she fished Leigh's last $20 bill out of her back pocket and handed it to the man. That left Callie with only $15 because she'd spent $105 on a package from the tanning salon the day before. In retrospect, the impulse buy seemed like a bad idea, but that was junky budgeting for you. Why not spend the money today when you weren't sure whether or not you'd be getting a free concert from Kurt Cobain tomorrow? The man said, "The vaccine put microchips in my brain." Callie confided, "I'm worried my cat is saving up to buy a motorcycle." They both sat in companionable silence for the next 10 minutes when the bus flopped in front of the curb like a tubby echidna. Callie climbed aboard and took a seat in the front. Her stop was only 2 away, and it was a kindness to make sure the driver could see her because the look he'd given Callie when she got onto the bus clearly said that the man thought she was going to be trouble. She kept her hands on the rail to let him know she was not going to do something crazy. Though it did seem crazy to touch a rail with your bare hands in the middle of a pandemic. She stared absently out the front window, letting the air conditioning freeze the sweat on her body. Her fingers went to her face. She had forgotten that she was wearing a mask. A quick look at the other riders showed masks in various stages of coverage, pulled down below the nose, ringing the chin, and, in one case, pulled up over a man's eyes. She pulled her own mask up to cover her eyebrows. She blinked at the filtered light. Her eyelashes brushed against the material. She quashed the desire to giggle. It wasn't this morning's maintenance dose that was making her high. She had shot up again before heading to the library, then swallowed an Oxy on the long bus ride to Gwinnett. There was more Oxy in her back pocket. She would eventually take it, and then she would shoot up more methadone, and eventually she would be back on heroin. This was how it always happened. Callie was good until the goodness broke down. She pulled the mask back into place over her mouth and nose. She stood up as the bus belched its way to her stop. Her knees started to ache as soon as she walked down the stairs. On the sidewalk, she patterned her breath after her steps, letting 3 pops of her knee go by before she inhaled, then slowly letting air hiss between her teeth during the next 3. The chain-link fence on her right ringed around a massive outdoor stadium. Callie let her fingers trail along the metal diamonds until they abruptly stopped at a tall pole. She found herself in a wide, open concrete space at the mouth of a soccer stadium. There was a sign outside with a bumblebee buzzing, "Be happy, be safe, be well, we are all in this together." Callie doubted that last part was meant to be taken literally. When she was a teenager, she had seen stadiums like this when her cheerleading team had competed against private schools. The Lake Point girls were muscled stallions with thick waists and bulging arms and thighs. By comparison, the Hollis Academy girls had been pale grasshoppers and stick bugs. Callie passed the closed concession stand on her way into the stadium. 30 yards away, a security guard in a parked golf cart was tracking her progress. She didn't want trouble. She entered through the first tunnel she could find. Then she put her back to the wall and waited in the cool shade for the sound of the battery whirring as the rent-a-cop came to eject her from the premises. There was no whir, but paranoia soon flooded her brain. Had the security guard made a phone call? Was there someone inside the stadium waiting for her? Had she been followed from the bus stop? Had she been followed from home? Back at the library, Callie had perused the website for Reginald Pultz and Associates. Reggie looked every inch the rapey, gone-to-seed frat boy that Leigh had described. But Callie couldn't honestly say that he had been the same camera-strangling man who'd been disgorged from the boarded-up house.
Nor could she say that all of the faces she kept scanning, all of the people in the cars on the road or inside the library, hadn't been in league with him. Callie pressed her hand to her chest as if she could knead away the anxiety. Her heart flicked against her ribs like a hungry lizard's tongue. She hadn't seen the glimmer or flash of a stalker in the last 2 days, but everywhere she went she could not shake the feeling that she was being recorded. Even now, hidden in this damp, dark place, she felt like a lens was capturing her every move. "You can't make a stink about the camera, Dolly. I could go to prison." She pushed away from the wall. She was halfway through the tunnel when she heard yelling and clapping from the stands. Again, the light blinded Callie as she walked out into the sun. She cupped her hands to her eyes and scanned the crowd. Parents were seated in clumps across the rows, mangy cheering sections for the girls on the field. Callie turned again, and she watched the team run practice drills. The high schoolers looked like gazelles, if gazelles wore soccer uniforms and didn't bounce up and down like lunatics when they felt threatened. Another turn, another look at the stands. Callie spotted Walter easily enough. He was one of 2 fathers watching soccer practice, even though she had it on good authority that Walter did not, in fact, enjoy soccer. He clearly recognized Callie as she made the arduous climb up the stadium stairs. His eyes were unreadable, but she could guess what was going on in his mind. Still, he kept his own counsel as she made her way down his row. Callie gathered the school was adhering to footloose rules. No dancing, no singing, no hollering, no fun. She left 3 seats between her and Walter when she sat down. He said, "Welcome, friend." Callie peeled off her mask so she could catch her breath. "It's good to see you, Walter." His eyes were still guarded, which was fair. The last time Callie and Walter had been in the same room together was not their finest hour. They were outside Leigh's condo in the little utility closet that contained the trash chute. For 10 days, Walter had come by twice a day to inject heroin between Callie's toes because the only way that she could take care of Leigh was if she had enough dope to keep herself from getting sick. Her sister's husband was tougher than he looked. Walter said, "I like your jacket. It's from high school." Callie turned around in her seat so he could see the rainbow on the back. "I can't believe it still fits." "Nice," he said, though she could tell he had bigger issues on his mind. "Your sister seems to be crying a lot lately." "She's always been a big baby," Callie said, though people often misunderstood Leigh's tears. She cried when she was frightened or hurt, but she also cried when she took a piece of broken glass and hacked chunks of hair out of your scalp. Walter said, "She thinks that Maddie doesn't need her anymore. Is that true? You were 16 once. Didn't you need your mother?" Callie thought about it. At 16, she had needed everything. "I'm worried about my wife," Walter said, and his tone implied he had been waiting a very long time to share this thought with someone. "I want to help her, but I know she won't ask me to." Callie felt the weight of his confession. Men seldom got to share their feelings, and when they did, despondency wasn't on the acceptable list. She tried to cheer him up. "Don't be worried, Walter. Harley's expendable caretaker is back on the job." "No, Callie, you're wrong about that." Walter turned to look at her, and she gathered this next part had weighed on him too. "When Leigh got sick, we had a plan of care already in place. My mother was going to drive up to take care of Maddie. Leigh was going to quarantine in the master bedroom. I was going to leave food outside her door and call an ambulance if she needed it. She lasted 1 night, and then she broke down and started crying that she wanted her sister. So I went out and found her sister." Callie had never heard the story before, but she knew that Walter would not lie about something so consequential. He would do anything for Leigh, even score heroin for her junkie sister. She asked, "Haven't you been to enough Al-Anon meetings to know you can't save somebody who doesn't want to be saved?" "I don't want to save her. I want to love her." He turned back in his seat, eyes tracking the girls on the field. "Besides, Leigh can save herself." Callie debated whether or not this point was worth discussing. She studied Walter's profile as he watched his amazing daughter sprint after a ball. Callie wanted to tell him consequential things too, like that Leigh loved him, that she was only fucked up because Callie had made her do terrible things, that she blamed herself for not somehow knowing that Buddy Waleski was a bad man, that she was crying because she was terrified that Andrew Tennant would bring them both to that same dark place that his father had. Should Callie tell Walter the truth? Should she throw open the doors to Leigh's cage?
There was a sense of inevitability to the disaster her sister had made of her life. It was as if, instead of leaving for Chicago, Leigh had stayed in stasis for 23 years, then woke up to the life Phil had raised her to live: broken family, broken marriage, broken heart. The only thing holding her sister together right now was Maddie. Callie turned away from Walter. She allowed herself the pleasure of watching the teenagers on the field. They were so nimble, so fleet. Their arms and legs moved in tandem as they kicked the ball. Their necks were long and graceful like origami swans who'd never been close to swampy spirals or steep waterfalls. Walter asked, "Can you spot our beautiful girl?" Callie had already found Leigh and Walter's daughter the moment she'd walked into the stadium. Leigh Collier was one of the smallest girls, but she was also the fastest. Her ponytail barely had time to brush her shoulders as she ran after the defensive midfielder. The girl was playing attack, which Callie only knew because she had looked up soccer positions at the library.
This was after she had Googled the soccer practice schedule for Hollis Academy's girls' team. Callie had not found herself here after a Scooby-Doo level of deciphering. The school crest was on the back of Leigh's phone. Established in 1964, around the time white parents across the South spontaneously decided to enroll their children in private schools. "Crap," Walter muttered. Maddie had accidentally tripped the midfielder. The ball spun loose, but instead of chasing after it, Maddie stopped to help the other girls stand up. Leigh was right. Phil would have beaten the shit out of either of them for doing something so sportsmanlike. If you can't go big, then don't bother to go home. Walter cleared his throat, the same way Leigh did when she was about to say something difficult. "Practice will be over soon. I would love for you to meet her." Callie pressed together her lips, the same way Leigh did when she was nervous. "Hello, I must be going." "Phil Collins," Walter said. Classic. The drummer superstar had taken the line from Groucho Marx, but Callie had more important things on her mind. "When you tell Leigh about seeing me, don't tell her I was high." Walter had an uncomfortable set to his mouth. "If she asks, I'll have to tell her the truth." He was way too good for this family. "I commend you for your honesty." Callie stood up. She was wobbly around the knees. The methadone was lingering. Or the long-release coating on the oxy was doing its job. This was the reward for tapering off. The more slowly you eased yourself back in, the longer the euphoria could linger. Until the lingering wasn't enough. Callie gave him a tight salute. "Adios, friend." Her knee gave out when she started to turn. Walter stood to help, but Callie stopped him with a wave of her hand. She didn't want Maddie to see her father struggling with a worthless junkie in the stands. She picked her way down the row, but the stairs nearly did her in. There was no railing to hold on to. She stepped carefully, down, down, down. Callie tucked her hands deep into her jacket pockets as she walked along the field. The snail paperback crowded out her fist. The sun was so intense that her eyes were wet with tears. Her nose was running. She should not have given away the goggles. She still had 9 tanning sessions left on her membership card. $9.99 for new goggles was a lot of money to burn when you only had $15 to your name. She used the back of her sleeve to wipe her nose. Stupid sunlight. Even in the shade of the tunnel, her eyes kept watering. She could feel heat coming off her face. She hoped like hell she didn't run into the security guard on his golf cart. Her mind kept playing back the pity in Walter's eyes when he had watched her walk away. Callie's hair was knotted in the back because she hadn't been able to lift her arms high enough to use the comb this morning. Her fingers had not been able to squeeze the tube of toothpaste to brush her teeth. Her jacket was stained and wrinkled. Her clothes were the same ones she'd slept in. The abscess in her leg was throbbing because she was so fucking pathetic that she couldn't stop injecting poison into her veins. "Hello, Callie." Without warning, the gorilla snorted his foul, hot breath onto the back of her neck. Callie spun around, expecting to see the flash of white fangs as he lunged at her throat. There was only a man, tall and slim with sandy blonde hair. His hands were tucked into the pockets of his navy trousers. The sleeves of his blue shirt were rolled up just below the elbows. An ankle monitor bulged above his left loafer. A giant gold watch was on his left wrist. Buddy's watch. Before they had chopped off his arms, Callie had unstrapped the watch and placed it on the bar.
She had wanted Trevor to have something to remember his father by. And now she saw that he did. "Hey, Callie." Andrew's voice was soft, but it had a familiar deepness that brought Callie right back to the first time she had met Buddy. "I'm sorry it's been such a long time." Sand filled her lungs. He was acting so normal, like this was nothing, but her skin felt like it was being flayed off her bones. "You," he chuckled. "Well, you don't look great, but I'm glad that I found you." She glanced back at the stadium, then toward the exit. They were completely alone. She had nowhere to go. "You're—" His eyes flickered across her body as he seemed to look for the word. "Tiny. You're so fucking tiny, but I'm almost there. Just try to relax, okay? Just relax." "Calliope," Andrew sang her name like a tune. "You came a long way to watch a bunch of girls play soccer." Callie had to open her mouth to breathe. Her heart was jumping. Was he here for Walter? For Maddie? How had he known about the school? Was he following Callie? Had she missed something on the bus? Andrew asked, "Are they really that good?" Her eyes found his hands tucked deep into his pockets. The hair on the back of his arms was slightly darker than the hair on his head, just like Buddy's. Andrew craned his neck, looking into the field. Which one is Harley's? Callie heard the small crowd cheering from the stands, clapping, shouting, whistling. Then the cheering died down, and what she heard, what she knew was inside the tunnel with them, was the gorilla. "Callie." Andrew stepped forward, close but not closing in. "I want you to listen to me very carefully. Can you do that?" Her lips were still parted. She could feel the air sucking in, drying the back of her throat. "You loved my father," Andrew said. "I heard you telling him that so many times." Callie couldn't move her feet. He was here for her. That was why he was standing so close. That was why he seemed so calm, so in control. She blindly reached behind her. She could hear the gorilla approaching. Then his breath was in her ear, then warming her neck. Then the taste of his sweaty musk was curling into her mouth. "How did it feel when you chopped him up?" Andrew asked. "I couldn't see your face in the video. You never looked up. You just did what Harley told you to do." It was almost a relief to feel the gorilla's hand wrap around her neck, his arm loop around her waist. She was locked in place, trapped, the way that he always wanted her. "You don't have to let her keep bossing you around," Andrew said. "I can help you get away from her." The gorilla pressed into her back, fingering up her spine. She heard his grunts, felt his excitement. He was so big, so overpowering. "Just tell me you want to get away." Andrew took another step. "Say the word, and I can take you somewhere. Anywhere you want to go." The scent of Andrew's breath mints swirled into Buddy's cheap whiskey and cigars and sweat and cum and blood. So much blood. Andrew said, "Walter David Collier, aged 41, legal counsel for the Atlanta Firefighters Union." Callie's heart shook inside of her chest. He was threatening Walter. She had to warn him. She clawed at the gorilla's arm, trying to loosen his hold. Andrew said, "Madeline Felicette Collier, aged 16. Pain dug into her arm. Not the tingling numbness or the misfiring nerves, but the agony of her skin being ripped open. "Maddie's a gorgeous little girl, Callie." Andrew's smile pulled at the corners of his mouth. "Such a tiny little thing." Callie looked at her arm. She was shocked by the sight of blood dripping from 4 deep gashes. She looked at her other hand. Her own blood and skin were furrowed underneath the fingernails. "It's funny, Callie, how Harley's daughter looks so much like you." Andrew winked at her. "Like a little dolly." Callie shuddered, but not because Andrew sounded like his father. The gorilla had stepped into her body, melted into her bones. His strong legs were her strong legs. His fists were his fists. His mouth was his mouth. She lunged at Andrew, fists flying, teeth bared. "Jesus!" Andrew yelled, holding up his arms, trying to fend her off. Crazy fucking Callie went into a blind frenzy. No sound came from her mouth, no breath from her lungs, because all of her energy was directed toward killing him. "Hello, Callie." Without warning, the gorilla snorted his foul, hot breath onto the back of her neck. Callie spun around, expecting to see the flash of white fangs as he lunged at her throat. There was only a man. tall and slim with sandy blonde hair. His hands were tucked into the pockets of his navy trousers. The sleeves of his blue shirt were rolled up just below the elbows. An ankle monitor bulged above his left loafer. A giant gold watch was on his left wrist. Buddy's watch. Before they had chopped off his arms, Callie had unstrapped the watch and placed it on the bar. She had wanted Trevor to have something to remember his father by. And now she saw that he did. "Hey, Callie." Andrew's voice was soft, but it had a familiar deepness that brought Callie right back to the first time she had met Buddy. "I'm sorry it's been such a long time." Sand filled her lungs. He was acting so normal, like this was nothing, but her skin felt like it was being flayed off her bones. "You," he chuckled. "Well, you don't look great, but I'm glad that I found you." She glanced back at the stadium, then toward the exit. They were completely alone. She had nowhere to go. "You're still—" His eyes flickered across her body as he seemed to look for the word. "Tiny. You're so fucking tiny, but I'm almost there. Just relax, okay? Just relax." "Calliope," Andrew sang her name like a tune. "You came a long way to watch a bunch of girls play soccer." Callie had to open her mouth to breathe. Her heart was jumping. Was he here for Walter? For Maddie? How had he known about the school? Was he following Callie? Had she missed something on the bus? Andrew asked, "Are they really that good?" Her eyes found his hands tucked deep into his pockets. The hair on the back of his arms was slightly darker than the hair on his head, just like Buddy's. Andrew craned his neck, looking into the field. "Which one is Harley's?" Callie heard the small crowd cheering from the stands, clapping, shouting, whistling. Then the cheering died down, and what she heard, what she knew was inside the tunnel with them, was the gorilla.
She pounded him with her fists, scratched with her fingernails, tried to rip off his ears, gouge out his eyes. Her teeth bit deep into the flesh of his neck. She wrenched back her head, trying to rip out his jugular, but her neck stiffly caught on the frozen pivot at the top of her spine. And then she was lifted into the air. "Stop!" the security guard ordered, his arms bear-hugging her waist. "Hold the fuck still!" Callie kicked out, trying to break the bonds. Andrew was on the ground. His ear was bleeding. Skin hung from his jaw. Red welts surrounding the bite in his neck. She was going to kill him. She had to kill him. "I said stop!" The security guard slammed Callie face down onto the ground. His knee jammed into her back. Her nose banged into the cold concrete. She was breathless, but still tensed, ready to strike again even as she heard the click of handcuffs. "No, officer, it's okay." Andrew's voice sounded raspy as he tried to catch his breath. "Please, just escort her away from the school." "You cocksucker," Callie hissed. "You fucking rapist." "Are you serious, man?" The guard kept his knee pressed to her back. "Look at her arms. Bitch is a needle junkie. You need to call the cops. Get her tested." "No." Andrew was standing up. Out of the corner of her eye, Callie could see the flashing red light on his ankle monitor. He told the guard, "None of this will look good for the school, will it? And it won't look good for you, because you're the one who let her get past the gate." This seemed to sway the guard, but he still asked, "Are you sure, man?" "Yes." Andrew knelt down so he could look at Callie's face. "She doesn't want you calling the police either, do you, miss?" Callie was still tensed, but her reason was starting to return. She was inside the stadium, where Maddie went to school. Walter was in the bleachers. Maddie was on the field. Neither Callie nor Andrew could afford for the police to come. "Help her stand." Andrew stood. "She's not going to cause any more trouble." "You're crazy, man." Still, the guard tested Callie, releasing some of the pressure on her back. She felt the fight leave her body and agony flood back in. Her legs wouldn't work. The guard had to lift her up and physically put her back on her feet. Andrew stood close, daring her to come at him again. Callie wiped the blood from her nose. She could taste blood in her mouth. Andrew's blood. She didn't just want more of it, she wanted all of it. "This isn't over." "Officer, make sure she gets on the bus." Andrew held out his hand to the guard, passing some folded 20s. A woman like her can't be trusted around children. Summer 2005, Chicago. Leigh scrubbed at the lasagna pan, even as her own sweat dropped into the water. Fucking Northerners. They had no idea how to use air conditioning. Walter said, "I can do that. I've got it." Leigh tried not to sound like she wanted to beat his brains out with the pan. He had been trying to do something sweet for her. He'd even called his mother to get her lasagna recipe. And then he had baked it so long in the oven that Leigh's skin was going to rub off her fingers before the burned sauce came out of the nonstick bottom. Walter said, "You know that pan only cost $5. She shook her head. "If you saw $5 on the ground, would you leave it? How dirty is the $5? He was behind her, arms wrapped around her waist. Leigh leaned back into him. He kissed her neck, and she wondered how in the hell she had turned into the stupid kind of woman who felt her stomach flip when a man touched her. "Here." Walter reached under her arms, grabbing the sponge and pan. She watched him awkwardly scrub for almost a full minute before realizing the futility of the task. Still, Leigh couldn't give up entirely. "I'll let it soak a little longer." "What'll we do to pass the time?" Walter's teeth nipped at her ear. Leigh shuddered, holding on to him tightly. Then she let go, because she couldn't show him how desperate she was to be near him. "Don't you have a paper to write on organizational behaviors?" Walter groaned. His arms dropped away as he walked to the fridge and took out a can of ginger ale. "What point is an MBA? The union's up here, their succession plan is 10 deep. My name won't come up until I'm drawing Social Security." Leigh knew where this was going, but she tried to steer him in a different direction. "You like legal aid." "I like being able to pay my share of the rent." He drank from the can as he walked back into the living room. He flopped down onto the couch. He stared at his laptop. "I've written 26 pages of jargon that even I can't understand. There is no practical, real-world application for any of this. All that matters is the degree on your resume. That can't be all that matters." He leaned his head back, watched her wipe her hands on a kitchen towel. "I need to feel useful." "You're useful to me." Leigh shrugged, because there was no use talking around the obvious. "We can move, Walter. Just not to Atlanta." "That job with the fire department is in Atlanta," she said, the one place she had told him she would never go back to. "Perfect," he said. "That's the word I was going to use. Perfect. Georgia is a right-to-work state. No one is going to let their cousins, uncles, grandkids skip the line. The job in Atlanta is perfect." Leigh sat beside him on the couch. She clasped together her hands so that she didn't start wringing them together. "I told you that I will follow you anywhere." "Except there." Walter gulped down the rest of the ginger ale. The can went to the coffee table, where it would leave a ring. "Are you crying?" "No," she said, though tears had welled into her eyes. "I'm thinking about the lasagna pan." "Come here." He tugged at her arm again. "Sit in my lap." "Sweetheart," she said, "do I look like the kind of woman who would sit in a man's lap?" He laughed. "I love how you Southern women say sweetheart, like a Yankee woman would say dumbass." Leigh rolled her eyes. "Sweetheart." He held her hand. "You can't annex an entire city from your life just because you're afraid you'll run into your sister." Leigh looked down at their hands. She had never in her life wanted to hold on to someone else so tightly. She trusted him. No one had ever made her feel safe. She said, "We wasted 15 grand on her, Walter. $15,000 in cash and credit card debt, and she lasted 1 day." "It wasn't a waste," he said, which was generous considering 5 grand of the money had been his. Rehab usually doesn't work the first time, or the second or third time. "I don't," she struggled to articulate how she felt. "I don't understand why she can't quit. What is it about that life that she enjoys?" "She doesn't enjoy it," Walter said. "Nobody enjoys that." "Well, she's getting something out of it." "She's an addict," Walter said. "She wakes up, she needs a fix. The fix wears off and she has to hustle to get the next one, the next one, the next one, to stop from getting dope sick. All of her friends, her community, that's the world they're trapped in, constantly hustling so they don't get sick. Her addiction isn't just mental, it's physical. Why would somebody do that to themselves if they didn't have to?" Leigh would never be able to answer that question. "I liked coke in college, but I wasn't going to throw my life away for it." "You're really lucky you were able to make that choice," Walter said. "With some people, their demons are too big. They can't overcome them." Leigh pressed together her lips.
She had told Walter that her sister had been molested, but that was where the story had ended. He said, "You can't control what Callie does. All you can control is how you respond to her. I just want you to make peace with it." She knew that he was thinking of his father. "It's easier to make peace with the dead." He gave a rueful smile. "Trust me, baby, it's much easier to make peace with the living. I'm sorry." Leigh stroked the side of his face. The sight of the thin gold ring on her finger momentarily threw her.
They had been engaged for less than a month, and she still could not get used to seeing the ring. He kissed her hand. "I should finish this worthless paper. I need to review some case law." They kissed before retreating to opposite sides of the couch. This was what she loved most of all about their lives, the way they silently worked together, separated by one couch cushion between them. Walter leaned over his laptop on the coffee table. Leigh surrounded herself with pillows, but she extended her leg across the cushion, pressing her foot against his thigh. Walter absently rubbed her calf as he read his pointless paper. Her fiancé, her future husband. They hadn't talked about children yet. She assumed that Walter hadn't brought it up because children were a foregone conclusion. He probably had no qualms about possibly passing on the addictions that had nearly destroyed his side of the family. It was easier for men. No one blamed a father when a child ended up on the streets. Leigh instantly chastised herself for being so cold. Walter would be a magnificent father. He didn't need a role model. He had his own goodness to guide him. Leigh should be more concerned about her mother's mental illness. They had called it manic depression when Leigh was a child. Now they called it bipolar disorder, and the change had made not one bit of difference, because Phil was never going to get any kind of help that didn't come out of a pitcher of micheladas. Walter mumbled, searching for a word as his fingers rested on the keyboard. He nodded to himself, and the typing resumed. She asked, "Are you backing that up?" "Of course I am, and all my supporting data." He stuck in the USB drive. The light flashed as the files backed up. "I'm a man, baby. I know all about computering." So impressive. She pushed him with her foot. He leaned over and kissed her knee before returning to his paper. Leigh knew she should get back to work, but she took a moment to look at his handsome face. Rugged, but not hardened. He knew how to work with his hands, but he knew how to use his brain so he could pay someone else to do the job. Walter was by no means soft, but he had grown up with a mother who adored him. Even when she was deep in the bottle, Leigh Collier had been a pleasant kind of drunk, given to spontaneous hugs and kisses. Dinner was always on the table at 6 o'clock. There were snacks in his backpack to take to school. He'd never been forced to wear dirty underwear or beg strangers for money to buy food. He'd never hidden under his bed at night because he was afraid his mother would get drunk and knock the shit out of him. Leigh loved countless things about Walter Collier. He was kind. He was brilliant. He was deeply caring. But most of all, she adored him for his relentless normalcy. "Sweetheart," he said, "I thought we were working." Leigh smiled. "That's not how you say it, sweetheart." Walter chuckled as he typed. Leigh opened her book. She had told Walter she needed to familiarize herself with the updated guidelines to the Americans with Disabilities Act in regards to disabled tenants. But, secretly, Leigh was looking into the limits of spousal privilege. As soon as she and Walter returned from their honeymoon, she was going to sit him down and tell him everything about Buddy Woloski. Maybe. She leaned her head back on the couch, staring up at the ceiling. There was not much about Leigh's life that Walter did not know. She had told him about her 2 stints in juvenile detention, and exactly why she'd landed there. She described her terrifying night in county lockup for slashing her sleazy boss's tires. She had even told him about the first time she had realized she could fight back when her mother attacked her. Each time she unburdened herself, each time Walter absorbed the details without flinching, Leigh had to fight the urge not to tell him the rest. But the rest was too much. The rest was such a burden that her sister would rather shoot herself with poison than live with the memories. Walter had never touched a drop of alcohol, but what would happen if he learned exactly what his wife was capable of? It was one thing to hear about Leigh's distant, violent past, but Buddy Woloski had been chopped up in his own kitchen less than 7 years ago. She tried to walk herself through that conversation. If she told Walter one thing, she would have to tell him everything, which would start back at the beginning when Buddy had rested his fat fingers on her knee. How could someone even as understanding as Walter believe that Leigh had let herself forget about that night? And how could he forgive her if she could never, ever forgive herself? Leigh wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Even with spousal privilege, was it fair to make the only man she would ever love a conspirator to her crimes? Would Walter look at her differently? Would he stop loving her? Would he decide that Leigh could never be the mother of his child? The last thought opened the floodgates. She had to stand up to find a tissue so that he didn't see her fall apart. "Baby?" Walter asked. She shook her head, letting him think she was upset about Callie. She wasn't afraid of Walter turning her into the police. She knew that he would never do that. She was afraid that his legal mind would understand the difference between self-defense and cold-blooded murder. Leigh herself had known the weight of her sins when she had put Atlanta in her rearview mirror. The law twisted itself into knots over the question of intent. What a defendant was thinking when they committed a criminal act could be the deciding factor behind anything from fraud to manslaughter. She knew exactly what she had been thinking when she had wrapped the cling film around Buddy Wallowski's head 6 times. "You are going to die by my hand, and I am going to enjoy watching it happen." "Sweetheart?" Walter asked. She smiled. "That's gonna get old pretty fast." "Is it?" Leigh walked back to the couch. Against her better judgment, she sat in his lap. Walter wrapped his arms around her. She pressed her head to his chest and tried to tell herself that she didn't cherish every second of being held by him. He asked, "Do you know how much I love you?" "No. I love you so much that I'll stop talking about my dream job in Atlanta." She should have felt relieved, but she felt guilty. Walter's life had turned upside down when his father had died. The union had saved his mother, and he wanted to pay back that kindness by fighting for other workers who found their lives thrown into chaos. Leigh had been drawn in by Walter's need to help other people. She had admired it so much that, against her better judgment, she had gone out on a date with him. In a week, she had gone from sleeping on his couch to curling alongside him in bed. Then they had graduated and gotten jobs and gotten engaged, and both of them were ready to start their lives, except for Leigh holding Walter back. "Hey," he said, "that was meant to be sexy, that sacrifice I made for you there." She brushed back his curly hair. "Do you know?" Walter kissed away her tears. "I would kill for you," Leigh said, with a full understanding of exactly what that would entail. "You mean everything to me. But you wouldn't really." "No." She cupped his face in her hands. "I would do anything for you, Walter. I mean it. If you want to go to Atlanta, then I'll find a way to live in Atlanta." "I've gone off the idea, actually." He smiled. "Atlanta can get pretty hot." "You can't? What about California?" he asked. "Or Oregon? I hear Portland is crazy." She kissed him to shut him up. His mouth felt so good. She had never met a man who knew how to take his time getting a kiss right. Her hands moved down, unbuttoning his shirt. His skin was sweaty. She tasted salt on his chest. Then some fucking idiot started banging their fist on the door. Leigh startled, hand to her heart. "What time is it?" "It's only 8:30, grandmother." Walter slid out from under her.
He buttoned his clothes as he walked to the door. Leigh watched him press his eye to the peephole. He glanced back at her. "Who is it?" Walter swung open the door. Callie stood in the hallway. She was dressed in the usual pastel and cartoon offerings from the kids' rack at Goodwill because even the petite adult sizes didn't fit her. Her Piglet's Big Movie t-shirt was long-sleeved, even in the heat. Her baggy jeans had tears at both knees. She was carrying a stuffed pillowcase under her arm. Her body listed to the side, balancing out the cardboard cat carrier she gripped by the handles. Leigh heard a mewing sound through the air holes in the sides. Callie said, "Good evening, friends." "Long time," Walter said, with absolutely no indication that the last time he'd seen Callie, she was vomiting down the back of his shirt as he carried her into rehab. Callie. Leigh stood up from the couch. She felt stunned, because Callie never left the 10 square miles around Phil's house. "What are you doing in Chicago?" "Everybody deserves a vacation." Callie's body bobbed back and forth as she walked in with the heavy carrier. She gently placed it on the floor by the couch. She dropped her pillowcase beside it. She looked around. "Nice digs." Leigh still needed an answer. "How did you find my address?" "You sent me a Christmas card at Phil's house."
Leigh muttered a curse under her breath. Walter was the card sender. He must have gone through her address book. Have you been living with Phil? What is life, Harley, if not a series of rhetorical questions? Callie, Leigh said, tell me why you're here. I thought I'd see what the big deal is about the old Windy City. I have to say, I do not recommend the bus stops. Junkies are everywhere. Callie, please. I got sober, Callie said. Leigh was speechless. She had longed to hear those words come from her sister's mouth. She let herself look at Callie's face. Her cheeks were full. She had always been small, but Leigh could no longer see the bones under her skin. She actually looked healthy. Callie said, almost 8 months. How about that? Leigh hated herself for feeling hopeful. How long will it last? Let history be your guide. Callie turned her back on the prospect of disappointment. She walked around their tiny apartment, a bull in a china shop. This is a nice spread. How much do you guys pay for rent? I bet it's $1 million a month. Is it $1 million? Walter took the question. We pay half of that. God damn, Walter, that is a fucking bargain. She leaned down to the cat carrier. Do you hear that, kitty? This fella knows how to strike a deal. Walter caught Leigh's eye. He smiled, because he didn't understand that Callie's humor always came at a price. This looks fancy. Callie was leaning over his laptop like a bird pecking down. What's this you've got going here, Walter? The fundamental disposition of blah-de-blah-de-blah. That sounds very smarty pants. It's my final paper, Walter said. Half my grade. So much pressure. Callie stood back up. All it proves is that you can make any words come out of your mouth. He laughed again. That's very true. Leigh tried. Walter, I gotta say, I love the whole idea of this. She had moved on to the bookcases Walter had built from cement blocks and slabs of wood. Very masculine, but it works with the overall style of the room. Walter bobbed his eyebrows at Leigh, as if Callie didn't know that Leigh despised the bookcase. Look at this amazing gewgaw. Callie shook the snow globe they'd bought at a roadside stand on the drive to Petoskey. She couldn't tilt her head down, so she brought it to her eyes to watch the tumult inside. Is that real snow, Walter? He smiled. I believe it is. God damn, you guys. I don't even understand the fancy-ass world you live in. Next you'll tell me you keep all your perishables in a refrigerated box. Leigh watched her sister tromp around the room, picking up books and souvenirs Walter and Leigh had collected on the scant few vacations they could afford, because $15,000 was a lot to blow on someone who was going to spend 1 day in rehab. Hello? Callie called into the mouth of an empty flower vase. Leigh felt her jaw clench. She hated herself for feeling like the perfect little space that only she and Walter had ever shared was being ruined by her obnoxious, junky sister. The wasted 15 grand wasn't the only money Callie had effectively set on fire. Over the last 6 years, Leigh had flown back to Atlanta half a dozen times to help her sister, renting motel rooms for Callie to detox in, physically sitting on her to keep her from running out the door, rushing her to the emergency room because a needle had broken off in her arm and the infection had nearly killed her. Multiple doctor's appointments, an HIV scare, a Hep C scare, mind-numbing mountains of paperwork for bail to be processed, commissary accounts to be funded, calling cards to be activated, waiting, constantly waiting for a knock on the door, a cop with his hat in his hands, a trip to the morgue, the sight of her sister's pale, wasted body on a slab because she loved heroin more than she loved herself. So, Callie drew out the word, I know this is gonna come as a shock to both of you, but I'm between places right now. And right now? Leigh exploded. God damn it, Callie! The last time I saw you, I was bailing you out of jail for crashing a car. Did you skip bail? Did you show up at your hearing? There could be a warrant out for— Whoa there, sister, Callie said. Let's not crank up the crazy. Leigh could have slapped her. Don't you ever talk to me the way you talk to Phil. Callie held up her hands, taking a step back, then another. Leigh crossed her arms so she didn't strangle her. How long have you been in Chicago? I got here yesterweek, Callie said. Or was it lasterday? Callie, Walter. Callie turned away from Leigh. I hope I'm not being rude when I say this, but you seem like an excellent provider." Walter's eyebrows went up. "Technically, Leigh made more than him." Callie said, "You have provided my sister with an awesome home, and I see by that ring on her finger that you've decided to make her an honest woman, or as honest as she can be. Nonetheless, and what I'm saying is, I'm very happy for you both, and congratulations." Callie, if Leigh had $1 for every time she'd said her sister's name in the last 10 minutes, she could pay herself back for rehab. We need to talk. Callie pivoted back around. "What do you want to talk about?" "Jesus fucking Christ," Leigh said. "Would you stop acting like a goddamn ostrich and get your head out of your ass?" Callie gasped. "Are you comparing me to a murder dinosaur?" Walter laughed. "Walter." Leigh knew she sounded like a harpy. "Don't laugh at her. It's not funny. It's not funny, Walter." Callie turned her body back toward Walter. Leigh still found the robotic movements jarring. When she thought of her sister, she thought of the athlete, not the girl whose neck had been broken and fused back together. And certainly not the junkie who was standing in front of the man Leigh desperately wanted to create a new, boring, normal life with. "Come on," Walter smiled at Leigh. "It's a little funny." "It's libel slander, Walter, and as a legal brainiac, you should recognize that." Callie put her hands on her hips as she launched into a half-assed Dr. Jerry impersonation. "An ostrich will kill a lion with his foot for absolutely no reason. Except the lion is also a known murderer. I forget my point, but only one of us has to understand what I am saying." Leigh covered her face with her hands. Callie had said, "I got sober," not that she was currently sober, because she was clearly stoned out of her mind. Leigh couldn't deal with this again. It was the hope that killed her. She had lain awake for too many nights, strategizing, planning, laying out a path that took her baby sister away from a terrifying death spiral. And every single fucking time, Callie jumped back in. She told her sister, "I can't." "Hold on," Walter said.
"Callie, do you mind if Leigh and I talk in the back?" Callie waved her arms, theatrically. "Be my guest." Leigh had no choice but to trudge back to the bedroom. She hugged her arms to her waist as Walter gently shut the door. She said, "I can't do this again." "She's high as a kite." "She'll come down," Walter said. "It's just a few nights." "No." Leigh felt her head start to shake. Callie had been back for 15 minutes, and Leigh was already exhausted. "It's not a few nights. It's my life, Walter. You have no idea how hard I worked to get away from this, the sacrifices I made, the awful things that—" "Leigh," he said, sounding so reasonable she wanted to run from the room. "She's your sister. You don't understand. My dad, I know," she said, but she wasn't talking about Callie's addiction. She was talking about the guilt, about the grief, about— "How old are you, Dolly? You can't be more than 13, right? But damn, you look like you're already a full-grown woman." Leigh was the one who had pushed Callie into Buddy Waleski's clutches. Leigh was the one who had murdered him. Leigh was the one who had forced Callie to lie so much that the only relief she got was from a drug that was going to eventually kill her. "Baby?" Walter said. "What's wrong?" She shook her head, hating the tears in her eyes. She was so frustrated, so sick of hoping that one day, as if by magic, the guilt would disappear. All she wanted in the world was to run away from the first 18 years of her life and spend the next part building her world around Walter. He rubbed her arms. "I'll take her to a motel." "She'll have a party," Leigh said. "She'll invite half the neighborhood and I can give her money." "She'll OD," Leigh said. "She's probably stealing the cash out of my purse right now." "God, Walter, I can't keep doing this. My heart is broken. I don't know how many more times I can—" He pulled her into a tight embrace. She finally broke down sobbing, because he would never understand. His father had been a drunk, but Walter had never put a bottle in his hand. The guilt he carried was a child's guilt. In many ways, Leigh carried the guilt of 2 scarred, broken children inside of her heart every single day. Leigh could never be a mother.
She could never hold Walter's baby in her arms and trust herself to not damage their child as badly as she had damaged her sister. "Honey," Walter said, "what do you want to do?" "I want to tell her to leave. Tell her to lose my number. Tell her I never want to see her again. Tell her I can't live without her. Tell her that Buddy tried it with me too. Tell her it's my fault for not protecting her. Tell her I want to hold on to her as tight as I can until she understands that I will never be healed until she is." The words came so easily when Leigh knew they were always going to stay in her head. She told Walter, "I can't get to know that cat." He looked down at her, confused. "Callie is really amazing at picking out cats, and she'll make me love it, and then she'll leave it here, and I'll end up taking care of it for the next 20 years. Walter had every right to look at her like she had lost her mind. "We'll never be able to go on vacation because I won't have the heart to leave it alone." "Right?" Walter said. "I hadn't realized it was this serious." Leigh laughed because that was all she could do. "We'll give her a week, okay?" "Callie, you mean?" Walter held out his hand so they could shake on it. "1 week. I'm sorry," she said. "Sweetheart," he told her, "I knew what I was signing up for when I said you could sleep on my couch." Leigh smiled because he'd finally learned the proper way to use sweetheart. "We really shouldn't leave her alone. I wasn't kidding about my wallet." Walter opened the door. Leigh kissed him on the mouth before going back into the living room. She should not have been surprised at what she found, but Leigh still felt the jolt of shock. Callie was gone. Leigh's eyes bounced around the room the same way Callie had. She saw her purse open, the wallet devoid of cash. The snow globe was gone. The flower vase was gone. Walter's laptop was gone. Motherfuck! Walter swung back his foot to kick the coffee table, but stopped at the last minute. His hands balled into fists. Jesus fucking! Leigh saw Walter's empty wallet on the table by the door. This was her fault. This was all her fault. Shit! Walter had stepped on something. He reached down, then held up the USB drive, because of course Callie had left him the copy of his paper before stealing his computer. Leigh pressed together her lips. "I'm sorry, Walter." "What is... You can use my... No, the noise. What is that?" Leigh listened in the silence. She heard what had caught his attention. Callie had taken the pillowcase, but she'd left the cat. The poor thing was mewing inside the box. "Damn it," Leigh said, because abandoning the cat was almost as bad as robbing them blind. "You're going to have to deal with it. I can't see it. Are you kidding me?" Leigh shook her head. He would never understand how much she detested her mother for passing on an abiding love of animals. "If I see it, I'll want to keep it." "All right, well, this is a fantastic hill for you to die on." Walter walked over to the box. He found the letter Callie had left folded into the flap of the handles. Leigh recognized her sister's curly handwriting with a heart over the I. "For Harley, Walter, because I love you." Leigh was going to beat the life out of her sister the next time they were in the same room together. Walter unfolded the note and read, "Please accept the gift of this beautiful..." The cat mewed again, and Leigh felt a lurch in her heart. Walter was taking too long. She knelt in front of the carrier, making a list in her head. Litter box, scoop, kitten food, some kind of toy, but not with catnip because kittens didn't respond to catnip. Sweetheart. Walter reached down and squeezed her shoulder. Leigh opened the handles on the box, silently cursing her sister the entire time. She moved the blanket aside. Her hand slowly rose up to cover her mouth. She looked into two of the most beautiful brown eyes she had ever seen. "Madeline," Walter said. "Callie says to call her Maddie." Leigh reached into the box. She felt the warmth of the miraculous little creature spread up her arms and into her broken heart. Callie had given them her baby. Spring 2021, 12. Leigh smiled as she listened to Maddie report on the usual teenage girl contretemps at school. Andrew didn't matter. Callie didn't matter. Leigh's legal career, the videotapes, the failsafe, her freedom, her life, none of it mattered. All she wanted right now was to sit in the dark and listen to the lovely sound of her daughter's voice. Her only quibble was that they were having this conversation on the phone. Gossip was the kind of thing you listened to while you cooked dinner and your daughter played on her phone. Or, if it was something serious, you heard with your daughter's head on your chest while you stroked back her hair. So, Mom, of course I was like, we can't do that because it's not fair, right? Leigh chimed in. Right. But then she got really mad at me and walked off, Maddie said. So about an hour later, I looked at my phone and she retweeted this video, like of a dog running after a tennis ball. So I thought I'd be nice and say something about how the dog was a spaniel, and spaniels are super sweet and loving. But then she all capped me back. That is clearly a terrier and you obviously know nothing about dogs, so shut up. That's ridiculous, Leigh said. Terriers and spaniels look nothing alike. I know. Maddie launched into the rest of the story, which was more complicated than an evidentiary hearing for a RICO case. Callie would have loved this conversation. She would have loved it so much. Leigh leaned her head against the car window. In the privacy of the Audi, she allowed her tears to flow unchecked. She had parked down the street from Walter's house like a stalker. Leigh had wanted to see her daughter's light on in her bedroom, maybe catch Maddie's shadow as she paced by.
What he really wanted was for Leigh to live in fear, for her to know that at any moment her perfect mommy life with its PTA meetings and school plays and her stupid husband could disappear the same way that Andrew's life had disappeared when she had murdered his father. The only way to take away Andrew's power was to take away his control. Before Leigh could lose her nerve, she texted Walter, "Are you busy?" He wrote back immediately, "Love Machine." Leigh looked up at Celia's RV. They had started calling it the Love Machine after Walter had accidentally walked in on his mother and the man who ran the Hilton Head RV park. The front door to Walter's house opened. He waved to Leigh as he walked toward the Love Machine. She glanced around the cul-de-sac. She should not have been surprised that one of the neighbors had ratted her out. 6 firemen fanned out around Walter's house. He had gone to bat for each of them on several occasions, negotiating pension settlements, medical bills, and, in one case, sending one to rehab rather than jail. They all treated Walter like he was a brother. Leigh left her phone on the seat as she got out of the car. Walter was folding up the table when she stepped inside the Love Machine. Celia hadn't spent much money on decorating, but everything was neat and functional. A long banquette served as a couch between 2 partitions. The galley kitchen ran along the back, with a closet and bathroom making a small hallway to the bedroom at the rear. Walter had turned on the running lights along the strip of carpeted floor. The soft glow brought out the sharp angle of his jawline. She could see the shadow of a beard growing. He had started shaving every other day since the pandemic. Leigh hadn't realized how much she liked it until those brief months during the first lockdown when she had found herself back in his bed. Shit. She put her hand to his bare face. I forgot my mask. It's all right. Walter took a step back, leaving some distance between them. Callie made an appearance at Maddie's soccer practice today. Leigh felt the usual mix of emotions. Guilt that she still had not called to check on her sister since last night, and hope that finally Callie had shown some interest in being part of her family. She looks okay. He leaned against the partition. I mean, she's way too skinny, but she was smiling and joking around. Same old Callie. I swear to God she looked like she had a tan. Did she? No, I offered, but she didn't want to meet Maddie. And yes, she was high, but not falling down or making a scene. Leigh nodded, because that wasn't the worst news. How's Marcy? Getting married, Walter said. She's back with her old boyfriend. For the first time in days, Leigh felt the anvil lift a tiny bit of its weight off of her chest. I thought, when I saw the RV, I'm going to quarantine out here for 10 days. I asked Mom to drive up so she can keep an eye on Maddie. Leigh felt the weight come back. Were you exposed? No, I was going to call you tomorrow, but then you showed up here and... He shook his head, like the details didn't matter. I wanted to be able to do this. Without warning, he closed the gap between them and pulled Leigh into his arms. She put up no resistance. She let her body melt into his. A sob came from her mouth. She wanted so desperately to stay with him, to pretend like everything was okay, but there was nothing she could do but try to memorize this moment so that she could think about it for the rest of her life. Why did she always cling to the bad things and let the good things slip away? Sweetheart. Walter tilted up her face so that she would look at him. Tell me what's wrong. Leigh touched her fingers to his mouth. She felt in her soul that she was on the precipice of doing lasting harm to what was left of their marriage. She could have sex with him. She could fall asleep in his arms. But then, tomorrow or the next day, she would still have to tell him the truth, and the betrayal would cut that much deeper. "I need to," Leigh's voice caught. She took a deep breath. She led Walter to the banquette and sat down beside him. "I have to tell you something." "This sounds serious," he said, not sounding serious at all. "What is it?" She looked down at their intertwined fingers. Their wedding rings were both scratched, but neither of them had ever taken them off. Leigh couldn't keep dragging this out. She made herself pull away. "I need to tell you something out of the confines of our marriage." He laughed. "Okay. I mean, it's not part of our marital privilege. This is just you and me talking." He finally picked up on her tone. "What's wrong?" Leigh couldn't be this close to him anymore. She slid across the seat until her back was against the partition. She thought about all those times she'd reached her foot across the couch cushion because she couldn't stand not somehow being connected to him. What she was about to say could sever that tie irrevocably. There was no more putting it off. She started at the beginning. "Do you remember I told you I started babysitting kids in the neighborhood when I was 11? Walter shook his head, not because he didn't remember, but because he thought it was crazy that anyone had believed it was a good idea for an 11-year-old child to be left in charge of other children. "Yes," he said, "of course I do." Leigh struggled against her tears. If she broke down now, she would never survive telling him everything. She took a deep breath before continuing. "When I was 13, I got a permanent babysitting gig for a 5-year-old boy whose mom was in nursing school, so I was at their house every weekday after school until midnight." Leigh was talking too fast, her words threatening to trip over each other. She made herself slow down. "The woman's name was Linda Waleski. She had a husband. His name was, well, I honestly don't know his real name. Everyone called him Buddy." Walter rested his arm along the back of the banquette. He was giving her his full attention. "The first night, Buddy drove me home." And Leigh stopped again. She had never said this part to herself, let alone aloud. "He pulled the car over to the side of the road, and he pushed my legs apart, and he shoved his finger inside of me." She watched Walter's anger compete with his grief. "He masturbated himself. And then he drove me home. And he gave me all this money." Leigh felt heat rush to her face. The money made it worse, like payment for a service. She looked over Walter's shoulder. Her eyes blurred the twinkling lights along the neighbor's driveway. "I told Phil that all he did was rest his hand on my knee. I didn't tell her about the rest of it. That when I went to the bathroom, there was blood. That for days, every time I peed, it stung where his fingernail cut me. The memories brought back the burning sensation between her legs. She had to stop again to swallow. Phil just laughed it off. She told me to slap away his hand the next time he tried it. So that's what I did. I slapped his hand, and he never tried anything else." Walter's breathing was slow and steady, but out of the corner of her eye, Leigh watched his fist clench. "I forgot about it." She shook her head, because she knew why she had forgotten about it, but she couldn't think of how to explain the reason to Walter. "I forgot about it because I needed the job, and I knew if I made trouble, if I said anything, then no one would hire me again, or I would get blamed for doing something wrong, or I don't know. I just knew that I was supposed to keep my mouth shut, that no one would believe me, or that they would believe me, but it wouldn't matter." She looked at her husband. He had let her talk uninterrupted this entire time. He was trying so desperately hard to understand. "I know that sounds crazy, to forget something like that. But when you're a girl, especially if you start to develop early, and you get breasts and hips, and you have all these hormones that you don't know what to do about, grown men will say inappropriate things to you all the time, Walter."
"All the time," he nodded, but his fist was still clenched. "They wolf whistle, or they touch your breasts, or they brush their cocks against your back and then pretend it's an accident, or they talk about how sexy you are, or they say that you're mature for your age, and it's gross because they're so old, and it makes you feel disgusting. And if you call them on it, they laugh, or they say you're uptight, or you're a bitch, or you can't take a joke." Leigh had to make herself slow down again. "The only way you can get through it, the only way you can breathe, is that you just put it somewhere else so that it doesn't matter. But it matters." Walter's voice was hoarse with sorrow. He was thinking of their beautiful girl. Of course it matters.
Leigh watched tears roll down his face, knowing that what she said next would turn him completely against her. When I was 16, I saved enough money to buy a car, I quit babysitting, and I passed the job at the Welkeskis along DeKalb. Walter had no time to hide his shock. Buddy raped her for 2.5 years, and he hid cameras around the house to film himself doing it. He showed the movies to his friends. They had these weekend parties, they drank beer, and they watched Buddy rape my sister. Leigh stared down at her hands. She twisted her wedding ring around her finger. I didn't know at the time that it was happening, but then one night, Callie called me from the Welkeskis' house. She told me that she had gotten into a fight with Buddy. She had found one of his cameras. He was worried that she would tell Linda and he would get arrested, so he attacked her. He beat her. He nearly choked the life out of her. But somehow, she managed to grab a kitchen knife to defend herself. She told me that she had killed him. Walter said nothing, but Leigh couldn't hide from him any longer. She looked him directly in the eye. Buddy was still alive when I got there. Callie had nicked his femoral vein with the knife. He didn't have long, but we could have called an ambulance. He might have been saved. But I didn't try to save him. Callie told me what he'd been doing to her. That's when I remembered what happened in the car. It was like a light switch turning on. 1 minute I didn't remember, the next minute I did. Leigh tried to take another breath, but her lungs would not fill. And I knew that it was my fault. I pimped out my own sister to a pedophile. Everything that happened to her, everything that brought me there, was my fault. So I told Callie to go into the other room. I found a roll of cling film in the kitchen drawer, and I wrapped it around Buddy's head, and I suffocated him. She watched Walter's lips part, but he still said nothing. I murdered him, she said, in case that wasn't vividly clear. And then I made Callie help me chop up his body. We used a machete from the shed. We buried the pieces in the foundation for a strip mall off Stewart Avenue. They poured the concrete the next day. We cleaned up after ourselves. We let Buddy's wife and kid believe that he had left town. And I stole around 86 grand from him. That's how I paid for law school. Walter's mouth moved, but he still said nothing. I'm sorry, she said, because there was more to this confession. If she was going to finally tell him the truth, she was going to tell him the whole truth. Callie has... Walter held up his hand, asking her for a moment. He stood up. He paced to the back of the RV. He turned around. One hand rested on the kitchen counter, the other braced against the wall. He shook his head again, completely without words. It was his expression that killed her. He was looking at a stranger. She pushed herself to continue. Callie has no idea that Buddy tried it with me first, Leigh said. I never had the balls to tell her. And I guess, while I'm at it, I should tell you that I don't regret killing him. She was a child, and he took everything from her, but it was my fault. It was all my fault. Walter started to slowly shake his head, like he was desperate for her to take it back. Walter, I need you to understand that I really mean what I just said. Not warning Callie, that's the only part of this that I regret. Buddy deserved to die. He deserved to suffer more than the 2 minutes that it took for him to suffocate. Walter turned his head, wiping his mouth on his shirt sleeve. I carry that guilt with me every second of the day, with every breath, with every molecule inside of me, Leigh said. Every time Callie has overdosed, every emergency room visit, every stretch of time when I don't know whether she's alive or dead or in trouble or in jail, the one thing that my mind always goes back to is why didn't I make that motherfucker suffer more? Walter gripped the countertop. His breathing was erratic. He looked like he wanted to bust apart the cabinets, to pull down the ceiling. I'm sorry, she said. I should have told you before, but I told myself that I didn't want to burden you or I didn't want you to get upset. But the truth is, I was too ashamed. What I did to Callie is unforgivable. He wouldn't look at her, his head bowed, his shoulders shook. She waited for him to scream, to rail against her, but he only wept. I'm sorry, she whispered, her heart breaking at the sound of his grief. If she could have held him for just one moment, if there had been a way for her to ease his pain, she would have done it. I know you hate me. I'm so sorry. Leigh, he looked up at her, tears pouring from his eyes. Don't you know that you were a child too? Leigh stared at him in disbelief. He wasn't disgusted or angry, he was astonished. You were only 13 years old, Walter said. He molested you and nobody did anything. You said you should have protected Callie. Who protected you? I should have. You were a child. He banged his fist against the counter so hard that the glasses shook in the cabinet. Why can't you see that, Leigh? You were a child. You should have never been in that position in the first place. You shouldn't have been worried about money or getting a goddamn job. You should have been at home in bed thinking about which boy you had a crush on in school. But he didn't understand. He was thinking about Maddie and her friends. It was different in Lake Point. Everyone grew up faster there. I killed him, Walter. That's first-degree murder. You know that. You were only 2 years older than Maddie is now. The man had molested you. You just found out that your sister's— Stop, she said, because there was no point in arguing the facts. I'm telling you this for a reason. Does there have to be a reason? He couldn't move off his outrage. Jesus Christ, Leigh. How could you live with this guilt for so long? You were a victim too. I wasn't a fucking victim. She had screamed the words so loud she was afraid Maddie would hear them inside of the house. Leigh stood up. She walked over to the little window in the door. She looked up at Maddie's bedroom. The bedside lamp was still on. She pictured her precious girl, curled up with her nose in the book, the same way Callie used to do when she was a kid. Baby, Walter said, look at me, please. She turned back around, arms hugging her waist. She could not stand the softness in his voice. She did not deserve his easy forgiveness. Callie was her responsibility. He would never understand that. She told him, the client, the rapist I had to meet with Sunday night, Andrew Tennant, that's who I babysat for. He's Buddy and Linda's son. Walter had gone speechless again. Andrew has all of his father's videos. He found the murder tape in 2019, but he's had the rape videos since he went off to college. Leigh wasn't going to let herself think about what Andrew had said about watching the tapes. There were at least 2 cameras recording everything. There are hours of Buddy raping Callie. Everything that happened the night of the murder was recorded too. Callie getting into the fight with Buddy, slicing his leg with the knife, then me coming in and murdering him. Walter waited, a grim set to his mouth.
The woman Andrew raped, all the other women he raped, he cut their leg right here. She put her hand to her own thigh. The femoral vein, exactly where Callie cut Buddy. Walter waited for the rest. Andrew didn't just rape these women, he drugged them, he kidnapped them, he tortured them, he ripped them apart the same way his father ripped apart Callie. Leigh put a finer point on it. He's psychotic. He's not going to stop. What? Walter had the same question that Leigh had. What does he want? To make me suffer, Leigh said. He's blackmailing me. Vor Die starts tomorrow. Andrew told me he wants me to destroy the victim on the stand. He stole her medical records. I've got the information to do it. And then he's going to make me do something else. Then something else. I can't stop him. Wait. Walter's sympathy was finally draining away. You just said this guy is a violent psychopath. You have to. What? She asked. Throw the trial? He told me he has a failsafe. Either a backup to the cloud, or maybe he has the tapes in a bank vault, or I don't know. He said if anything bad happens to him, then he'll release all of the videos. So fucking what? Walter said. Let him release them. It was Leigh's turn to be astonished. I told you what's on those tapes. I'll end up in prison. Callie's life will be over. Callie's life, Walter repeated. You're worried about Callie's fucking life? I can't, Leigh. He banged his fist again. Our teenage daughter is 20 feet away inside of our house. This man is a violent rapist.
Did it never occur to you that he could hurt Maddie? Leigh was rendered speechless because Maddie had nothing to do with this. Answer me. No. She started shaking her head because that would never happen. This was between her and Andrew and Callie. He wouldn't rape our 16-year-old daughter? Leigh felt her mouth move, but she couldn't respond. God damn it, he yelled. You and your fucking compartments. He was falling back into their old argument when this was completely different. Walter, What? You never thought the violent, sadistic rapist who's been threatening your freedom would spill into your fucking private life? Because what? Because you won't let him? Because you're so goddamn good at keeping everything separate? Walter punched the cabinet door off its hinges. Jesus fucking Christ! Are you taking your fucking parenting tips from Phil now? The wound felt deep and fatal. I didn't, he demanded. You didn't get it through your twisted fucking head after it happened to Callie? After you intentionally and willfully murdered a man? That maybe it's a bad idea to connect another teenage girl with a goddamn rapist? All of the breath left her body. She felt her feet start to float away from the floor. Her hands fluttered into the air as if her blood had been replaced with helium. She recognized the sensation from the days before, the lightness that came when her soul couldn't take what was happening, so it abandoned her body to deal with the consequences. She realized now that the first time she had felt it happen was inside Buddy's yellow Corvette. The DeGille's house was outside the window. Hall Oates was playing softly on the radio. Leigh had floated against the ceiling, her eyes closed, but somehow still seeing Buddy's monstrous hand wrenching apart her legs. Jesus, your skin is so soft. I can feel the peach fuzz. You're almost like a baby. Now, Leigh watched her own shaking hand reach for the small, silver handle on the door. Then she was stepping down the metal stairs. Then she was walking down the driveway. Then she was getting into her car. Then the engine was rumbling, and the gear was shifting, and the steering wheel was turning, and Leigh drove along the empty road away from her husband and child, alone in the darkness. Thursday, 13. At what felt like the crack of dawn, Callie got off the MARTA bus at Jesus Junction, an intersection at 3 roads in Buckhead where 3 different churches competed for clientele. The Catholic cathedral was the most impressive, but Callie had a soft spot for the Baptist steeple, which looked like something out of Andy Griffith, if Mayberry had been filled with ultra-wealthy conservatives who thought everybody else was going to hell. They also had better cookies, but she had to admit that the Episcopalians knew how to rock a pot of coffee. The Cathedral of St. Philip was at the crest of a hill that Callie had been able to easily climb before COVID. Now, she followed the sidewalk around to the side, taking a slower incline to reach the meeting space. And still, her mask was too much for the journey. She had to let it hang from her ears so she could catch her breath as she walked toward the driveway. BMWs and Mercedes peppered the parking lot. Smokers in business attire were already congregating around the closed door. There were more women than men, which was not unusual in Callie's experience. The preponderance of DUI arrests fell on men, but women were more likely to get court-ordered AA than their male counterparts, especially in Buckhead, where high-dollar lawyers like Leigh helped them walk away from responsibility. Callie was 20 feet from the entrance when she felt eyes on her, but not in the usual wary way that people looked at junkies. Probably because she wasn't dressed like a junkie. Gone were the cartoony pastels she normally chose from the kids' rack at Goodwill. A deep raid of her bedroom closet had delivered a long-sleeved black spandex top with a scooped neck and form-fitting jeans that made Callie feel like a slinky panther when she'd modeled them for Binks. She'd tied it all together with a pair of scuffed Doc Martens she'd found thrown under Phil's bed. And then she'd risked pink eye using her mother's makeup to follow a 10-year-old doing a YouTube smoky eye tutorial. At the time of her self-Pygmalion, Callie's only concern had been to pass as a non-junkie. But now that she was out in the open, she felt conspicuously female. Men were appraising her. Women were judging her. Gazes lingered around her hips, her breasts, her face. On the streets, her low weight was a sign that something was wrong. In this crowd, her thinness was an attribute, something to be appreciated or coveted. She was grateful to be able to pull up her mask. A man in a dark suit nodded at her as he held open the door. Callie resisted the urge to shudder at the attention. She had wanted her costume to buy her entry into normal society, but she hadn't realized what that society was like. The door closed behind her. Callie leaned against the wall. She pulled down her mask. From down the hall she heard beeping and snorting and giggles from the preschool of boisterous children gearing up for the day. Callie took another few moments to collect herself. She pulled her mask back on. She went the opposite direction from the toddlers, coming face to face with a giant banner that said, "God is friendship." Callie doubted God would approve of the kind of friendship that she had in mind this morning. She walked under the banner toward the meeting rooms, passing photographs of the reverends and the very reverends and the reverend canons from years past. A paper sign taped to the wall pointed toward an open door. 8:30 AA meeting. Callie loved AA meetings because it was the only time she could truly let her competitive side out for a stroll. Fiddled with by an uncle? Call me when you murder him. Gang raped by your brother's friends? Did you chop them all to pieces? Uncontrollable shakes from the DTs? Let me know when you shit a pint of blood out of your asshole. Callie walked into the room. The setup was the same as every other AA meeting happening in every other corner of the world right now. Folding chairs in a large circle, with big pandemic gaps in between. Serenity prayer in a picture frame on a table beside pamphlets with titles like How It Works, and The Promises, and The 12 Traditions. The line for the coffee urn was 10 deep.
Callie stood behind a guy in a black business suit and green surgical mask who looked like he would rather be brainstorming outside of the box or putting a pin in his vision board or anywhere else but here. "Oh," he said, stepping back so that Callie could go ahead of him, which she supposed was what polite gentlemen did for ladies who didn't look like heroin junkies. "I'm fine, thank you." Callie turned away, showing great interest in a poster of Jesus holding in a stray sheep. The basement was cool, but sweat still rolled down her neck. The exchange with business suit had been as unsettling as the looks in the parking lot. Because of her small stature, because she tended to favor Care Bear key-shirts and rainbow jackets, Callie was often mistaken for a teenager, but she was rarely mistaken for a 37-year-old woman, which, technically she guessed, was what she was. A quick glance around the room told her that she wasn't being paranoid. Curious eyes looked back. Maybe it was because she was new, but Callie had been new at this very same church before, and people had shied away like she might suddenly lunge at them and ask for cash. She had looked like a junkie then. Maybe they would give her the money now. The coffee line moved up. Callie stuck her hand in her purse. She found the pill bottles she'd tucked into the pocket, a hangman's collection she'd traded for a vial of ketamine. As discreetly as she could, she slipped out 2 Xanax, then turned so she could tuck her fingers under her mask. Instead of swallowing the tablets, she left them under her tongue. The medication would enter her system faster that way. As her mouth filled with saliva, Callie forced herself to melt away with the Xanax. This was her new identity. She was in Atlanta for a job interview. She was staying at the St. Regis. She had been sober for 11 years. She was at a stressful point in her life, and she needed the comfort of fellow travelers. "Fuck," someone muttered. Callie heard the woman's voice, but she didn't turn around. There was a mirror above the coffee station. She easily spotted Sydney Winslow sitting in one of the folding chairs that had been placed in a circle around the room. The young woman was leaning over her phone, eyebrows knitted. Soft makeup, hair gently brushing her shoulders. Callie recognized Sydney's more sedate daytime attire, a black pencil skirt and white blouse with capped sleeves. Most women would look like the hostess at a mid-market steakhouse in the getup, but Sydney managed to make it look elegant, even when she muttered another fuck as she got up from the chair. Every man in the room watched her traverse the space. Sydney had absolutely no qualms about the eyes eagerly taking in her body. She had the bearing of a dancer, her posture exact, every movement fluid and somehow sexually charged. Business Suit made a low noise of appreciation. He saw Callie catching him in the act and raised his eyebrows over his mask, as if to say, "Who can blame me?" Callie raised her eyebrows back in a "certainly not I" response, because if there was one thing the group seemed to agree upon, other than that alcohol was delicious, it was that Sydney Winslow was fucking gorgeous. Too bad she was with a rapist asshole who had threatened Maddie's tranquil, perfect existence, because Callie was going to fuck with her so hard that Andrew would be left with nothing but tattered shreds of the woman Sydney Winslow used to be. "I can't," Sydney's husky voice carried from the hallway. Callie took a tiny step back so that she could peer into the hall. Sydney was leaning against the wall, phone pressed to her ear. She had to be arguing with Andrew. Callie had checked the court docket this morning. Andrew's jury selection was starting in 2 hours. Callie hoped that he looked bruised and battered from their scuffle in the stadium tunnel yesterday afternoon. She wanted every juror to have it at the front of their mind that something was not right about the defendant. At the very least, Leigh should thank Callie for making her job easier, and then Leigh should go fuck herself for making Callie climb into Buddy's attic. Business Suit had finally reached the coffee urn. Callie waited for him to finish, then poured herself 2 cups because she knew the meeting would run long. There were no cookies. She guessed that was the pandemic at work, but considering what most of these people were willing to do for booze, there was a low risk that a cookie would be the thing that killed them. Or maybe not. Statistically, 95% of them would quit the program within a year. Callie noticed that Sydney had left her purse under her chair. She found a seat opposite, then one back, which would make it easier for her to keep an eye on her prey. Callie put her purse on the floor beside her extra cup of coffee. She crossed her legs. She looked down at her calf, which still had a nice shape to it under the tight jeans. She let her eyes travel up. The fingernail on her right index finger was ripped down to the nail bed from trying to claw Andrew's face off. She had thought about covering it with a Band-Aid, but Callie wanted a visual reminder of how much she despised Andrew Tennant. All she had to do was think about Maddie's name coming out of the twisted fucker's mouth, and the rage threatened to explode again like lava spewing from a volcano. 17 years ago, when Callie had first realized she was pregnant, she had known that she had choices, just like she had known that heroin was always going to win. The appointment with the clinic had already been booked. She had mapped out the bus route, planned her convalescence at one of the South Side's finer motels. Then a Christmas card had arrived from Chicago. Walter had clearly forged Leigh's signature, but what Callie had found remarkable was that he cared enough about his girlfriend to try to keep her from completely breaking away from her baby sister. And by that time, Walter was more than familiar with Leigh's junky pain-in-the-ass baby sister. Callie had gone through detoxes where Walter had forced her to drink Gatorade, and she had thrown up on his lap and then down his back, and Callie was pretty sure at one point she had punched him in the face. The one consistent fact that had penetrated her misery was the knowledge that her sister deserved this good, kind man, and that eventually this good, kind man was going to ask Leigh to marry him. There was no question in Callie's mind that Leigh would say yes. She was profoundly, stupidly in love with Walter, her hands flitting around him like a butterfly because she always wanted to touch him, her head going back as she laughed too hard at his jokes, her voice nearly breaking into song when she said his name. Callie had never seen her sister like that before, but she could predict based on past behavior exactly where it would end. Walter would want a family. And he should, because even then Callie had known he'd be a fantastic father. And she had known that Leigh would be an equally fantastic mother, because it wasn't Phil who had raised them. But Callie also knew that Leigh was never going to let herself be that happy. Even without the well-documented history of self-sabotage, her sister would not trust herself enough to have a child. Either getting pregnant or staying pregnant would have been rife with fear and trepidation. Leigh would have fretted about Phil's mental illness. She would have grown too anxious about Callie's addictions tainting her DNA. She would not have trusted herself to do all of the things for a baby that had never been done for her. She would have talked about the what-ifs for so long that Walter would have either grown deaf or found someone else who would give him the family that he deserved. That was why Callie had white-knuckled through sobriety for 8 excruciating months. It was why she had moved to a god-awful city that was either too cold or too hot and too noisy and too dirty.
It was why she had lived in a shelter and let herself get poked and prodded by doctors. Callie had fucked up so many things in Leigh's life, including bringing her sister to murder. The very least Callie could do was move to Chicago and grow her sister a baby. 1 minute. An older woman in a pink tracksuit clapped her hands for attention. She had the demeanor of a drill sergeant, though no one at AA was really supposed to be drill sergeant-y. Tracksuit glanced out the door. She repeated the countdown in a lower voice to Sydney. 1 minute. Callie pressed her thumb into her ripped fingernail. The pain reminded her why she was here. She looked at the masked strangers in the circle around her. Someone coughed.
Someone else cleared their throat. Tracksuits started. "Oh, right, you're from Chicago." Sydney turned off the faucet, shook out her hands. "So you used to be a dancer?" "Long time ago." Callie pulled out a paper towel from the dispenser. "I still do my routines, but I miss performing." "I bet," Sydney said. "I took dance all the way through high school. I loved it. Like crazy, I want to do this for the rest of my life. Loved it." "You've still got it," Callie said. "I noticed it when you walked across the room. You don't ever lose that poise." Sydney preened. Callie pretended to look for something in her purse. "Why'd you stop?" "Not good enough." Callie looked up, skeptical eyebrow raised. "Trust me, there were a lot of girls who weren't good enough who still made it onto stage." Sydney shrugged, but she looked enormously pleased. "I'm too old now." "I would say you're never too old, but we both know that's bullshit." Callie kept her hand in her purse, like she was waiting for Sydney to leave. "Hey, it was nice meeting you. I hope things work out with your husband." Sydney's disappointment was writ large on her face, and then her eyes did exactly what Callie wanted them to do. They traveled down to the purse. "You holding?" Bingo. Callie winced with faked regret as she pulled out one of the prescription bottles. Stimulants were generally the last thing that Callie wanted, but she had assumed a woman of Sydney's generation would be all about the Adderall. "Study buddies." Sydney smiled at the label. "Mind sharing? I am so fucking hungover." "My pleasure." Callie shook out 4 peach-colored tablets onto the sink counter. Then she used the edge of the bottle to start crushing them. "Shit," Sydney said. "I haven't snorted since high school." Callie made a face. "Oh, honey, if it's too much." Fuck, why not?" Sydney whipped out a $20 bill and straightened it back and forth over the edge of the counter. She grinned at Callie. "Still got it." Callie walked over to the bathroom door. She reached up to turn the lock. Blood was rolling down from her torn fingernail. She clicked the lock, leaving her own bloody print on the metal. Then she returned to the counter and continued crushing the tablets into a fine, peach-colored powder. Adderall came in 2 versions, IR for immediate release and XR for extended release. The XR came in capsules with tiny microbeads that were coated in a time-release film. As with Oxy, the film could be crushed off, but that was hard to do, and the XR burned the shit out of your nose and basically gave you the same rush as the IR, which was incidentally cheaper, and Callie was not one to pass up a bargain. The important part was that snorting the powder jacked the entire dose immediately and directly into your system. The amphetamine-dextroamphetamine cocktail entered through the blood vessels in the nose, then carried on the party up to the brain. No time for the stomach or liver to filter down the euphoria. The rush could be intense, but it could also be overwhelming. The brain could freak out, causing your blood pressure to skyrocket, and, in some cases, could bring on anything from seizures to psychosis. It would be terribly hard for Andrew to stalk a 16-year-old girl while his beautiful young wife was strapped down to a hospital gurney. Callie expertly wielded the edge of the bottle cap, chopping out 4 thick lines. She watched Sydney lean down. The woman might not have snorted since high school, but she certainly knew how to put on a show while she did it. Her legs crossed at the ankles. She pushed out what was a very well-defined ass. The tip of the rolled-up 20 went into her nose. She waited for Callie to look at her in the mirror, and then she winked before hoovering up a line. Fuck, Sydney stuttered, which was a bit much. "It took about 10 minutes to really hit you." Praise Jesus! Callie supposed the religious fervor was a holdover from her Bible school days. She asked Sydney, "Good?" "Fuck yes." "Go, your turn." Sydney offered the 20. Callie didn't take it. She reached up to Sydney's face and used her thumb to wipe away a fine dusting around the woman's nostril. And then she let her thumb travel down to her perfect rosebud mouth. Sydney didn't need encouragement. Her lips parted, her tongue darted out. She slowly licked the side of Callie's thumb. Callie smiled as her hand dropped away. She slid the rolled-up 20 from between Sydney's fingers. She leaned down.
Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Sydney bouncing on her toes, shaking out her hands like a boxer. Callie cupped her left hand to her face, pretending to press her nostril closed. She switched the 20 to her mouth, blocked the back of her throat with her tongue, and sucked up a line. Callie coughed. Some of the powder had tickled into her throat, but most of it had plastered to the bottom of her tongue. She coughed again and spit the wad of paste into her fist. Yes! Sydney grabbed the 20 and swooped down for more. Then it was Callie's turn again. She performed the same pantomime, the cupping, the sucking, the horking. More powder slipped past her tongue this time, but that was the cost of doing business. Sushi! Sydney was blinking her eyes entirely too fast. Sushi, sushi, sushi! We should go to lunch together, okay? Is it too early for lunch? Callie made a show of looking at her watch. She'd found it in the back of one of Phil's drawers. The battery was dead, but it had to be around 10. We could do brunch? Mimosas! Sydney shouted. I know a place. My treat. I'll drive. Is that good? I need a fucking drink, okay? Sounds like fun, Callie told her. Let me use the toilet, then I'll meet you outside. Yes! Okay, I'll be outside, in my car, okay? Right. Sydney's hand slipped around the lock until she finally managed to get it open. Her low, husky laughter drained off as the door closed behind her. Callie turned on the faucet. She scraped the white paste off of her hand. She used a wet paper towel to wipe the rest of the Adderall off the counter. All the while, she did a silent inventory of the other prescription bottles inside of her purse. Her gaze found her reflection in the mirror. Callie stared back at herself, wanting to feel bad about what she was going to do. The feeling wouldn't come. What she saw instead was Leigh and Walter's beautiful girl running down the field, oblivious to the monster hiding in the tunnel. Andrew was going to pay for threatening Maddie. He was going to pay with Sydney's life. 14. Leigh stood in line for security outside the DeKalb County Courthouse, a white marble mausoleum of a building with a toothy, dark brick main entrance. Faded stickers on the ground designated the proper standing distance. Signs warned that masks were mandated. Large posters were taped to the doors, advising visitors that they were not allowed inside per the statewide emergency order from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Georgia. The courthouse had almost recently opened back up for business. Through the pandemic, all of Leigh's cases had been tried via Zoom, but then vaccinations for court employees had made it possible for the government to open up in-person trials again. Never mind the jurors, attorneys, and defendants who were still playing Corona Russian roulette. Leigh used her foot to push a file box along to the next sticker. She nodded to one of the deputies who came out to check the line and warn stragglers. There were 10 divisions to the Superior Court. All but 2 of the judges were women of color. Of the 2 outliers, one had come from a prosecutorial background, but was known to be incredibly fair. The other was a man named Richard Turner, a proud graduate of the good old boy school of judging, who had a reputation for being much more lenient toward defendants who looked like him. In a life of perpetually falling upward, Andrew had drawn Judge Turner for his trial. Leigh took no pleasure in accepting this as good news. 14. Leigh stood in line for security outside the DeKalb County Courthouse, a white marble mausoleum of a building with a toothy, dark brick main entrance. Faded stickers on the ground designated the proper standing distance. Signs warned that masks were mandated. Large posters were taped to the doors, advising visitors that they were not allowed inside per the statewide emergency order from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Georgia. The courthouse had almost recently opened back up for business. Through the pandemic, all of Leigh's cases had been tried via Zoom, but then vaccinations for court employees had made it possible for the government to open up in-person trials again. Never mind the jurors, attorneys, and defendants who were still playing Corona Russian roulette. Leigh used her foot to push a file box along to the next sticker. She nodded to one of the deputies who came out to check the line and warn stragglers. There were 10 divisions to the Superior Court. All but 2 of the judges were women of color. Of the 2 outliers, one had come from a prosecutorial background, but was known to be incredibly fair. The other was a man named Richard Turner, a proud graduate of the good old boy school of judging, who had a reputation for being much more lenient toward defendants who looked like him.
In a life of perpetually falling upward, Andrew had drawn Judge Turner for his trial. Leigh took no pleasure in accepting this as good news.
She had resigned herself to defending Andrew Tennant to the fullest of her abilities, even if that required her to break every moral and legal code. She would not let those videos get out. She would not let Callie's fragile life get shattered. She would not allow herself to think about the implications for Maddie, or the argument with Walter last night, or the deep and fatal wound he had inflicted on her soul. Are you taking your fucking parenting tips from Phil now? She edged up the file box to the next decal as the line shifted forward. Leigh looked down at her hands. The shaking was gone. Her stomach had settled. There were no tears in her eyes. Walter's one abiding complaint was that Leigh's personality changed depending on who was in front of her. She put everything into separate compartments, never letting one spill over into the other. He saw this as a weakness, but Leigh saw it as a survival skill. The only way she was going to make it through the next few days was to completely partition off her emotions. The transition had started last night. Leigh was standing in her kitchen pouring an entire bottle of vodka down the sink. Then she was standing over the toilet flushing the rest of her Valium. Then she was prepping for Andrew's case, rereading motions, rewatching Tammy Carlson's interview, doing a deeper dive into her therapy notes, devising a working strategy to win the case. Because, if she didn't win, Andrew's failsafe would kick in and it would be all for nothing. By the time the sun came up, the floating feeling had completely evaporated. Walter's fury, his rage, his deep and fatal wound had somehow forged Leigh into cold, hard steel. She picked up the box as she went inside. She stood in front of the iPad stand that took her temperature. The green box told her to proceed. At the checkpoint, she took her phones and laptop out of her purse and placed them in bins. The box went on the belt behind them. She walked through the metal detector. There was a giant bottle of hand sanitizer on the other side. Leigh pumped a glob into her hand and instantly regretted it. One of the local distilleries was riding out the pandemic by using their stills to churn out disinfectants. The white rum residue in the tanks made the entire courthouse smell like Panama City Beach during spring break. "Counselor," someone said, "your number's up." A deputy had pulled her bins off the belt. Adding to the miseries of the day, Leigh had been selected for random screening. At least she knew the deputy. Maurice Grayson's brother was a fireman, which gave him a close connection to Walter. She easily clicked herself into the role of Walter's wife, smiling behind her mask. "This is blatant racial profiling." Maurice laughed as he started unpacking her purse. "More like sexual harassment, counselor. You're looking dope today." She took the compliment because she'd paid special attention to everything this morning. Light blue button-down blouse, dark charcoal skirt and blazer, thin white gold necklace, hair down around her shoulders, 3-inch black heels. Exactly the way the consultant said that Leigh should dress for the jury. Maurice rolled around the contents of her clear makeup bag, ignoring the tampons. "Tell your husband his flex is a joke." Leigh guessed this had to do with fantasy football. Just like she guessed that Walter did not give one shit about the game that had taken every moment of his free time before last night. "I'll pass that along." Maurice finally cleared her, and Leigh grabbed her things off the belt. Even though she was masked, the smile stayed on her face as she walked into the lobby. She went into lawyer mode, nodding at colleagues, biting her tongue at the idiots who let their masks slip below their noses because real men could only get COVID through their mouths. She didn't want to wait for the elevator. She carried the box up 2 flights. At the door, she took a moment, trying to reforge herself into steel. Maurice bringing up Walter had led her thoughts toward Maddie, and thinking about Maddie threatened to open a giant gaping hole in her heart. Leigh had texted her daughter this morning, the usual cheery rise and shine, along with the detail that she would be in court all day. Maddie had sent back an oblivious thumbs up along with a heart. Leigh would have to talk to her daughter eventually, but she was afraid if she heard Maddie's voice, she would lose it, which made Leigh just as much of a coward as Ruby Heyer. She heard voices coming up the stairs. Leigh used her hip to open the door. Jacob Gaddy waved to her from the end of the hall. The associate had managed to snag one of the rarely available attorney-client conference rooms. "Well done on the room." Leigh let him take the box. "I need these cataloged and ready for Monday." "Got it," Jacob said. "The client's not here yet, but Dante Carmichael was looking for you." "Did he say what he wanted?" "I mean," Jacob shrugged, as if it was obvious.
Deal him down Dante, right? Let him find me. Leigh walked into the empty room. 4 chairs, 1 table, no windows, flickering overhead lights. Where's Liz? Jacob asked. She's downstairs trying to snag the jury questionnaires. Don't let anyone interrupt me if I'm with the client. Leigh's personal phone started to ring. She reached into her purse. Jacob said, I'll keep an eye out for Andrew. Leigh didn't respond because Jacob had already shut the door. Her mask came off. She looked at her phone. Her stomach threatened to churn, but Leigh willed it to calm. She answered on the 4th ring. What is it, Walter? I'm about to go into court. He was silent for a moment, probably because he'd never met Leigh the frigid bitch before. What are you going to do? She chose to be obtuse. I'm going to try to select a jury that will find my client not guilty. And then? And then I'm going to see what he wants me to do next. Another hesitation. That's your plan? Just let him keep pushing you around? She would have laughed if she wasn't terrified that showing one emotion would break open the others. What else can I do, Walter? I told you he has a fail-safe. If you've got a brilliant alternative then, please, tell me what you want me to do. There was no response, only the sound of Walter's breathing through the phone. She thought about him in the RV last night, the sudden fury, the deep and mortal wound. Leigh closed her eyes, tried to still her pounding heart. She imagined herself standing alone on a small wooden boat, gliding away from the shore where Walter and Maddie stood waving, as Leigh floated toward the rushing waters of a waterfall. That was how her life was supposed to end up. Leigh was never meant to move to Chicago, or meet Walter, or accept the gift of Maddie. She was meant to be trapped in Lake Point, kicked into the gutter along with everybody else. Walter said, I want you here tomorrow night at 6. We're going to talk to Maddie and explain that she's going to go on a trip with Mom. She can do school virtually from the road. I can't have her around while this guy is out there. I won't let anything bad happen to her. Leigh was not as caught out as Walter. She had heard him use his current tone exactly once, 4 years ago. She'd been lying on the bathroom floor, still drunk from the previous night's binge. He was explaining to Leigh that she had 30 days to get sober or he was going to take Maddie away from her. The only difference between that ultimatum and this one was that the first had been given out of love. Now he was doing it out of hate. Sure. She took a breath before launching into the 3 sentences she'd rehearsed in the car this morning. I filed the paperwork this morning. I'll send you the link. You need to e-sign your part and we'll be divorced 31 days after it's processed. He hesitated again, but not for nearly long enough. What about custody? Leigh felt her resolve start to crumble. If she talked to him about Maddie, she would end up on the floor again. Play that out, Walter.
We do a contested divorce. We go to mediation, or you put me in front of a judge. I try to get visitation, and then what? You file a motion stating that I'm a danger to my child? He said nothing, which was a form of confirmation. I intentionally and willfully murdered a man, she said, reminding him of his words last night. You wouldn't want me connecting another teenage girl with a goddamn rapist. If he had a response, Leigh wasn't going to hear it. She ended the call. She placed the phone face down on the table. The Hollis Academy crest glittered on the back. Leigh traced her fingers around the outline. The sight of her bare finger caught her out. Her wedding ring was in the soap dish she kept by her kitchen sink. Leigh had not taken it off since they'd left Chicago. Please accept the gift of this beautiful girl. I know that no matter what happens, you will both, always and forever, keep her happy and safe. She used the back of her hand to rub the tears out of her eyes. How was she going to tell her sister that she had fucked up everything? Over 24 hours had passed since Leigh had walked Callie back to Phil's. They hadn't spoken to each other once they'd left the Welskys' house. Callie had been shaking uncontrollably. Her teeth were chattering the same way they chattered the night that Buddy had died. Leigh had forgotten what it felt like to walk beside her sister in the street. It was difficult to describe the feeling of no longer being a solitary adult, only responsible for the workings of your own body. The anxiety she felt around Callie, the fear for her safety, for her emotional well-being, for her physical health, for her not to trip over her own damn feet and fall and break something, reminded Leigh of what it felt like when Maddie was a little girl. The responsibility for her child had brought incomprehensible joy. With Callie, Leigh felt endlessly burdened. "Leigh?" Liz knocked on the door as she entered. The look on her face said that something was wrong. Leigh didn't have to ask for an explanation. Andrew Tennant stood behind Liz. His mask hung from one ear. An angry, deep gash was engraved along his jawline. White butterfly strips pinned down a torn part of his earlobe. He had what looked like a giant hickey on his neck. And then he came closer, and Leigh could see tooth marks. Leigh's immediate response wasn't concern or outrage. It was a single, shocked laugh. Andrew's jaw set. He turned to shut the door, but Liz was already closing it behind her. He waited until they were alone. He took off his mask. He pulled out a chair. He sat down. He told Leigh, "What did I tell you about laughing at me?" She waited to feel the same visceral fear that her body always conjured in response to his presence. But her skin wasn't crawling. The hairs on the back of her neck were not at attention. Her fight or flight had somehow deactivated. If this was the result of Walter's fatal wound, then she was all the better for it. She asked Andrew, "What happened to you?" His eyes went back and forth across her face as if she were a book that he could read. He sat back in his chair. He rested his hand on the table. "I went for a jog after you left my house yesterday morning. Physical exercise is an approved part of my bail conditions. Someone mugged me. I tried to fight back. Unsuccessfully, as it turns out. They stole my wallet." Leigh didn't comment on the fact that he'd already taken his shower when she'd arrived at his house. "Do you always jog with your wallet?" His hand went flat to the table. There was no sound, but she was reminded of the power in his body. The fight or flight slowly stirred at the base of her spine. She asked, "Is there something else I should know? How's Callie doing?" "She's fine. I talked to her this morning." "Is that right?" His tone of voice had turned intimate. Something had changed. Leigh did not attempt to understand how she managed to cede some of her power. She could feel it in her body, that familiar visceral reaction that told her a shift had occurred. "Is there anything else?" Each of his fingers tapped once on the table. "I should tell you that my monitor went off at 3:12 yesterday afternoon. I called my probation officer immediately. She arrived over 3 hours later to reset it. She interrupted the cocktail party before my wedding ceremony." Leigh hadn't noticed the ring on his finger, but she saw him noting the lack of a ring on hers. She crossed her arms, asking, "You realize how this looks, right? You show up for jury selection on your rape trial with the kind of defensive wounds a man gets from a woman fighting him off? And then you add to that the documented fact that your ankle monitor was off for over 3 hours? Is that bad?" Leigh remembered their conversation yesterday morning. This was all part of his plan. Every step of the way, he made things harder for her. "Andrew, you've got 4 other documented occasions that your ankle monitor alarm went off. Each time, it took 3 to 4 hours for probation to respond. Did it ever occur to you that the prosecutor would argue that you were testing the system to see how long it takes for someone to come out?" "That sounds very incriminating," Andrew said. "Good thing my lawyer is highly motivated to argue my innocence. There's a huge difference between innocent and not guilty." His mouth twitched in a smile. "Nuance?" Leigh felt the tingle of fear trace up her spine. He had seamlessly managed to reassert his dominance. He didn't know that Leigh had revealed the truth to Walter, but Walter had never really been a weapon in Andrew's arsenal. The videos were all he needed. Either by whim or through his failsafe, he could end Leigh and Callie's lives. She opened her purse and found her makeup bag. "Come here." Andrew stayed seated. He wanted to remind her who was in charge. Leigh unzipped her bag. She laid out primer, concealer, foundation, and powder. The asshole had gotten lucky again. All of the damage was on the left side of his face. The jury would be seated to his right. She asked him, "Do you want this or not?" He stood up, making his motions slow and deliberate, letting her know that he was still in charge. Leigh felt the panic start to well inside of her chest as he sat down in front of her. He had the uncanny ability to turn his malevolence on or on. Being close to him, Leigh felt the revulsion roil her stomach. The tremble was back in her hands. Andrew smiled, because this was what he wanted. Leigh squeezed primer onto the back of her hand. She found a sponge in her bag. Andrew leaned closer. He smelled of musky cologne and the same mint that had been on his breath the day before. Leigh's fingers felt awkward on the sponge as she dabbed at the bite marks on his neck. The bruises imprinted around the teeth marks were vivid blue, but they would probably turn black over the weekend, just in time for the trial. Leigh said, "You're going to need to hire a professional to do this Monday morning." Andrew winced when she moved up to the gash in his jaw. The skin was angry and red. Specks of fresh blood wept into the sponge. Leigh didn't use a delicate hand. She loaded up a brush with concealer and jammed the bristles deep into the wound. He hissed air between his teeth, but he didn't pull away. "Do you like hurting me, Harley?" She softened her touch, repulsed by the fact that he was right. "Turn your head." He kept his eyes on her as his chin moved to the right. "Did you learn how to do this when you were little?" Leigh switched to a larger brush for the foundation. Her skin tone was darker than his. She would need more powder. "I remember you and Callie used to show up with black eyes, cut lips." Andrew gave another low hiss as she used her fingernail to scrape away a trickle of blood from his chin. "Mom would say, 'Those poor girls and their crazy mother. I don't know what to do.'" Leigh felt a pain in her mouth from clenching her teeth. She had to get this over with. She found the powder, another brush. She caked it onto his wound, using her finger to feather out the edges. "If only she had called the police or children's services," Andrew said. "Think about how many lives she could have saved." "Jacob is my second chair," Leigh said, because talking about work was the only way to keep herself from screaming. "He's my associate. I mentioned him the other day at Bradley's. Jacob will be handling the procedural side, but I'll let him interview some of the prospective jurors if it seems like they'll respond better to a man. You need to cut the bullshit around him. He's young, but he's not stupid. If he picks up on anything, Harley." Andrew pushed out her name in a long, low sigh. "You know, you really are quite beautiful." His hand touched her leg. Leigh reeled away from him. Her chair scraped across the floor. She was on her feet, back to the wall, before she let herself process what had just happened. "Harley!" Andrew stood up from the table. The toothy grin was back, the one that said he was enjoying everything about this moment. His footsteps shuffled across the floor. "What's the perfume you're wearing? I really like it." Leigh started to shake. He leaned in closer, inhaling her scent. She could feel her hair brushing his face. His hot breath was in her ear. There was nowhere to go. Leigh's shoulder blades were stabbing into the wall. All she had was the makeup brush that she still clenched in her hand. Andrew looked into her eyes, watching her carefully. His tongue darted out between his lips. She felt the pressure of his knee pushing against her clenched legs. "That's okay, little girl. Don't be scared of your old pal Buddy." A loud boom of laughter came from the other side of the door. The sound echoed through the hallway. She struggled to remind herself that she was not trapped inside of the yellow Corvette. She was in a tiny conference room inside the Superior Court for DeKalb County. Her associate was outside. Her assistant was nearby. Sheriff's deputies, prosecutors, colleagues, detectives, cops, social workers. They would believe her this time. She asked Andrew, "Does Linda know you're a rapist like your father?" A subtle change crossed his face. "Does your husband know you're a murderer?" Leigh stared all of her hate into him. "Get the fuck away from me before I start screaming." "Harley," his toothy grin returned. "Don't you know by now that I love it when a woman screams?" She had to slide along the wall to get away from him. She felt her legs shaking as she walked to the door, opened it, went into the nearly deserted hallway. Two men stood near the elevators. Another pair was entering the men's room. Liz was sitting on a bench against the wall. She had her iPad on her lap, her phone in her hand. Leigh walked toward her, hands clutched into fists because she didn't know what to do with all of the adrenaline in her body. Liz said, "Jacob's in the courtroom going through the questionnaires. We're 10 minutes out." "Good." Leigh looked down the hall, trying to banish her anxiety. "Anything else?" "No." Liz didn't return to her electronics. She stood up. "Actually, yes." Leigh couldn't take one more bad thing. "What's wrong?"
It just occurred to me that I've never seen you upset. Like your hair could be on fire and you'd ask me to bring a glass of water when it's convenient. She glanced at the conference room. Do you need me in there? Or Jacob? Because he creeps me the hell out too. Leigh couldn't worry about her emotions being on full display. Her legs could still feel the pressure of Andrew's knee trying to pry them apart. She didn't want to go back into that room again, but the only thing worse than being alone with Andrew was giving him an audience. She was saved the decision by the sight of Dante Carmichael getting off the elevator. The prosecutor had brought a team. Miranda Metis, his second chair, was on his right. On his left was Barbara Klieg, the detective in charge of the Tammy Carlson investigation. Taking up the rear were two uniformed DeKalb County police officers. Shit, Leigh whispered. She had only looked at Andrew's mugging story and his failed ankle monitor as individual pieces. Now she saw them as a whole. Another woman had been violently attacked. Andrew had been connected to the case. They were here to arrest him. Harley? Andrew was holding up her personal cell phone. Who's Walter? He's been trying to call you. Leigh grabbed the phone out of his hand. She warned him, "Keep your fucking mouth shut." His eyebrow rose up. He thought this was all a joke. Are you worried about your family, Harley? Collier, Dante called. I need to talk to your client. Leigh gripped her phone so tightly that she felt the edges press against the bones in her fingers. They were all watching her, waiting. The only thing she could think to do was to show them the bitchy litigator they were expecting. Go fuck yourself, Dante. You're not going to talk to him. Just trying to clear some things up, Dante said, as if he were being entirely reasonable. What's the harm in a few questions? No, Leigh said. He's not. Andrew interrupted. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I've got nothing to hide. Barbara Klieg had been silently taking photos of Andrew's wounds with her phone. Looks like you're trying to hide some fairly nasty cuts and bruises there, pal. You're right, pal? Andrew's smile was chilling. He was completely unafraid. As I told my lawyer, I was attacked on my morning jog yesterday. It must have been a junkie looking for a quick buck. Isn't that what you said, Harley? Leigh bit her lip to keep herself from losing it. The stress was going to split her in two. Andrew, I'm advising you to. Did you file a report? Klieg asked. No, officer, Andrew said. Given my recent interactions with the police, I didn't feel it would be worth my while to ask for help. What about last night? Klieg said. Your ankle monitor was off for over 3 hours. A fact I immediately reported to my probation officer. His gaze found Leigh, but not out of desperation. He wanted to watch her squirm. My lawyer can confirm that she was also informed. Isn't that right? Leigh said nothing. She looked down at her phone. Maddie's school crest was on the back. She knew that Andrew had seen it. Are you worried about your family, Harley? Walter was right. Leigh had been a fool for thinking that she could keep this monster packed inside a separate compartment. Klieg asked Andrew, "Can you account for your whereabouts between the hours of 5 and 7:30 last night?" Andrew, Leigh warned, silently begging him to stop. I am advising you to remain silent. Andrew ignored the advice, telling Klieg, "My wedding ceremony was held at my home yesterday evening. I let the caterers in around 5:30. My mother arrived promptly at 6 to make sure everything was running smoothly. I'm sure you know my probation officer, Teresa Singer, showed up around 6:30 to reset my ankle monitor. Guests were already arriving by then for cocktails and light hors d'oeuvres. Then Sydney and I walked down the aisle around 8. Does that satisfy your inquiry?" Klieg exchanged a look with Dante. Neither one of them was happy with his answer. There were too many potential witnesses. Andrew offered, "I can show you the photos I took on my phone. I'm sure the metadata will support my alibi. Everything is time and location stamped." Leigh remembered Meggie telling her that metadata could be faked if you knew what you were doing. She went from hoping Andrew would shut up to praying he knew what the hell he was doing. Klieg said, "Let's see the pictures." Andrew, Leigh said, but only because it was expected of her. He was already reaching into his inside jacket pocket. Here we go. He angled the screen so that everyone could watch him scroll through the photos. Andrew posing with a line of caterers behind him, standing beside Linda as she held up a flute of champagne, Andrew helping to hang a banner that read, "Congratulations, Mr. Mrs."
Andrew Tennant. The photos were compelling, but what was absent told the real story. There were no solitary pictures of cakes and decorations, no guests standing alone at the front door, no Sydney in her wedding dress. Every photo contained Andrew, and at every angle you could see the scrapes and bruises on his face and neck. Klieg said, "How about I take your phone and let our experts look at it?" Leigh gave up. Andrew was going to do whatever he wanted. Trying to warn him wasn't worth the effort it took to open her mouth. "The password is 6 ones." He gave a self-deprecating laugh, acknowledging the simplicity. "Anything else, officer?" Klieg was clearly disappointed, but she made a show of pulling an evidence bag out of her blazer pocket and holding it open so that Andrew could drop in his phone. Dante spoke to Leigh. "I need a private moment." The sick feeling welled back up. He was going to offer Andrew another deal, and Andrew was going to tell her to pass because he was always 3 steps ahead of her. Leigh followed Dante into the conference room. She crossed her arms and leaned back against the wall as he closed the door. He had a folder in his hands. Leigh was sick and tired of men showing her the abhorrent contents of their folders. Dante said nothing. He was probably expecting her to start this off with another, "Go fuck yourself," but Leigh was out of fucks. She raised her personal phone. There were 2 missed calls from Walter. He had probably signed the divorce papers. He had probably changed his mind about letting her say goodbye to Maddie. He was probably on his way out of town. She told Dante, "We're expected in front of the judge in 5 minutes. What are you offering?" "Felony murder." He dropped the file on the table. Leigh could see the edges of glossy, color photographs peering out. If he was trying to shock her, he was too late. Cole Bradley had predicted this 48 hours ago. Peeping Tom turns into rapist. Rapist turns into murderer. When? She knew that determining time of death could be more art than science. How do you know she was murdered between 5 and 7:30 last night? She called her family at 5. Body was found in Lake Haven Park around 7:30. Leigh knew there was a lake at the country club near Andrew's house. She had to assume the body had been left, just like the others, at another park that was a 15-minute walk from where he lived. She pressed together her lips, trying to figure out how Andrew had pulled this off. On the surface, his alibi was solid. The metadata on the photos would place him at his house. Sydney would back up anything he said. Linda was the outlier. Leigh didn't know if Andrew's mother would swear under oath that the champagne flute photo had been taken at the indicated time. And then there were the cuts and bruises on Andrew's face and neck. Something occurred to her. She told Dante, "It takes 2 to 3 hours for that kind of dark coloring to come up. You saw the pictures on his phone. The marks on Andrew's neck were turning purple by the time the caterers showed up at 5:30. The cut on his jaw had stopped bleeding." "What about these photos?" Dante opened the file folder. He started slapping down the crime scene photos on the table. The dramatic flourish was unnecessary. Leigh was too jaded to be shockable, and what he was showing her was nothing she had not seen before. A woman's face beaten so badly that her features were indistinguishable. Teeth marks surrounding the open wound where a nipple used to be. A cut to the left thigh just over the femoral artery. The metal handle of a knife sticking out between her legs. Stop. Leigh recognized Andrew's handiwork. She asked the same question she had been asking every man in her life lately. "What do you want from me?" That's probably what the victim said when your client was raping and killing her. Dante held the last photo between his hands. "You know he did this, Collier. Don't bullshit a bullshitter. It's just us girls in here. Andrew Tennant is guilty as hell." Leigh wasn't so sure, at least not this time. The coloring of the bite marks was bothering her. She had worked so many domestic violence cases in private practice that she could probably qualify as an expert witness. You said the victim had a phone call with her family at 5. If you're saying Andrew attacked the victim right after the call, then got home by 5:30 to let the caterers in, or at the very latest he was home by 6:30 when his parole officer showed up to reset his ankle monitor, explain the dark coloring of the marks on his neck. I think you mean teeth marks, but so what? Dante shrugged. You get your expert to testify to one thing, and I get my expert to testify to another. Let's see it. Leigh nodded for him to put the last photo on the table. Dante had been holding it back for a reason. He bypassed the flourish as he placed the photograph in front of her. Another close-up, the back of the victim's head.
chunks of her straight black hair were missing. The scalp showed deep gouges where something sharp and brutal had been used to cut deep into the roots. Leigh had seen those kinds of wounds only once before in her life. She was 10 years old. She was gripping a piece of broken glass, attacking one of Callie's tormentors on the playground. I held her down and hacked off her hair until her scalp was bleeding. Leigh felt sweat roll down her neck. The walls started to close in. Andrew had done this. He had listened to Leigh's story about punishing the mean little girl, and he had played it out in a sick, twisted homage. Suddenly, a moment of panic gripped Leigh's heart. Her eyes darted across the photos, but the woman's arms and legs were not stick-thin. There were no track marks and old scars from needles that had broken off in her veins, nor did she show the signs of baby fat that Leigh's own beautiful girl needlessly fretted over in front of the mirror. "The victim," Leigh said. "What's her name?" "She's not just a victim, Collier. She was a mother, a wife, a Sunday school teacher. She's got a 16-year-old daughter, just like you." "Save the violence for your closing argument," Leigh said. "Tell me her name." "Ruby Heyer." 15 fucking yeah! Sydney screamed into the air, whipping around her convertible BMW. The radio was blaring a song that dropped more N-words than a white nationalist convention. Sydney sang along, her fist pumping toward the sky with every beat. She was drunk as hell from 3 pitchers of mimosas, stoned out of her mind from the Molly Callie had slipped into her last drink, and probably going to lose control of the car if she didn't put her eyes back on the road. The BMW fishtailed at a stop sign. Sydney racked the heel of her palm into the horn. Her foot slammed down on the gas. "Out of my way, motherfucker!" "Woot!" Callie yelled, raising the companionable fist in the air. Despite herself, she was having fun. Sydney was hilarious. She was young and stupid, and she hadn't completely fucked up her life yet, though clearly she was working on it. "Fuck her," Sydney yelled at another driver as she blew through a stop sign. "Fuck you in the face, motherfucker!" Callie laughed as the elderly driver used both hands to flip them off. Her mind was racing. Her heart was a hummingbird. Colors burst in front of her eyes. Neon green trees, blazing yellow sun, vivid blue sky, bright white trucks and siren red cars and flashing yellow lines popping up from the jet black asphalt. She had forgotten how fantastic it felt to party. Before she'd broken her neck, Callie had tried Coke and Molly and Bennies and meth and Addies because she had thought that the answer to her problems was to make the world spin as fast as it could. The oxy had changed that. Callie had known the first time the drug hit her system that what she really needed was to revel in the slow. Like a monkey, her feet had turned into fists. She could hang in one place while the world passed her by.
The zen from those early days of opioids had been ludicrously off the chart. And then weeks went by, then months, then years. Then her standing still life had narrowed down solely to the pursuit of more heroin. She fished out one of the pill bottles from her purse, found another Adderall. She placed it on her tongue, showed it to Sydney. Sydney leaned over and sucked the tablet off of Callie's tongue. Her lips melted into Callie's. Her mouth was hot. The sensation was electric. Callie tried to make it last, but Sydney slipped away, turning her attention back to the car. Callie shuddered, her body waking up in a way it hadn't in years. "God damn!" Sydney yelled, pushing the car to go faster as she slalomed down a residential street. The BMW skidded into a sharp curve. She came to a jarring stop. Fuck! Callie was jerked forward as Sydney pushed the gear into reverse. Tires burned against the blacktop. Sydney backed up several yards, hit the gear again, and they were heading up a long driveway to a giant white house. Andrew's house. Back at the restaurant, Callie had made noises about taking the party to her pretend hotel room, but she dropped in the detail that they'd need to keep quiet, and Sydney had said the exact words that Callie had teed up. "Fuck being quiet. Let's go back to my place." It shouldn't have been surprising that Andrew lived in what looked like a serial killer's murder mansion. Everything was white, but for the sugar cube-shaped shrubs. The place embodied the dead-inside vibe Andrew had exuded inside the stadium tunnel. And it was the most likely location that Andrew would store the videotape of Buddy's murder. Callie pressed down on her torn fingernail, the pain bringing her back to reality. She wasn't here to party. Sydney was young and innocent, but so was Maddie. Only one of them had a rapist psychopath in their lives. Callie was going to keep it that way. Sydney swung the car around the back of the house. The BMW screeched to a stop in front of an industrial-looking glass garage door. Sydney pressed a button on the bottom of the rearview mirror. She told Callie, "Don't worry, he's tied up all day." He was one of the ways she referred to Andrew. She called him my stupid boyfriend or my idiot husband, but she had never used his name. The car lurched into the garage, nearly hitting the back wall. "Fuck!" Sydney yelled, jumping out of the car. "Let's get this party started." Callie reached over and pressed the button to turn off the engine. Sydney had left the keys in the cup holder along with her phone and her wallet. Callie looked around the garage, searching for a hiding place for a videotape, but the space was a clean white box. Even the floor was spotless. "Do you swim?" Sydney was reaching under her shirt to take off her bra. "I've got an extra suit that'll fit you." Callie had a moment of darkness as she thought about the scars and track marks underneath her long-sleeved shirt and jeans. "It's too hot for me, but I love to watch." "I bet you do." Sydney slid out her bra through her sleeve. She fumbled with the buttons on her shirt, opening up a V-shaped view of her cleavage. "Fuck it, you're right. Let's just get wasted in the air conditioning." Callie watched her disappear into the house. Her knee caught as she got out of the car. She tried to register the pain, but her nerves were dulled by the chemicals coursing through her body. She had been careful at the restaurant, making sure she didn't let herself get too out of hand. The problem was that she really, really wanted to let things get out of hand. The receptors in her brain hadn't been on stimulants in such a long time that it felt like every second a new one was popping awake, begging for more. She found another Xanax in her purse to bring her down a notch. Andrew's house beckoned her inside. Sydney had left her bra and shoes on the floor. Callie looked at her Doc Martens, but the only way the boots would come off was if she got on the floor and pulled. She made her way up a long white hallway. The temperature dropped like she was walking into a museum. No rugs, stark white walls and ceiling, white fixtures. Black and white art showing extremely sexy women posed in artistic states of bondage. Callie was so used to hearing gurgling aquarium filters that she didn't register the sound until she was in the main part of the house. The view was meant to showcase the backyard, but Callie ignored it. An entire wall had been dedicated to a magnificent reef aquarium. Soft and hard coral, anemones, sea urchins, starfish, lionfish, French angelfish, harlequin tuskfish, lipstick tangs. Sydney was close beside her, shoulders touching. It's beautiful, right? All Callie wanted in the world right now was to sit on the couch, take a fistful of Oxy, and watch the colorful creatures float around until she either fell asleep or met Kurt Cobain. "Is your husband a dentist?" Sydney gave one of her husky laughs. "Car salesman? Fuck me." Callie forced herself to look around the giant living room, which had an Apple Store meets Soviet Union aesthete. White leather couches, white leather chairs, steel and glass coffee and side tables, floor lamps dipping their white metal heads like leprotic cranes. The television was a giant black rectangle on the wall. None of the components were showing. Callie joked, "Maybe I should start selling cars." "Fuck, Max, I'd buy anything you were selling." Callie hadn't gotten used to being called by her fake name. She took a moment to recalibrate. Why pay when they're giving it away? Sydney laughed again, nodding for Callie to follow her into the kitchen. Callie kept her pace slow, listening for the hum of electronics that would supply the television. There were no bookshelves, no storage bins, no obvious hiding places for a VCR, let alone a videotape. Even the doors were obscured, nothing but a thin black outline indicating they existed. She had no idea how they opened without doorknobs. His mom controls the money. Sydney was in the kitchen washing her hands at the bar sink. They had both left their masks back at the restaurant.
She's such a fucking bitch. She controls everything. The house isn't even in his name. She gave him a fucking allowance to furnish it, even told him which stores he was allowed to go to. Callie felt her teeth ache at the sight of the ultra-modern kitchen. White marble countertops, high-gloss white cabinets, even the stove was white. I guess she's already gone through menopause. Sydney didn't get the period joke, which was fair. She had a small remote control in her hand. She pressed a button, and music filled the room. Callie had expected more pounding N-words, not Ed Sheeran crooning about being love-drunk. Another button was pressed. The lights were lowered, softening the room. Sydney winked at her, asking, "Scotch? Beer? Tequila? Rum? Vodka? Absinthe?" "Tequila." Callie sat down on one of the torturous low-backed bar stools. The romantic ambiance had thrown her, so she pretended it hadn't happened. You wouldn't be the first wife who didn't get along with her mother-in-law. I fucking hate her. Sydney hinged open one of the upper cabinets. The alcohol bottles were all evenly spaced, labels out, in keeping with serial killer fashion. She grabbed a beautiful-looking amber bottle. The week before the wedding, she offered me $100K to back out. That's a lot of money. Sydney waved her arms around the house. "Bitch, please." Callie laughed. She had to hand it to Sydney for gaming the system. Why take a quick payday when she could milk the tenant cash cow for as long as she stayed married to Andrew? Especially with the looming prospect of prison in Andrew's future. It wasn't a bad gamble. "He's such a fucking sycophant around his mother," Sydney confided. "Like, with me, he's all like, 'I hate that fucking cunt. I wish she'd die already.' But then she walks into the room and he turns into this idiot mama's boy." Callie felt a pang of sadness.
The one thing she had accepted as gospel when she was babysitting Andrew was that Linda had loved her son unconditionally. The mother's entire existence had been built around keeping him safe and trying to find a way to make their lives better. "It's smart," Callie said. "I mean, you don't want to piss her off if she's giving you all of this. It's his anyway." Sydney used her teeth to open the plastic seal on the bottle. Don Julio Añejo, a sipping tequila. Once the old bitch dies, he's going to make some changes. She's doing all this stupid shit like the internet never happened. It was his idea to go virtual when the pandemic hit. Callie gathered that a lot of people had gotten the brilliant idea to go virtual when the pandemic hit. "Wow, yeah," Sydney said. "You want margaritas or straight?" Callie grinned. "Both?" Sydney laughed as she leaned down to find the blender. Her ass went out again. The girl was a walking soft porn photo shoot. "I swear to God, I am so fucking happy I ran into you. I was supposed to go to work today, but fuck that. Where do you work?" "I answer phones at the dealership, but that's just so my parents will stop nagging me about spending the rest of my life in college. That's how I met Andy." If she realized this was the first time she'd actually said his name, Sydney didn't show it. "We work at the same dealership." "Andy?" Callie said. "Sounds like a mama's boy, right?" Sydney pushed one of the cabinet fronts. The door popped open. She scooped up shot and margarita glasses with the expertise of a bartender. Callie watched her move. She really was extraordinary. She had to wonder what the woman saw in Andrew. It had to be more than money. Sydney plopped the glasses down on the counter. "I know you're here for an interview, but what are you doing for work?" Callie shrugged. "Nothing, really. My husband left me with enough money, but I know what happens when I have too much free time." Speaking of which, Sydney filled 2 shot glasses to the rim. Callie held hers up in a toast, then took a sip while Sydney knocked hers back, which was something you could do when your neck wasn't frozen at the base of your skull. She watched Sydney fill another shot. She was going for a third when Callie put her glass down for a refill. Oh fuck, Sydney seemed to remember something. She pushed open another cabinet and found a round wooden container. She placed it on the counter, knocking off the lid. Then she licked her finger and stuck it inside to pull up tiny crystals of black salt. She wagged her eyebrows as she sucked it off the tip of her finger. Their eyes met, and Callie forced herself to pull away. "I can't remember the last time I saw a salt cellar. Is that what it's called?" Sydney went back to work. She pressed her hand against another cabinet front, but this time a long handle popped out. She opened the fridge door. It was a wedding gift from one of Linda's rich bitch friends.
I looked it up online. Hand-carved Kenyan wood, whatever that is. Fucking thing cost $300. Callie weighed the cellar in her palm. The salt was obsidian black and smelled faintly of charcoal. What is this? I don't know, some expensive shit from Hawaii. Costs more by weight than Coke. She turned, holding 6 limes between her hands. Shit, I'd kill for some Coke. Callie wasn't going to disappoint. She reached into her purse and flashed 2 8-balls. Fuck me. Sydney snatched one of the baggies away. She held it up to the light. She was looking for the sparkly flakes that indicated purity, which put her up there with the professional Coke users. Damn, this looks lethal. Callie wondered if that would be the case. Sydney was already buzzing on enough stims to take down a wild beast. You didn't get that kind of tolerance from recreational use. As if to prove the point, Sydney opened a drawer and took out a small mirror with a razor blade on top and a 4-inch gold-plated straw that was either intended to aid particularly wealthy toddlers in the consumption of juice or for spoiled rich assholes to snort Coke. Callie tested the waters. You ever inject it? For the first time, Sydney looked guarded. Shit, man, that's a whole nother level. Forget I asked. Callie opened the plastic bag and shook the pure white powder onto the mirror. How long did you two know each other before you got married? I think it was 2 years ago? Sydney was watching the Coke with a hungry eye. Maybe her life was already on the downslope after all. He's got this jagoff friend, Reggie. He'd come into the dealership like he owned the place. He was always hitting on me, but come on. Callie knew what she meant. Sydney wasn't going to waste her beauty and youth on a man who couldn't afford it. And then Andrew came up to me one day, and we started talking. And I was like, what a surprise, this guy's not a total douche. Which, considering Reggie, was like a fucking miracle. Callie made a show of chopping the blade through the white powder. She listened as Sydney droned on about Reggie, how he was always leering at her, how he was basically Andrew's lapdog. But her eyes stayed on the razor blade, the same hungry way Sydney's were. If a scientist had been tasked with developing a drug that would make people waste all of their money, cocaine was what they would have come up with. The high lasted about 15 to 20 minutes, and you could spend the rest of your miserable life chasing that first rush because it was never going to be better than the first big, beautiful hit. The joke was that 2 people could do a trailer load of Coke between them, and when they were done, they'd both agree that all it would take was 1 more trailer load to get them high. Which was why Callie had laced the Coke with fentanyl. She cut out 4 lines, asking Sydney, "So, how'd he ask you out?" He caught me reading one of my psych books for school, and we started talking. And unlike 99% of the fucking mansplainers who try to educate me about what I've been studying for like 6 years, he actually knew what he was talking about. The woman's gaze had not left Callie's hand, but now she pulled herself away. More cabinets were opened. A small marble cutting board came out. She found a ceramic bowl for the limes. Then he started flirting with me, keeping me from answering the phones, and I was like, "Dude, you're going to get me fired." And he was like, "Dude, I'm going to fire you if you don't go out with me." Callie gathered that was the official definition of workplace harassment, but she said, "I like a man who knows what he wants." Sydney opened another drawer. "You like that in a woman too?" Callie's mouth opened to answer, but then she saw what Sydney took out of the drawer. The razor blade slipped through Callie's fingers, screeching across the small mirror. Cracked wooden handle, serrated blade bent 3 different ways. The steak knife looked like something Linda had bought at the grocery store. Callie had used it to cut Andrew's hot dog into pieces. Then she had used it to slice open Buddy's leg. "Max?" Sydney asked. Callie searched for her voice. The sound of her own heartbeat was overwhelming, drowning out the soft music, muffling Sydney's deep voice. That's a pretty cheap wedding gift." Sydney looked at the knife. "Yeah, Andy gets pissed off when I use it, like he couldn't go out and buy 50 more. He stole it from his babysitter or something. I don't know the story. He's so weird about it." Callie watched the blade cut through one of the limes. Her lungs felt shaky. "He's got a babysitter fetish?" "Girl," Sydney said, "he's got an everything fetish." Callie felt a pinch of pain in her thumb. The razor had shaved off a thin layer of skin. Blood trickled down her wrist. She had come here with a plan, but the sight of the knife had taken her back to the Walski's kitchen. Baby, you gotta call it ambulance, baby. Cullen. Callie picked up the straw. She leaned down, she snorted up all 4 lines in quick succession. Without thinking, her hand found Linda's kitchen knife. She continued through the house, passing a powder room, then a home gym. No closets, no cabinets, no videotapes. Next room, Andrew's office. The desk drawers were narrow, filled with pens and paper clips. The closet was stacked with paper and note cards and files. Callie used her arm like a shovel and swept everything onto the floor. Sydney said, "You're not going to find them." Callie pushed past her, stalking down another long hallway with more bondage photos. She could hear Sydney trailing behind her. Callie knocked the frames off the walls, sending them shattering to the floor. Sydney yelped as she stepped on broken glass. Callie kicked open doors. Guest room. Nothing. Another guest room. Nothing. Master bedroom. Callie stopped in the open doorway. Instead of white, everything was black. Walls, ceiling, carpet, silk sheets on the bed. She slapped the wall switch. Light flooded the room. She scuffed her boots across the carpet. She ripped open the bedside drawers. Handcuffs and dildos and butt plugs fell onto the dark floor. No videotapes. The television on the wall was almost as tall as Callie. She looked behind it, pulled at the wires. Nothing. She checked the walls for secret panels. Nothing. She found the walk-in closet. Black cabinets. Black drawers. Black as the rot inside this fucking house. The safe was out in the open, roughly the size of a dorm fridge. Combination lock. Callie turned around because she knew that Sydney was there. The woman seemed heedless to the blood on her face, the bloody footprints that led like breadcrumbs to the closet door. Callie told the bitch, "Open it." Calliope. Sydney shook her head the same sad way that Andrew had in the tunnel. "Even if I wanted to, do you think Andy would give me the combination?" Callie felt her teeth grit. She ran through the inventory in her purse. She could pump enough heroin into this evil cunt to stop her heart. "When did you know it was me?" "Oh, baby girl, from the moment you walked into the meeting." Sydney was smiling, but there was nothing fun or sexy about her mouth now, because she had been playing Callie like a fiddle the entire time. "I gotta say, Max, you clean up really nice. Where are the tapes?" Andy was right. Sydney was openly looking at her again, appraising her body. "You really are a perfect little fucking doll, aren't you?" Callie's nostrils flared. "Why don't you stick around, baby girl?" Sydney's smirk was sickeningly familiar. "Andy will be home in a couple of hours. I can't think of a better wedding present than letting him watch me fuck you." Callie looked down at her hand. She was still holding Linda's knife. "Why don't I cut the skin off your face and leave it hanging on the front door?" Sydney looked startled, as if it had never occurred to her that fucking with a needle junkie who had survived on the streets for 20 years was a bad idea. Callie didn't give her time to consider the implications. She lunged at the woman, knife first. Sydney screamed. She fell onto her back. Her head banged against the floor. Callie could smell the huff of tequila as she jumped on top of her. She raised the knife over her head. Sydney scrambled to defend herself, catching Callie's wrist with both of her hands. Her arms shook as she tried to keep the knife from plunging into her face. Callie let Sydney's focus stay on the knife, because the knife only mattered if you played fair. Callie hadn't played fair since she'd chopped up Buddy Wallowski. She rammed her knee straight up between Sydney's legs, so hard that she felt her kneecap crack against Sydney's pelvis. "Fuck!" Sydney screamed, rolling to the side, gripping her hands between her legs. Vomit spewed from her mouth. Her body was shaking. Tears poured from her eyes. Callie grabbed her by the hair, wrenching back her head. She showed Sydney the knife. "Please," Sydney begged, "please don't." Callie pressed the tip of the knife into the soft skin of Sydney's cheek. "What's the combination?" "I don't know," Sydney wailed. "Please, he won't tell me." Callie pressed the knife harder, watching the skin curve against the blade, then finally give, opening up a line of bright red blood. "Please," Sydney sobbed, helpless. "Please, Callie, I'm sorry. Please. Where's the tape from before?" Callie gave her a moment to answer, and when she didn't, she started to pull the blade down. "The rack!" Sydney screamed. Callie stopped. "I checked the rack." "No!" She was panting, terror filling her eyes with tears. "The player is behind. There's a space behind the rack. It's on there's a shelf." Callie didn't remove the knife from her face. She could so easily reach down, cut Sydney's leg, and watch the woman's life slowly ebb away. But that wouldn't be good enough. Andrew wouldn't see it happen. He wouldn't suffer the way that Callie needed him to suffer. She wanted him terrified, bleeding, unable to stop the pain the same way she had been every time his father had raped her. She told Sydney, "Tell Andy if he wants his knife back, he's going to have to come and get it." 16. Leigh had put her emotions into stasis inside the cramped conference room with Dante Carmichael. She had known that the only way she would survive the rest of the day was to divide herself between being an attorney and being everything else in her life. One compartment couldn't spill into the other, or there would not be any pieces left to categorize. Dante had left the photographs of Ruby Hayer's mutilated body spread across the table, but Leigh had not looked at them again. She had stacked them together, she had returned them to their file folder, she had put the folder inside of her purse, and then she had walked out into the hallway and told her client to get ready for jury selection. Now she looked at the clock on the courtroom wall as she waited for the cleaner to sanitize the stand for the next prospective juror. They had half an hour left in the schedule. The room felt muggy. Pandemic protocols dictated that only the judge, the bailiff, a deputy, the court reporter, the prosecution, the defense, and the defendant were allowed in the room. Normally, there were dozens of spectators, or at least a court monitor in the gallery. Without them, the process felt staged, as if they were all actors doing their parts. That wasn't going to change anytime soon. Only 9 jurors had been seated so far. They needed 3 more, plus 2 alternates. The initial questions from the judge had winnowed the pool of 48 down to 27. They had 6 left to interview, then a fresh batch would be scheduled for tomorrow morning. Andrew shifted in his chair. Leigh avoided his gaze, which was hard to do when someone was sitting directly beside you. Liz had her head bent down as she scribbled notes at the end of the table. Jacob was on Andrew's left, sifting through the remaining questionnaires, trying to glean a detail that would make him look brilliant and useful. One of Leigh's professors in law school had insisted that cases were lost or won during jury selection. Leigh had always enjoyed trying to game out the system, picking and choosing the right personalities for deliberation. Leaders, the followers, the questioners, the intransigent true believers. The process today was particularly meaningful because it would likely be the last time Leigh sat in the attorney's chair at the defense table. Walter had tried to call 2 more times before Leigh had turned off both her phones. All devices were supposed to be silenced during court, but that wasn't the reason why she wasn't answering. Gossip traveled at the speed of light in the Hollis Academy community. Leigh knew that Walter would be calling about Ruby Hayer's brutal murder. She knew that Walter would be sending Maddie away with his mother. She knew that he would end up at the police station telling the cops everything because that was the only way to guarantee Maddie's safety. At least that's what Leigh told herself every other hour.
Then she turned and saw the bored look on Andrew's face. He was staring blankly at the court reporter, completely uninterested in the cross-examination. He had only used the notepad she'd given him once, and that was when they'd first been seated. Andrew had wanted to know where Tammy was. He had been expecting to see his victim in the courtroom because he didn't understand how criminal trials worked. The state of Georgia had charged Andrew Tennant with felony crimes. Tammy Carlson was their witness. The rule of sequestration forbade her from attending any part of the trial until she gave testimony. Even a brief appearance in the gallery would have likely resulted in a mistrial. "Thank you, sir," Leigh said, taking advantage of Mr. Bladle's pause for breath. "Judge, we accept this witness and ask for him to be seated." "Very well." Turner let out another loud yawn behind his mask. "Excuse me." "Well, finish there for the day and resume at 10 tomorrow morning. Miss Collier, Mr. Carmichael, do you have any business that needs attending?" To Leigh's surprise, Dante stood up. He said, "Your Honor, as a bit of housekeeping, I'd like to amend my witness list. I've added 2. "Judge," Leigh interrupted, "it's a bit late to spring 2 new witnesses." The judge gave her a strident look. Men who interrupted were passionate about their case. Women who interrupted were shrill. Miss Collier, I recall signing off on your own very late motion for substitution of counsel. He was giving her a warning. Thank you, Your Honor, for approving the substitution. I'm more than ready to proceed, but I would ask for a delay too. Your two propositions sit in tension, Turner said. Either you are ready or you are not ready. Leigh knew the battle was already lost. So did Dante. He handed her the filing on his way to give the judge a copy. Leigh saw that he'd added Lynn Wilkerson and Fabienne Godard, two women she'd never heard of. When she put the page in front of Andrew, he barely gave it a glance. Turner said, "Approved as submitted. Are we finished?" Dante said, "Your Honor, I'd also like to request an emergency hearing to revoke bond." "Are you Leigh caught herself. "Your Honor, this is ridiculous. My client has been out on bond for more than a year and has had ample opportunity for flight. He is here to vigorously participate in his defense." Dante said, "I've got an affidavit from Mr. Tennant's probation officer documenting 5 separate instances where Mr. Tennant has interfered with the functioning of his ankle monitor." Leigh said, "That's a very umbrageous way to describe what is clearly a technical issue that probation has yet to resolve." Turner waved his hand for the affidavit. "Let me see it." Again, Leigh was given her own copy to read. She skimmed the details, which took up less than 1 page, and listed the times and dates of the alarms, but with only ephemeral causes: possible tampering with optical cable, possible use of GPS blocking, possible breach of set perimeter. She started to open her mouth to point out that possible wasn't proof, but then she stopped herself. Why was she trying to keep Andrew out of jail? The failsafe, the tapes, Callie, Maddie. Leigh felt the roller coaster slowly clicking its way back up the hill. Why was she so sure that Walter had turned her in? What was that gut feeling based on? Maybe it's a bad idea to connect another teenage girl with a goddamn rapist? Turner said, "Miss Collier, I'm waiting." She jumped back into the defense. 4 of these false alarms date back over the last 2 months, Judge. Why is the last one different, other than the fact that we are 4 days from trial in the middle of a pandemic? Is Mr. Carmichael hoping that my client gets infected in detention? Turner gave her a sharp look. No one was allowed to talk about the fact that inmates were corona cannon fodder. Watch yourself, Miss Collier. Yes, Judge, she demurred. I would simply restate that my client is not a flight risk. Mr. Carmichael, Turner said, your response? Flight is not the issue, Your Honor. We're basing our motion on the fact that Mr. Tennant is suspected of committing related crimes, Dante said. He tampered with his ankle monitor to evade detection. Turner looked exasperated by the lack of details. What are these crimes? Dante tried to bluff his way around the question. I'd rather not get into it, Your Honor, but suffice to say, we could be looking at a capital offense. Leigh was disheartened to hear him bring up the death penalty. Dante was clearly throwing a Hail Mary. His case on Ruby Hayer's murder was weak. He was either trying to buy himself time to break Andrew's alibi or scare Andrew into confessing. She said, Judge, as you know, that's a very serious allegation. I would ask that the prosecutor either put up or shut up. Turner narrowed his eyes at Leigh. She was pushing too much. Miss Collier, would you like to rephrase that? No, thank you, Your Honor. I think my meaning is plain. Mr. Carmichael has no evidence that my client's ankle monitor was tampered with. He has possible reasons, but nothing concrete. As for the so-called capital crime, are we meant to extrapolate from his... Turner held up his hand to stop her. He sat back in his chair. His fingers rested on the bottom part of his mask. He looked out at the vacant gallery. Andrew was finally interested now that his freedom was under threat. He lifted his chin for Leigh to come over and explain what was happening. She held up a finger, telling him to wait. On television, judges who ruled from the bench usually did it quickly, but that was because they had a script that told them what to say. In real life, they took their time, thinking through the finer points, weighing the options, trying to anticipate whether or not they would be overturned on appeal. This looked a lot like staring into the void. Turner was known to take longer than usual. Leigh sat down. She saw Jacob writing on one of the legal pads, explaining the judge's silence to Andrew. Andrew still hadn't reacted to the 2 new names on Dante's witness list.
Lynn Wilkerson and Fabienne Godard. Were they two of the 3 previous victims that Reggie had been tipped off about? Were they new victims who'd come forward when they'd seen that Andrew was going to trial? Walter was right about so many things, but never so much as about Leigh's role in Andrew Tennant's crimes. Her silence had allowed him to continue hurting people. Ruby Hayer's blood was on her hands. Worse, Leigh had been willing to go after Tammy Carlson in order to keep Andrew from releasing the videos. She had never let herself think too hard about the consequences of Andrew's freedom. More women abused, more violence, more lives destroyed. Their beautiful girl forced to flee her home. "All right," Turner said. Leigh and Dante stood up. Turner looked at Andrew. "Mr. Tennant?" Leigh indicated Andrew should stand. Turner said, "I find these reports on your ankle monitor malfunctions to be very troublesome. While the cause of the alarms cannot be pinpointed, I want you to understand that my continued lack of remand depends on nothing further occurring. Do you understand?" Andrew looked at Leigh. She shook her head, because of course the judge had ruled in his favor. "He's not revoking your bail. Don't fuck with your monitor again." She could tell Andrew was grinning. "Yes, Your Honor. Thank you." Turner banged his gavel. The bailiff called it a day. The court reporter started to pack up her things. Jacob told Leigh, "I'll put together profiles and email them to you later tonight. I'm assuming we're working through the weekend?" "Yes." Leigh powered back on her work phone. "I want you to finish out the examinations tomorrow. I'm going to tell Cole Bradley that I'm moving you to co-counsel." Jacob looked surprised, but he was too overjoyed to ask her why. "Thank you." Leigh's throat worked. It felt good to do something right for a change. "You've earned it." She looked down at her phone as Jacob left. She started the email to Bradley. Her hands were still steady.
Dante and Miranda were powering up their phones as they walked out of the courtroom. The roller coaster was steadily falling toward Walter speaking to the police. Leigh needed to find Callie tonight. Her sister had a right to know the amount of hell that was about to rain down. Harley. Leigh had let herself block out Andrew. She looked up. His mask was off. He was at the witness stand. Is this where Tammy will sit? Leigh sent the email to Bradley and dropped her phone into her purse. Who are Lynn Wilkerson and Fabienne Godard? He rolled his eyes. Jealous ex-girlfriends. One's an alcoholic, the other's a crazy bitch. You're going to need a better story than that, Leigh said. These women didn't spontaneously decide to come forward today. Dante has been keeping them under wraps. These women are going to get on that stand and do exactly what I warned you Sydney might do, which is testify in front of a jury that you're a sadist who gets too rough in bed. Can't argue with that, Andrew said, but history tells me that a cash inducement will persuade them both it's better to sit this one out. Leigh warned, that's called bribery and tampering with witnesses. He shrugged because he didn't care. Reggie will meet you at your car. Give him the list of the jurors so far. He's going to start looking into them, see if there are any weak points we can exploit. How does Reggie know where my car is? He tisked his teeth, shaking his head at her stupidity. Harley, don't you know that any time I want, I can find you or your sister? Leigh wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of seeing her rattled. Andrew's eyes tracked her as she walked out of the courtroom. She looked down at her personal phone. Her thumb pressed the power button. She watched the screen, waiting for the signal to pick up. She was in the stairwell when the notifications came in. 6 calls from Walter, 2 from Maddie. They had both left voice messages. Leigh clutched the phone to her chest as she walked down the stairs. She would listen to them in the car. She would let herself cry. She would find her sister. Then she would figure out what to do next. The lobby was full of stragglers. The metal detectors were blocked off. Court was closed for the day. 2 deputies stood guard by the exit. She nodded to Walter's friend. He winked at her in response. Sunlight washed over her face as she walked through the square. She felt her phone buzz again. Not Walter or Maddie this time, but Nick Wexler with another DTF? Leigh mentally ran through some polite rejections before she realized that Nick wouldn't care. They had barely been lovers, they had never been friends, and once Leigh's crimes were out in the open, they would likely be enemies. Her phone went back to her side. She crossed the street at the light. She had parked her Audi in the deck opposite the square. Before COVID, the lot had been filled with customers for the restaurants, bars, and boutique stores that used to line the streets of downtown Decatur.
This morning, Leigh had found a prime spot on the first floor. The overhead lights flickered maniacally as she walked through the garage. Shadows danced around the 3 cars parked close to the front gate. The rest of the spaces were empty, but for Leigh's Audi, which was parked at the base of the ramp. Out of habit, she let her house key stick out between her fingers. Between the dark shadows and low ceiling, this was just the kind of place where women disappeared. Leigh shuddered. She knew what happened to women who disappeared. She looked at the time on her phone. Reggie was probably on his way to retrieve the jury list. Leigh had worked enough contentious divorce cases to know how the private investigator would locate her Audi. She ran her hand under the car's rear bumper. She checked the wheel wells. The GPS tracker was in a magnetized box stuck above her right back tire. Leigh tossed the box onto the ground. She opened her trunk. Out of habit, she punched in the combination on the safe shed had bolted to the floor. She might have been a suburban mom, but she wasn't a stupid suburban mom. Leigh's Glock was in the safe. Sometimes she shoved her purse inside when she didn't want to carry it around. Now she needed a spot to store Ruby Heyer's crime scene photos. Her hand rested on the file. She thought about the knife that had been left inside of the woman, the state of Andrew's dark bruises. Leigh? She turned around, shocked to find Walter standing there. Then she looked behind him, wondering if he'd brought the police. Walter turned too. He said, "What is it?" Leigh swallowed the saliva that had rushed into her mouth. "Is Maddie safe?" "Mom has her. They left after we talked this morning." He crossed his arms. His anger hadn't abated, but it had become focused. "Ruby Heyer's dead. Did you know that?" "Andrew did it," Leigh said. He didn't look surprised, because nothing about it was surprising. Of course Andrew had escalated. Of course he had killed someone in Leigh's orbit. Walter had told her last night that it was going to happen. He said, "Keeley had to be sedated. Maddie is a wreck." Leigh waited for him to confess his actions, but then she realized that making Walter say the words was cruel. "It's okay. I know you went to the police." His eyebrows furrowed. His mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. "You think I dimed out my own wife to the cops?" Leigh didn't know what to say, so she said nothing. "Fuck, Leigh. Do you really think I'd do that to you? You're the mother of my child." Guilt washed away her steely resolve. "I'm sorry. You were so angry with me. You're still so angry. He reached out for her, but then he let his hands fall away. "I said it wrong, Leigh, but you weren't thinking. Or you were thinking too hard, assuming that everything would work out because you're too fucking smart to let it go sideways." She took a shaky breath. "You are smart, Leigh. God damn, you're smart. But you can't control everything. You have to let people in." He had stopped to let her respond, but she didn't have the words. He said, "What you're doing right now, tearing shit down, thinking that you're the only one who knows how to build it back up, that's not working. It has never worked." She couldn't contradict him. There were thousands of variations on this same argument they'd had over the years, but this was the first time that she accepted he was absolutely right. She said out loud the mantra she had only ever said to herself. "It's my fault. It's all my fault." Some of it is, but so what? Walter acted like it was that simple. Let's put our heads together and figure this out. She closed her eyes. She thought about the sweltering night in Chicago when Callie had brought them their gift. Before that fateful knock on the door, Leigh had finally relented and sat in Walter's lap. Then she had curled into him like a cat, and he had made her feel safer than she had ever felt in her entire life. She told him now what she had been unable to tell him then. "I can't live without you. I love you. You are the only man that I will ever feel this way about." He hesitated, and it broke her heart all over again. "I love you too, but it's not that easy. I don't know if we're going to get past this." Leigh's throat worked. She had finally touched the bottom of his seemingly bottomless well of forgiveness. He said, "Let's talk out the problem that's in front of us. How do we save you? How do we save Callie?" Leigh brushed away her tears. It would be so easy to let Walter help carry the burden, but she had to say, "No, sweetheart, I can't let you get involved in this. Maddie needs one of us to be her parent." "I'm not negotiating," he said, as if he had a choice. "You told me Andrew has a failsafe. That means someone else has copies of the videos, right?" Leigh humored him. "Right. So who would that be?" Walter could sense her intransigence. Come on, sweetheart. Who would Andrew trust? He can't have that many friends. It's a physical device, a thumb drive or an external hard drive.
He makes a call. The fail-safe retrieves the device, releases it on the internet, takes it to the cops. Where would it be kept? Bank vault? Safe? Train station locker? Leigh started to shake her head, but then she found herself at the most obvious answer, the one that had been right in front of her from day one. Both the primary and the backup server are locked in that closet over there, she told Walter. Andrew's private detective, Reggie. He has a server. He bragged about the fancy encryption and how he doesn't back up to a cloud. I bet he's got it stored on there. Is Reggie in on it? She shrugged and shook her head at the same time. He's never in the room when Andrew pulls his bullshit. All he cares about is money. Andrew's his bank. He would follow through on a failsafe if Andrew got arrested, no questions asked. Okay, so we get the server. You mean breaking and entering? Leigh had to draw a hard line. No, Walter, I'm not going to. He makes a call. The failsafe retrieves the device, releases it on the internet, takes it to the cops. Where would it be kept? Bank vault? Safe? Train station locker? Leigh started to shake her head, but then she found herself at the most obvious answer, the one that had been right in front of her from day one. Both the primary and the backup server are locked in that closet over there, she told Walter. Andrew's private detective, Reggie, he has a server. He bragged about the fancy encryption and how he doesn't back up to a cloud. I bet he's got it stored on there. Is Reggie in on it? She shrugged and shook her head at the same time. He's never in the room when Andrew pulls his bullshit. All he cares about is money. Andrew's his bank. He would follow through on a failsafe if Andrew got arrested, no questions asked. Okay, so we get the server. You mean breaking and entering? Leigh had to draw a hard line. No, Walter, I'm not going to let you do that, and it solves nothing. Andrew still has the originals, so help me think of another way. He was clearly irritated by her logic. Maddie needs her mother. All she did all day was cry and ask me where you were. The thought of Maddie calling her name, of Leigh not being there, was gut-wrenching. She told Walter, I'm sorry I'm such a shitty mother, and wife, and sister. You were right. I try to keep everything separate, and all that ends up doing is punishing everyone else. Walter looked down at the ground. He didn't disagree with her. We steal the server, all right? And then we need to find the originals. Where would Andrew keep them? They won't be in the same place as the server. Where does he live? Leigh pressed together her lips. He wasn't thinking this through. Reggie's office was probably closed at night. He had no visible security. The hasp lock on his closet would be easy to break. All it would take was a screwdriver to back out the screws. Andrew's house had cameras and a security system, and it would more than likely have Andrew, who had already murdered one person and made it clear he was willing to hurt many more. Leigh, Walter said, he was ready to do this. Tell me about Andrew's house. Where does he live? We're not Ocean's 11, Walter. We don't have a ninja and a safecracker. Then we blow up his car? Burn down his house? Leigh could get just as crazy as he could. Or maybe we could torture him until he tells us. Strip him down, chain him to a chair, rip out his fingernails, pull out his teeth? Is that what you were thinking? Walter rubbed his cheek. He was doing the same thing Leigh had done the first year she had moved to Chicago. Dr. Patterson, Coach Holt, Mr. Humphrey, Mr. Gonza, Mr. Emmett. Leigh had come up with thousands of gory fantasies where she ended their disgusting existence, burning them alive, cutting off their dicks, humiliating them, punishing them, destroying them. But then she had realized that her homicidal rage had died in the Waleski's dreary kitchen on Canyon Road. When I killed Buddy, she told Walter, I was in this, I think it was a fugue state. It was me. I did it. But it wasn't me. It was the girl he'd molested in the car. It was the girl whose sister had raped. The one who kept getting pushed around and touched and fondled and laughed at and called a liar and a bitch and a whore. Do you know what I'm saying? He nodded, but there was no way he truly got it.
Walter had never kept his keys jutting between his fingers as he walked to his car. He had never darkly joked with himself about being raped in a garage because physical vulnerability was not in her husband's range of emotions. Leigh pressed her palm flat to Walter's chest. His heart was pounding. "Sweetheart, I love you, but you're not a murderer. We can find another way." "There's not," she stopped, because Reggie Paltz had impeccable timing. He was hopping over the gate instead of walking around to the garage entrance. "He's here, the investigator. Give me a minute to talk to him, okay?" Walter looked behind him. Then he looked again. He asked, "That's the guy? Reggie, the investigator?" "Yes," Leigh said. "I'm supposed to—" Without any warning, Walter took off in a dead run. Reggie was 30 feet away. He didn't have time to respond. His mouth opened in protest, but Walter punched it closed with his fist. "Walter!" Leigh yelled, running to stop him. "Walter!" He was straddling Reggie, his fists windmilling. Blood splattered the concrete. She saw a piece of tooth, tendrils of bloody mucus. Bones cracked like kindling. Reggie's nose flattened. "Walter!" Leigh tried to grab his hand. He was going to kill Reggie if she didn't stop him. "Walter, please!" One final punch cracked Reggie's mouth open. His jaw twisted sideways. His body went limp. Walter had knocked him out. Still, he raised his fist, ready to strike again. "No!" She grabbed his hand, holding as tight as she could. His muscles were like cables. She had never seen him like this before. "Walter!" He looked back at her, still furious. Rage distorted his features. His chest heaved with every breath. Blood whipped across his shirt, slashed along his face. "Walter," she whispered, wiping the blood out of his eyes. He was soaked with sweat. She could feel his muscles tensing as he tried to control the animal inside of him. Leigh looked around the garage. There was no one, but she didn't know how long that would last. "We need to get out of here. Stand up." It was him. Walter's head dropped down. He held tight to her hand. She watched the rise and fall of his shoulders as he tried to regain his control. He was there. Leigh looked around again. They were yards from a courthouse full of police officers. "Tell me in the car. We have to get out of here." "The play," Walter said. "Reggie was there. He was sitting in the audience at Maddie's play." Leigh sank down to the ground. She felt numb again, too overwhelmed to do anything but listen. During the intermission, Walter was still breathing hard. "He came up to talk to me. I don't remember the name he gave. He said he was new. He said his daughter went to the school. He said his brother was a cop, and then we were talking about the union." Leigh's hand covered her mouth. She remembered intermission, standing up from her seat, searching the auditorium for Walter. He had been talking to a man with short, dark hair who'd kept his back to Leigh the entire time. "Leigh," Walter was looking at her. "He asked me about Maddie. He asked about you. I thought he was another dad. He tricked you." Leigh hated the sound of guilt straining his voice. "It wasn't your fault. What else does he know?" Walter asked. "What are they planning?" Leigh checked the parking garage again. No one was around. The only cameras tracked the cars entering and exiting. Reggie had jumped the fence instead of going around to the front gate. "Put him in the trunk," she told Walter. "We'll find out." 17. Leigh stood back as Walter opened the trunk. Reggie was still out cold. There had been no need to cut the emergency pull cord or bind his hands with the roll of duct tape that Leigh kept in her emergency roadside kit. Leigh's husband, her sweet, thoughtful husband, had almost killed the man. Walter turned, checking the perimeter. The parking lot outside of Reggie's office was empty, but the road was 20 yards away, only obscured by a patchy row of Leyland cypress. Walter had parked the Audi by the crumbling concrete steps. The sun had dropped down, but xenon lights put the parking lot on full display. She held the Glock in her hand because she was afraid of what Walter would do if he had the opportunity to use it. She had never seen him so feral before. He was clearly standing on the edge of a dark precipice. Leigh couldn't think about her part in his descent, but she knew that she had brought it on with her own stupid belief that she could keep everything under control. Walter started to reach down for Reggie, but then he looked back at Leigh. "Is there an alarm?" "I don't know," Leigh said. I don't remember seeing one, but probably.
Walter shoved his hand into Reggie's front pocket and pulled out a ring loaded with keys. He passed them to Leigh. She had no choice but to leave him at the car so she could open the glass front door. Her eyes traveled around the lobby as she looked for an alarm keypad. Nothing. Walter grunted as he started to drag Reggie from the trunk. She tried several keys before the lock turned. The door opened. She nodded to Walter. She glanced out at the road. She looked around the parking lot. Her heartbeat was so loud in her ears that she couldn't hear what must have been more grunts and groans as her husband lifted Reggie into a fireman's carry over his shoulder. Walter struggled under the weight as he climbed up the stairs and dropped Reggie onto the lobby floor. Leigh didn't look down. She did not want to see Reggie's damaged face. She locked the glass door. She told Walter, "His office is upstairs." Walter lifted Reggie again. He went first up the stairs. Leigh stuck the Glock deep into her purse, but she kept her hand wrapped around the weapon. Her finger rested along the trigger guard, the way that Walter had taught her. You didn't put your finger on the trigger unless you were prepared to use it. There was no conventional safety on the gun. When you pressed back on the trigger, the weapon fired. Leigh did not want to find herself facing another murder charge because she had gotten startled and made a horrible mistake. But it wasn't just herself she had to worry about. Felony murder didn't care who pulled the trigger. The moment Walter had put Reggie into the trunk of the car, they'd both become accessories to each other's crimes. On the landing, Walter paused to shift Reggie's weight. He was breathing heavily again, more animal than man. He had said very little on the drive over. They had not made a plan because there was nothing to plan. They would find the server, they would destroy the failsafe. What happened beyond that was nothing that either of them was willing to say out loud. Leigh rounded the landing. She thought about Andrew standing on this same spot 3 short days ago. He had been angry when he talked about losing his father. She had ignored the warning siren in her gut. She'd been obsessed with finding out what Andrew really wanted when he had told her straight to her face. "It ruined our lives when Dad disappeared. I wish whoever made him go away understood what that felt like." This was what Andrew Tennant wanted. What was happening with Walter right now? Their beautiful girl forced into hiding, Callie nowhere to be found. Andrew wanted everything Leigh cared about, everything she had ever loved, to be thrown into chaos the same way his life had been ruined when Buddy died. She had played right into his hands. Walter had reached the end of the hallway. He leaned down. Reggie's feet went to the ground, his back against the wall. Walter held him up with a fist to his chest. Reggie groaned, his head rolling. "Hey." Walter slapped his face. "Wake up, asshole." Reggie's head rolled again. The light from the parking lot cut through the window, spotlighting the damage Walter had caused. The man's left eye was swollen shut. His jaw looked unnatural and loose. The bridge of his nose was nothing more than a pinkish-white bone where the skin had been punched away. Leigh searched for the key to Reggie's office, her hands trembling as she tried each one in the deadbolt. "Come on," Walter said, slapping Reggie again. "Wake the fuck up." Reggie coughed. Blood sprayed onto Walter's face, but Walter didn't blink. "What's the alarm code?" Reggie's jaw popped. He let out a low wheeze. "Look at me, asshole." Walter pressed his thumbs into Reggie's eyelids, forcing them open. "Tell me the alarm code or I will beat the life out of you." Leigh's skin prickled with fear. She looked up from the lock. She knew that Walter wasn't making an empty threat. Reggie did too. His wheezing spiraled as he tried to push out sound with a jaw that Walter had broken off its hinge. Reggie started. The number was awkward and muffled when it came out of his mouth. 9, 6, 3. Leigh felt the final key on the ring slide into the lock, but she didn't open the door. She told Walter, "It could be a trick. It might make a silent alarm go off." Walter said, "If that happens, then we'll shoot him in the head and take the server. We'll be gone before the police get here." Leigh was chilled by the determination in his voice. She gave Reggie a chance, asking, "You're sure about the code? 3963? Reggie huffed out a cough. Pain etched lines into his face. Walter told Leigh, "Show him the gun."
Reluctantly, she lifted the Glock from her purse. She saw the whites of Reggie's eyes as he stared down at the weapon. In her head, she told herself that Walter was bluffing. He had to be bluffing. They were not going to murder anyone. Walter wrenched the gun from her hand. He pressed the muzzle into Reggie's forehead. His finger stayed along the trigger guard. He asked again, "What's the code?" Reggie's body convulsed as he coughed. His mouth wouldn't close. Drool mixed with blood as it slid from his lip onto his shirt. 5, Walter said, counting down. 4, 3. Leigh watched his finger move to the trigger. He was not bluffing. Her mouth opened to tell him to stop, but Reggie spoke first. "Backward," he said, the words sloppy from the effort. 3, 6, 9, 3. Walter kept the gun pressed to Reggie's head. He told Leigh, "Try it." She turned the key in the lock. She opened the door. A beeping sound filled the dark outer office. She followed the noise down the short hallway. The keypad was inside the main office. A red button was flashing. The beeping sped up, counting down the seconds until the alarm went off. Leigh entered the code. Nothing happened. She leaned down, trying to figure out what to do. The beeping got faster. The alarm was going to go off. The phone was going to ring. Someone was going to ask for a safe word, and there was no way that Reggie would give it. If he was still alive by then, because Walter had already told them both what would happen. "Fuck," she whispered, scanning the numbers. The word OF was written in small print under the 1 button. She pressed in the code again, then added a 1. The keypad gave one final, long beep. The red button turned green. Leigh put her hand to her heart, but she was still waiting for the phone to ring. Her ears strained in the silence. All she heard was the door closing in the other room, then the turn of the lock, then heavy footsteps as Walter dragged Reggie down the hallway. The lights came on. Leigh dropped her purse on the couch. She went to the window to close the blinds. The same 2 questions chased each other around her brain. What were they going to do? How was this going to end? Walter shoved Reggie into one of the chairs. She was shocked when Walter pulled out the roll of duct tape from the back of his pants. He'd brought it from the trunk of her car, which meant that he had thought this through. Worse, he had a plan, and Leigh was the one who'd put it in his mind. Strip him down, chain him to a chair, rip out his fingernails, pull out his teeth. "Walter," she said, her voice pleading with him to rethink this. "Is that where the server is?" Walter pointed to the metal door on the back wall. The hasp lock was held closed by a black padlock that looked like something out of a military catalog. Leigh said, "Yes, but get it open." Walter wrapped tape around Reggie's chest, binding him to the chair. He checked that the man's wrists were still held together before going down on one knee to tape his ankles to the chair legs. Leigh had no words. It was like watching her husband fall into madness. There was no way to stop him. All she could do was go along until he found his senses. She pulled on the padlock. The hasp held fast. The screws in the metal door and frame were Phillips head. She had a screwdriver in her emergency roadside kit. She had teased Walter when he'd put it in her trunk, but now she wanted to go back in time and leave it in the garage in her building because it would be only a matter of time before he told her to go downstairs and get it. Leigh knew if she left the 2 men alone in the room, she would only find one of them alive when she returned. Walter looped more tape around Reggie's wrists, saying, "You're going to talk to me, motherfucker." Leigh checked Reggie's keyring. Nothing looked right. The key would be short with chunky teeth. She started to try them anyway. Walter dragged the other chair across the room. He sat down opposite Reggie. He was so close that their knees touched. The gun was in his lap. His finger rested along the side. He asked Reggie, "Why were you at my daughter's school?" Reggie said nothing. He was watching Leigh at the closet. "Don't look at my wife. Look at me." Walter waited for Reggie to comply before he repeated the question. "Why were you at my daughter's school?" Reggie still didn't answer. With one hand, Walter tossed the gun into the air and caught it by the muzzle. He backhanded Reggie with the plastic handle. The blow was so hard that Reggie's chair nearly toppled. Leigh had clamped her hand over her mouth to keep from screaming. Blood had splattered onto her shoes. She saw bits of teeth in the carpet. Reggie's shoulders convulsed. He vomited down the front of his shirt. His head rolled around his neck. His face was swollen. His left eye had disappeared. His mouth hung so loose that he couldn't keep his tongue inside. Kidnapping, aggravated assault, torture. Walter asked Leigh, "Can you get the padlock open?" She shook her head. "Walter, hey." Walter slapped Reggie's head with his open palm. "Where is it, asshole? Where's the key?" Reggie's eyes were rolling again. Leigh could smell the stench of his vomit. Leigh told Walter, "He's concussed. If you hit him again, he'll pass out, or worse." Walter looked at her, and she was shocked to find the same cold deadness that she had seen in Andrew's eyes so many times before. She begged, "Walter, please, think about what we're doing, what we've already done." Walter wouldn't look at her again. He could only see the threat to Maddie. He raised the Glock, pointing it at Reggie's face. "Where's the key, asshole?" "Walter," Leigh said, her voice shaking, "we can back out the screws, okay? All we have to do is back out the screws. Please, baby, just put the gun down, okay?" Slowly, Walter let the gun return to his lap. "Hurry." Leigh's legs were shaky as she went to the desk. She pulled open drawers, dumping their contents onto the floor, searching for the small key. She silently begged Walter to not remember the screwdriver in her car. She needed to get her husband out of here, to make him see reason. They had to stop this. They needed to take Reggie to the hospital. And then Reggie would go straight to the police, and Walter would be arrested, and Andrew would show the tapes, and Leigh felt her thoughts lurch to a halt. Her brain had been making connections in the background, telling her that something wasn't right. She inventoried the items on Reggie's desk: laptop, black leather blotter, colored glass paperweight, personalized business card holder. The Tiffany 1837 Maker's Letter opener was missing. Leigh knew that the 7-inch-long sterling silver desk accessory cost $375. She had bought the same one for Walter a few Christmases ago. It had the distinctive masculine look of a knife. "Walter," she said, "I need to talk to you in the hall." He didn't move. "Get the screwdriver out of your car." Leigh went to the couch. She reached into her purse. Ruby Hayer's crime scene photos were still in the folder. "Walter, I need you to come into the hall with me, now." Her curt tone of voice somehow managed to cut through the fog. Walter stood up, telling Reggie, "We'll be right outside that door. Don't try a goddamn thing or I will shoot you in the back. Understood?" Reggie lifted his head. His eyes were closed, but he managed to nod once in agreement. Leigh didn't move until Walter did. She led him into the hall, but he stopped before they reached the outer office, hovering near the doorway so he could keep his eyes on Reggie. Walter spoke through gritted teeth. "What is it?" "Do you remember the letter opener I bought you?" Leigh said. "Do you still have it?" Slowly, Walter turned his head in her direction. "What?" "The letter opener, the one from Tiffany that I bought you. Do you remember it?" Walter's expression slowly changed into one of confusion. He almost looked like her husband again. Leigh thumbed through Ruby Hayer's file, keeping the photos obscured so that Walter wasn't set off again. She found the close-up of the knife sticking out between Ruby's legs. She still didn't show it to him. Most of Walter's legal career had been spent on a phone or behind a desk. He'd never tried a criminal case before, let alone a violent murder. She said, "I'm going to show you a photo. It's very graphic, but you need to see it." Walter glanced back at Reggie. "Jesus, Leigh, just get to the point." She knew he wasn't ready, so she walked him through the details. "Andrew has an alibi for Ruby's murder. Are you listening to me?" Walter nodded, but he wasn't really. "Andrew got married last night," Leigh said, trying to keep the information as simple and repetitive as she would for a jury. "When the police confronted him this morning about Ruby's murder, he had an alibi. He showed them photos on his phone. The photos showed Andrew with the caterer, and another one with his mother at the cocktail party, and then with friends waiting for Sydney to walk down the aisle." Walter's jaw worked. He wasn't going to entertain her for much longer. "This morning, before court, I saw Andrew. He had bite marks on his neck, and a scratch here." She put her hand to her face, and waited for Walter to look. They were defensive wounds. Andrew had defensive wounds this morning. "Ruby fought back," Walter said. "So?" "No, remember the alibi photos from the night before? You can see the bite marks on Andrew's neck, but the bruises are already coming up. The timing doesn't work out. It kept bothering me because I know how long it takes for bruises to get dark like that. Andrew got the bite marks around 3, maybe 4 yesterday afternoon. Ruby talked to her family at 5 on the telephone. Andrew has photos of himself meeting with the caterers at 5:30. The police think Ruby was murdered around 6 or 7. Her body was found at 7:30. Andrew was at home the entire time, surrounded by witnesses. Walter's impatience was on full display. Leigh put her palm flat to his chest, the same way she always did when he needed his undivided attention. He finally looked at her. She could see him silently running back through the details, trying to figure out the important parts. Finally, he said, "Keep going. I don't think that Andrew killed Ruby. I think that someone else did it for him. The killer used the same MO that Andrew used on his other victims, and Andrew made sure he had a solid, unbreakable alibi for when it happened. Walter was giving her his undivided attention. When I was in Reggie's office 3 days ago, he had a letter opener on his desk, the same kind of letter opener I bought you for Christmas." She paused a moment to make sure he was ready. "The letter opener isn't on Reggie's desk anymore. It's not in his drawers." Walter looked down at the folder. "Show me." Leigh pulled out the crime scene photo. The blunt, sterling silver handle of the knife-like letter opener showed where a metal punch had imprinted TCO Makers into the metal. The hardness drained from Walter's expression. He wasn't seeing the letter opener. He wasn't connecting the dots from Leigh's story. He was seeing the woman he'd laughed with over backyard barbecues, the mother of his daughter's friend, the parent he joked with at PTA meetings and school events, the person whose brutal, intimate death had been captured in the photograph Leigh held in front of his face.
His hand went to his head. Tears sprang into his eyes. Leigh couldn't take his anguish. She started crying too. She hid the photograph from his sight. Of all the horrible violations of their marriage, this one felt the most brutal. "You're saying, you mean that he—" The sorrow on Walter's face was unbearable. "Keely has a right to— she has a right to know," Leigh finished. "I don't—" Walter turned around. He looked at Reggie. "What are we going to do?" Leigh reached down. She slipped the gun from his grasp. "You're going to leave. I can't let Maddie lose you too. This is my responsibility. I'm the reason all of this happened. I want you to take my car." "No." Walter was looking down at his hands. He flexed his fingers. His knuckles were bleeding. Sweat still poured from his body. His DNA was all over the office, the Audi, the parking deck. "We have to think, Leigh." "There's nothing to think about," she said, because all that mattered was that Walter was as far from this as possible. "Please, baby, get in my car." "And we can use this," he said. "It's leverage." "No, we can't." Leigh stopped mid-sentence. There was nothing to add to the can't because she knew that he was right. They had kidnapped and tortured Reggie, but Reggie had murdered Ruby Hire. Mutually assured destruction. "Let me talk to him," Leigh said, "okay?" Walter hesitated, but he nodded. Leigh stuck the folder under her arm. She walked back into the office. Reggie heard her approach. He looked up with his one milky eye. He turned his head, glancing back at Walter standing in the doorway. Then he looked at Leigh again. "This isn't good cop, bad cop." Leigh showed him the gun. "This is 2 people who've already kidnapped and beaten you. Do you think that murder is far behind?" Reggie kept staring up at her, waiting. "Where were you last night?" Reggie said nothing. "Did Andrew invite you to his wedding?" she asked. "Because you're not in any of the photos that he showed the police. He documented everything with his phone. He has an unbreakable alibi." Reggie blinked again, but she could sense uncertainty. He didn't know where this was going. She could almost see him running the calculations in his head. How much did they know? What were they going to do? What were the odds he could get out of this? How long would it take for Andrew to make them pay for hurting him? Leigh took a page from Dante Carmichael's book. She opened the folder and slapped down the crime scene photos across the desk with a flourish. Instead of holding back the close-up of Ruby's scalp, she held back the one that showed the Tiffany letter opener. She asked Reggie again, "Where were you last night?" He looked at the photo array, then looked back at Leigh. His jaw was too loose for his mouth to close, but he grunted. "Who? Who?" she repeated, because she hadn't expected the question.
You don't know the name of the woman that Andrew had you murder? Reggie blinked. He looked genuinely confused. What? She showed him the close-up photo of the letter opener. Again, his response was unexpected. Reggie leaned in, turning his head so that his good eye could get a closer look. He studied the photograph. His gaze went to his desk, as if to search for the letter opener. He finally looked back up at Leigh. His head started shaking. "No," he said. "No, no." "You were at Maddie's school Sunday night," Leigh told him. "You saw me talking to Ruby Hire. Did you tell Andrew about her? Is that why he had you kill her?" Reggie coughed. The muscles along his jaw were spasming. For the first time, he looked afraid. "No, not me. Told Andy she left her husband, fucking her physical therapist, moved to the hotel. But no, I wouldn't. She was fine." Leigh asked. "You're telling me that you followed Ruby Hire to the hotel, then you told Andrew where she was, but you didn't do anything else? Right." He kept looking at the photos. "Not me. Never." Leigh studied what was left of his face. She'd thought from the beginning that he was an easy read. Now she wasn't so sure. Reggie Pultz was showing Leigh the kind of fear that Andrew Tennant had never shown. "Leigh, Walter was picking up on it too. Are you sure?" Leigh wasn't sure of anything. Andrew was always 3 steps ahead. Had he gotten the drop on Reggie too? She told Reggie, "Even if what you're saying is true, you're still opening yourself up to a conspiracy to commit murder charge. You told an accused rapist how to locate a vulnerable woman who just left her family and was living on her own?" Reggie winced as he tried to swallow down his terror. She asked, "What about your story about how Andrew located me? You said that you showed him the Atlanta In-Town article and he recognized my face?" He nodded quickly. "Yes, promise. Saw the article, showed it to him. He recognized you. And he had you look into me and my family?" "Yes, paid me, that's all." Reggie looked at the crime scene photos again. "Not this. I wouldn't. Couldn't." Leigh felt in her gut that he was being honest. She exchanged a look with Walter. They were both silently asking the same question. What now? The Reggie's cough was wet. His eye turned toward the server closet. On the ledge, Walter went to the door. He reached up to the top of the trim. He showed Leigh the padlock key. His eyes mirrored the apprehension that Leigh was feeling. She didn't need a siren in her gut to tell her this wasn't right. She let herself think back over the last 5 minutes. Then she ran through the last few days. Reggie had been willing to break a few laws for Andrew. Leigh could even believe that he would commit murder for the right sum of money. Where she got caught up was accepting that Reggie would commit this kind of murder. The brutality visited upon Ruby Hire was clearly doled out by someone who enjoyed what they were doing. No sum of money could buy that level of frenzy. She asked Reggie, "Did Andrew ask you to store some digital files for him?" Reggie gave a single, painful nod. "You were told to release them if something happened to him?" Again he managed to nod. Leigh watched Walter twist the key into the padlock. He opened the door. She had been expecting a large rack with flashing components, something out of a Jason Bourne movie. What she saw instead were 2 tan metal boxes sitting on top of a filing cabinet. Each was as tall and wide as a gallon of milk. Green and red lights flashed on the fronts. Blue cords snaked out of the backs and plugged into a modem. She asked Reggie, "Did you look at the files?" "No." His neck strained as he tried to speak. "Paid me, that's it. They're videos of a child being raped." Reggie's eye went wide. He started shaking. Now his fear was unequivocal. Leigh couldn't tell if he was disgusted or terrified of the legal ramifications. Almost every pedophile the FBI had ever arrested claimed they had no idea that child porn was on their devices. Then they spent the next chunk of their lives in prison wondering if they should have tried a different excuse. She asked Reggie, "What are you going to do?" "There," Reggie said, his head tilting toward the filing cabinet in the closet. "Top drawer, back." Walter didn't move. He was clearly exhausted. The adrenaline rush that had brought him to this place had ebbed away. only to be replaced by the horror he felt over his own violent actions. Leigh couldn't fix that right now. She opened the top drawer of the filing cabinet. She saw rows of tabs with client names. The sight of the last 5 folders in the back made her heart wilt. Calliope, Callie, De Winter, Harley, Leigh Collier, Walter Collier, Madeline, Maddie Collier, Sandra, Phil, Santiago. Leigh told Walter, "I want you to wait in the car." He shook his head. He was too much of a good man to leave her now. Leigh yanked out the folders. She returned to the desk so that Walter couldn't look over her shoulder. She started with Maddie's file, because that was the one that mattered the most. In Leigh's legal capacity, she had read hundreds of reports from private investigators.
They all had the same predictable uniformity: logs, photographs, receipts. Maddie's was the same, though Reggie's notes were handwritten rather than printed from a spreadsheet. The records of her daughter's comings and goings had started 2 days prior to the Sunday performance of The Music Man and were as recent as yesterday afternoon. 8:12 a.m., carpools to school with Keely Heyer, Necia Adams, and Bryce Diaz. 8:22 a.m., stops at McDonald's, goes through drive-thru, eats in car en route. 8:49 a.m., arrives at Hollis Academy. 3:05 p.m., sighted in auditorium at play practice. 3:28 p.m., on field for soccer practice, father attending. 5:15 p.m., home with father. Leigh thought about Andrew screwing with his ankle monitor, but she wouldn't let her mind go to the possibility that Andrew had ended up sitting in the Hollis auditorium watching Maddie check in, or lurking around the stadium where Maddie practiced soccer 3 times a week, because the loaded Glock was too close at hand. Instead, she paged to the thick stack of color photographs behind the logs. More of the same. Maddie in the car, Maddie on stage, Maddie stretching on the sidelines. Leigh didn't show the photos to Walter. She wasn't going to turn him back into the feral animal who had been willing to murder Reggie Paltz. She selected Callie's folder next. The log had started 1 day after Maddie's. Callie was selling drugs on Stewart Avenue. She was working at Dr. Jerry's clinic. She was living at the motel, then she was meeting Leigh, then they were in her car, then Callie was walking to Phil's. The photos backed up the log, but there was more. Her sister, waiting at the bus stop, letting her cat in through the window at Phil's house, walking outside a strip mall that was so familiar to Leigh that her eyes burned at the sight of it. Callie was pictured standing underneath a covered breezeway. She was in the exact location where they had buried the butchered chunks of Buddy Waleski's body. Leigh asked Reggie, "Where were you last night?" "Watch." He cleared his throat. There was no denying the apprehension on his face. He knew that this was bad. He knew that even if he managed to walk out of here, Andrew or the police would be waiting for him. "Watching your sister." Leigh examined Callie's log for yesterday. She had visited the library, then gone to Maddie's soccer practice, then she had returned home on the bus. According to Reggie's notes, he had stayed outside Phil's house from 5 in the evening until midnight last night. Investigators were paid by the hour. It was generally frowned upon if they wasted time setting up outside a house unless there was the possibility that the subject would leave. Leigh didn't have to look back through the logs to know that Callie never left once she settled in for the night. Her sister was disabled. She was vulnerable. Because of her addictions, she didn't go out at night unless she had to. Leigh asked, "Did Andrew know you were watching Callie at 5 o'clock?" "Called. Said to stay." Reggie knew what her next question would be. "Burner phone." "Made me leave other one here," Leigh said. "And your logs are handwritten, not backed up onto the computer." Reggie gave a slight nod to confirm. "No copies." Leigh looked at Walter, but he was staring down at the broken skin on the back of his hand. She asked Reggie, "Where were you the night that Tammy Carlson was raped?" The stunned look that crossed Reggie's face was quickly replaced with dread. "Andrew, I followed." "Sydney, what about the memory cards in the camera? Does Andrew have those too?" Reggie's head moved in a quick nod. "And he paid you cash, right? So there are no invoices." He didn't answer, but he didn't have to. Leigh knew Reggie hadn't considered the worst of it. She laid out the rest of Andrew's plan. What about the other nights, the 3 women who were raped near Andrew's regular haunts? Where were you? "Working," Reggie said. "Following exes." Leigh remembered the names of the 2 new witnesses on Dante's list, Lynn Wilkerson and Fabienne Godard. Reggie let out a low, distressed sigh.
Jesus, Leigh said, because everything was lining up. What about your car's GPS? His eye had closed. Blood seeped from the corner. Turned it off. Leigh watched him silently making the connections. Reggie did not have an alibi for any of the rapes. He had no alibi for Ruby Hayer's murder. He hadn't logged his notes into his computer. There were no invoices itemizing his activities. There was no phone or camera or memory card that would pinpoint his location while the attacks were occurring. An argument could be made that he'd turned off the tracking in his car to avoid incrimination. This was why Andrew had never been afraid. He had set up Reggie to take the fall. "Fucker," Reggie said, because he knew it too. "Walter," Leigh said, "take the servers. I'll get the laptop." Leigh jammed his laptop into her purse. She waited for Walter to pull all of the wires and plugs out of the metal boxes. Instead of leaving, she returned to the filing cabinet. She found the files for Lynn Wilkerson and Fabienne Godard. She stacked them with the others on the desk so that Reggie could see. "I'm keeping all of these. They're your only alibi, so fuck with me and I'll fuck you into the ground. Do you understand?" He nodded, but she could tell he wasn't worried about the files. He was worried about Andrew. Leigh found the scissors where she dumped them out of the desk drawer. She told Reggie, "If I were you, I'd get myself to the hospital and then find a damn good lawyer." Reggie watched her cut through the tape around his wrists. That was all the help she was going to give him. She left the scissors in his hand. She gathered up the stolen items, telling Walter, "Let's go." Leigh waited for him to leave the room first. She still didn't trust Walter to not go after Reggie again. Her husband was quiet as he carried the servers down the stairs. Through the lobby, out the door. She threw everything into the trunk. Walter did the same with the two servers. He had driven them here, but Leigh got behind the wheel of her car. She reversed out of the space. Her lights flashed along the front of the building. She saw the shadow of Reggie Pultz standing at his office window. Walter said, "He'll go to the police. He'll get himself cleaned up, and then he'll catch the first flight to Vanuatu, Indonesia, or the Maldives," Leigh said, listing a few of the preferred nations that did not extradite to the United States. "We need to find Callie's videos on his server and destroy them. We have to keep the rest for insurance." "For what?" Walter asked. "Andrew's still got the originals. We're still trapped. He's got us in the same damn places before." "We're not," Leigh said. "He hasn't. He paid that cocksucker to follow Maddie. He knows where she was, where she's going. He took photographs. I saw your face when you saw them. You were terrified." Leigh wasn't going to argue with him because he was right. And what he did to Ruby? Jesus Christ, she was mutilated. He didn't just kill her, he tortured her. And Walter's throat gave out a strangled sound of grief. He put his head in his hands. "What are we gonna do? Maddie will never be safe. We'll never get away from him." Leigh pulled over to the side of the road. She wasn't that far from the same spot she'd pulled over to after the first meeting in Reggie Pultz's office. Then, she had been sick with panic. Now, her steely resolve took over. She held on to Walter's hands. She waited for him to look at her, but he didn't. "I understand," he said. "I get why you did it." Leigh shook her head. "Did what? Callie's always been more like your daughter. She's always been your responsibility." Walter finally looked up at her. He had cried more in the last 20 minutes than she had seen him cry in nearly 20 years. "When you told me that you killed him, I don't know. It was too much to take in. I couldn't understand. There's right and what you did." Leigh felt her throat work.
"I couldn't imagine ever being capable of hurting somebody like that," he continued. "But when I recognized Reggie in the parking lot, and then I realized the threat to Maddie, I couldn't see. I was blind with rage. I was going to kill him, Leigh. You knew that I was going to murder him." Leigh pressed together her lips. "I don't understand everything you told me about what happened," Walter said, "but I understand that." Leigh studied her sweet, kind husband. In the light of the dashboard, the streaks of sweat and blood across his face took on a purple hue. She had done this to him. She had put their daughter in danger. She had turned her husband into a raving lunatic. She had to fix this, and she had to do it now. She told Walter, "I need to find Callie. She has a right to know what's happened." "What's going to happen?" Walter asked. "What's going to happen?" "I'm going to do what I should have done 3 days ago," Leigh told him. "I'm going to turn myself in." 18. Callie stood in front of the locked drug cabinet in Dr. Jerry's clinic. She had abandoned Sydney's convertible BMW across 2 parking spaces outside. Driving was harder than the last time she had stolen a car. There had been lots of stops and starts, beginning in Andrew's garage where she'd scraped off the right side of the BMW trying to get out. In the driveway, the back end had clipped his watchtower mailbox. The rims had bitten into several curbs as she'd miscalculated turns. That the car had survived her stay inside the shooting gallery off Stewart Avenue was a testament to heroine's stupefaction. She had taken Sydney's wallet and phone inside to trade, but no one had stripped off the car's expensive tires. No one had broken the windows and ripped out the radio. They were either too high to formulate a plan or too desperate to wait for the chop shop to send a runner. Callie, on the other hand, had been mournfully aware. Her methadone tapering regimen had not been rewarded the same way it had been so many times before. She'd been expecting the rapturous rush of euphoria with her first taste, but her body had cycled through the heroin so fast that she had chased the high along an eternal loop of despair. The sudden seconds of sickness as the liquid pushed in, the 5 short minutes of bliss, the heaviness that lasted for less than an hour before her brain told her she needed more. This was called tolerance, or sensitization, which was defined as the body requiring a higher dose of the drug in order to achieve the same response. Predictably, the mu receptors played a big role in tolerance. Repeated exposure to opiates dampened the analgesic effect, and no matter how many new mus your body created, those mus were going to inherit the memories of the mus that came before. Tolerance was incidentally why addicts started cross-mixing drugs, adding in fentanyl or oxy or benzos, or, in most cases, shooting themselves up with so much shit that they ended up laughing with Kurt Cobain about how his daughter was now older than he'd been on the day he'd rested that shotgun beneath his chin. Maybe he would softly sing the Neil Young passage he quoted in his suicide note, "It's better to burn out than to fade away." Callie stared at the drug cabinet, trying to summon her rage. Andrew in the stadium tunnel, Sydney writhing on the closet floor, the disgusting video of Callie and Buddy playing on the television, Maddie running across the bright green field, no cares in the world, because she was cherished and loved, and she would always feel that way. The first key slid into the lock, then the second key, then the cabinet was open. With an expert's light touch, Callie traced her fingers along the vials. Methadone, ketamine, fentanyl, buprenorphine. On any other day, she would be shoving as many vials as she could into her pockets. Now, she left them alone and found the lidocaine. She started to close the cabinet, but her mind rushed to stop her. Several vials of pentobarbital were lined up along the bottom shelf. The liquid was blue, like the color of glass cleaner. The containers were larger than the others, almost 3 times the size. She selected one, then locked the doors. Instead of going into a treatment room, she went to the front lobby. The plate glass windows gave an overview past the burglar bars and into the parking lot. The streetlights had been busted out, but Callie could clearly see Sydney's shiny convertible. Nothing else was in the lot except for a stray rat making its way toward the dumpster. The barber shop was closed. Dr. Jerry was probably at home reading sonnets to Meow Macass, the bottle-fed kitten. Callie wanted to tell herself that coming here was a good idea, but after a lifetime of rash decisions, she found herself absent her usual disregard for any and all consequences. Tell Andy if he wants his knife back, he's going to have to come and get it. Callie wasn't a complete Luddite. She knew cars gave off signals to GPS satellites that told people exactly where they were. She knew Sydney's ridiculously expensive BMW would act as a giant neon sign, pointing Andrew to her location. She also knew several hours had passed since Andrew had been released from his jury selection. So why hadn't he come for her? Callie grabbed a surgical pack on her way to the break room. Her leg was aching so much that she was limping by the time she reached the table. She gently placed one little and one big vial on the table. She opened up the surgical pack. Her hand went to her thigh as she sat down. The abscess in her leg felt like a robin's egg under her jeans. She pressed into it because the physical pain was better than the pain she was feeling inside. She closed her eyes.
She stopped her brain's fight against the inevitable and let the video play in her head. Callie's 14-year-old self trapped on the couch. "Buddy, please, it hurts too much. Please stop, please." Buddy's enormous body grinding into her. "Shut the fuck up, Callie. I said hold the fuck still." She hadn't remembered it that way. Why hadn't she remembered it that way? What was wrong with her brain? What was wrong with her soul? At the snap of her fingers, Callie could relay in intricate detail 10,000 horrible things that Phil had done when Callie was little. Whether it was beating her unconscious, or abandoning her on the side of the road, or scaring the shit out of her in the middle of the night because the tinfoil hat men were waiting outside with their probes. Why was it that Callie had never, ever in the last 23 years let herself recall how many times Buddy had threatened her, thrown her across the room, kicked her, forced himself inside of her, tied her up, even strangled her? Why had she blocked the memories of the 10,000 times he'd told Callie that it was her fault because she cried too much, or begged too much, or couldn't do all of the things that he wanted her to do? Callie heard the smack of her lips. Her brain had drawn a direct line from Phil to Buddy to the locked drug cabinet. Methadone, ketamine, buprenorphine, fentanyl. She had picked up her backpack at Phil's when she'd changed out of the slinky black top and into her torn Care Bears t-shirt and yellow satin rainbow jacket. She'd snapped the front up to her neck because it felt safer that way, almost like a security blanket. Callie's dope kit was inside the backpack. Her tie-off, her lighter, her spoon, a used syringe, a fat baggie filled to the top with off-white powder. Without thinking, she was reaching down. Without a thought, she was opening the kit. Her muscle memory laying out the lighter, the tie-off, the fat baggie with its unknowable mysteries. The dealer who'd sold her the heroin wasn't someone Callie knew. She had no idea what he'd cut it with: baking soda, powdered milk, meth, fenty, strychnine, or even how pure the drug was when he'd started.
What had mattered at the time was that she had $40 and some prescription pills left over from her debacle with Sydney, and he'd had enough heroin to kill an elephant. Callie swallowed the blood in her mouth. Her lip was bleeding because she could not stop biting it. With effort, she managed to pull her attention away from the dope. She leaned up in the chair so that she could slide down her jeans. In the overhead light, her thigh was the color of Elmer's glue if you dropped a bright red, pus-filled glob at the top. She gently brushed her fingers along the abscess. Heat pulsed into her fingertips. There were dried specks of blood where she had injected herself through the infection. All for less than 5 minutes of a high that she was never, ever going to catch again, no matter how many times she chased it. Fucking junkies. She drew back a few cc's of lidocaine, not bothering to measure the dose. She watched the needle dip into the abscess. Another trickle of blood rewarded the effort. There was no pinch of pain because everything in her body hurt right now. Her neck, her arms, her back, her kneecap that she drilled into Sydney's crotch. The heavy feeling from the heroin that used to lull Callie into a senseless sleep had turned into a weight that was going to eventually smother her. She closed her eyes as she felt the lidocaine spreading through the abscess. She listened for the gorilla, strained to feel his hot breath on her neck. The loneliness was stark. She had lived with the threat of him stalking on the horizon since that night in the kitchen, but now there was nothing. The creature had disappeared inside the stadium tunnel a few moments before she had attacked Andrew. The puzzle of that paradox would not stop nagging at Callie's brain. If she pushed to the edges of the equation, the solution was simple. All of these years, Buddy Welsky had not been the gorilla. The ferocious, bloodthirsty demon had been Callie all along. "Hello, friend," Dr. Jerry said. Callie spun around to face him, her soul igniting with shame. Dr. Jerry was standing in the doorway. His eyes flitted across the table. Her dope kit with the fat baggie of heroin, the surgical pack, the lidocaine syringe, the large bottle of blue pentobarbital. Goodness. Dr. Jerry turned his attention to the giant red knot in her leg. "May I help with that?" Callie's mouth flooded with apologies, but her lips wouldn't let them come out. There were no excuses for this situation. Her guilt was laid out like evidence at a trial. "Let's see what we have here, young miss." Dr. Jerry sat down. His lab coat was wrinkled, his glasses were askew, his hair had not been combed. She could smell the sour odor of sleep on his breath as his fingers gently pressed around the abscess. He told her,
If you were a calico, I would say that you'd gotten into a very nasty altercation, which, of course, is not unusual for a calico. They can be quite pugilistic. Unlike pugs, who are notorious recounters, especially if you get a few drinks into them. Callie's vision blurred with tears. The shame had spread to every fiber of her being. She couldn't just sit here the same way she always did when he shared one of his stories. "I see you've already started with the lidocaine." He tested her leg, asking, "Does this feel numb enough, do you think?" Callie felt her head nod, though she could still feel the sharp burn from the infection. She had to say something, but what could she say? How could she apologize for stealing from him, for jeopardizing his practice, for lying to his face? Dr. Jerry seemed unconcerned as he took a pair of gloves from the surgical pack. Before he started, he smiled at Callie, giving her the same soothing preamble that he would offer to a frightened whippet. "You'll be fine, young lady. This will be a little uncomfortable for us both, but I'll be as quick as I can, and soon you will feel much better." Callie looked at the refrigerator behind him as he sliced open the abscess. She felt his fingers pressing out the infection, wiping it away with the gauze, pressing again until the sac was empty. Cool saline dripped down her leg when he irrigated the opening. She couldn't look down, but she knew that he was being thorough, because he always took special care of every wretched animal that showed up at his door. "There we go, all done." Dr. Jerry took off the gloves. He found the first aid kit in the drawer and selected a medium-sized Band-Aid. He covered the incision, saying, "We should discuss antibiotics if you're amenable. I prefer mine hidden inside a piece of cheese." Callie still couldn't make herself speak. Instead, she lifted up in the chair so she could pull her jeans back on. The waist gapped around her stomach. She would need to find a belt. Belt. She looked down at her hands. She saw Buddy jerking the belt out of his pants, wrapping it tight around her wrists. 23 years of forgetting had culminated in a flashing horror show that she couldn't clear from her eyes. "Callie?" When she looked up, Dr. Jerry seemed to be patiently waiting for her attention. He said, "I normally don't bring up weight, but in your case, I think it would be appropriate for us to discuss the dispensing of treats. You're clearly in need of more nutrition." She opened her mouth and the words flooded out. "I'm sorry, Dr. Jerry. I shouldn't be here. I should have never come back. I'm a horrible person. I don't deserve your help, or your trust. I've been stealing from you, and I'm—" "My friend," he said, "that is what you are. You're my friend, as you have been since you were 17 years old." She shook her head. She wasn't his friend. She was a leech. He asked, "Do you remember that first time you knocked on my door? I'd put out a help wanted sign, but I had secretly hoped that the help would come from someone as special as you." Callie couldn't take his kindness. She started crying so hard that she had to gulp for breath. "Callie." He held on to her hand. "Please don't cry. There is nothing here that surprises or dismays me." She should have felt relieved, but she felt more awful because he had never said anything. He had just played along like she was getting away with it. He said, "You've been very clever with the charts and covering your tracks, if that's any consolation." It was no consolation. It was an indictment. The unexpected twist is, I might be losing my marbles, but even I would remember an Akita with hip dysplasia. He winked at her, as if theft of controlled substances was nothing. "You know what bitchy little babies Akitas can be." "I'm sorry, Dr. Jerry." Tears poured down her face. Her nose was running. Then you know that lately, demographic shifts in the gorilla world have led to unusual behavior." Callie felt her lips tremble into a smile. He didn't want to lecture her. He wanted to tell her an animal story. She stuttered in a breath, asking, "Tell me." "Gorillas are generally quite peaceable, so long as you give them space. But that space has become limited because of man, and of course sometimes there are downsides to protecting species, mainly that those species begin to repopulate in greater numbers." He asked, "Say, have you ever met a gorilla?" She shook her head. "Not to my recollection." "Well, that's good, because it used to be that one lucky fellow was in charge of the troop, and he had all the gals to himself, and he was very, very happy." Dr. Jerry paused for dramatic effect. "Now, instead of going off to form their own troops, young males are staying put, and absent the prospect of love, they've taken to attacking weaker, solitary males. Can you believe that?" Callie wiped her nose with the back of her hand. "That's terrible." "Indeed it is," Dr. Jerry said. "Young men without a purpose can be quite troublesome. My youngest son, for instance, he was bullied terribly at school. Did I ever tell you that he struggled with addiction?" Callie shook her head because she had never heard of a younger son.
She only knew about the one in Oregon. Zachary was 14 years old when he started using. It was a lack of friendship, you see. He was very lonely, but he found acceptance within a group of kids who were not the sort of kids we would liked for him to be around. Dr. Jerry explained. They were the school stoners, if that's a word that's still used, and membership in the club was contingent upon experimenting with drugs. Callie had been sucked into a similar group in high school. Now they were all married with kids and driving nice cars, and she was stealing narcotics from the only man who had ever shown her genuine fatherly love. Zachary was a week away from his 18th birthday when he died. Dr. Jerry walked around the break room, opening and closing cabinets until he found the fun-sized box of animal crackers. "I wasn't keeping Zachary from you, my dear. I hope you'll understand that there are some topics that are too difficult to discuss." Callie nodded because she understood more than he knew. "My lovely wife and I desperately tried to help our boy. It's why his brother moved across the country. For nearly 4 years, the entirety of our focus was on Zachary." Dr. Jerry chewed on a handful of crackers. "But there was nothing we could do, was there? The poor young fellow was helplessly caught up in the throes of his addiction." Callie's junky brain ran the numbers. A younger son would have come of age in the 80s, which meant crack. If cocaine was addictive, crack was annihilating. Callie had watched crackhead Sammy scratch the skin off his arm because he was certain that parasites were burrowing underneath. During Zachary's short lifetime, the science of addiction was well documented, but it's different when it's your own child. You assume they know better or are somehow different, when the fact is that, as special as they are just like everyone else. Dr. Jerry confided, "I'm ashamed when I think back on my behavior. Had I the ability to redo those last few months, I would spend those precious hours telling Zachary that I loved him, not screaming at the top of my lungs that he must have had some kind of moral failure, an absence of character, a hatred for his family that made him choose not to stop." He shook the box of treats. Callie didn't want any, but she held out her hand, watched him pour out tigers and camels and rhinoceroses. Dr. Jerry took another handful for himself before sitting back down. June was diagnosed with breast cancer the day after we buried Zachary. Callie seldom heard him say his wife's name out loud. She had never met June. The woman was already dead the first time Callie had seen the sign in the clinic window. There was no junkie math needed this time. Callie had been 17, the same age that Zachary was when he'd OD'd, when she had knocked on Dr. Jerry's door. Oddly, the pandemic reminds me of that time in my life. First, Zachary was gone, and before we had time to mourn that loss, June was in the hospital. Then, of course, June passed very quickly. A blessing, but also a shock, he explained. How I compare it to now is, at this moment we are all living through, everyone on Earth is experiencing a suspension of loss. Over 500,000 people dead in the USA alone. The number is too overwhelming to accept, so we go on with our lives, and we do what we can, but in the end, the staggering loss will be waiting for us. It always catches up to you, doesn't it? Callie took more animal crackers when he offered her the box. He said, "You don't look well, my friend." She couldn't disagree with him, so she did not try. He said, "I had the strangest dream a while ago. It was about a heroin addict. Have you ever met one?" Callie's heart dropped. She didn't belong in one of his funny stories. They live in the darkest, loneliest places, which is very sad because they are universally known to be wonderfully caring creatures. He cupped his hand to his mouth as if to convey a confidence. "Especially the ladies." Callie held back a sob. She didn't deserve this. "Did I mention they have a particular affinity for cats? Not as dinner, but rather as dining companions." Dr. Jerry held up his hands. And oh, but they are notoriously lovable. It's almost impossible to not love them. You would have to have a very hard-hearted individual to resist the compunction. Callie shook her head. She couldn't let him redeem her. Also, they are legendary for their munificence. Dr. Jerry looked delighted by the word. They have been known to leave hundreds of dollars in the cash box for the benefit of other, more vulnerable creatures. Callie's nose was running so badly that she couldn't keep up. Dr. Jerry took his handkerchief out of his back pocket and offered it to her. Callie blew her nose. She thought about his hanger-on, dissolving fish dream, and the rats who stored toxin in their needly fur story, and considered for the first time that maybe Dr. Jerry wasn't a metaphor guy after all. He said, "The thing about addicts is, once you open your heart to one of these rascals, you will never, ever stop loving them, no matter what." She shook her head, again because she didn't deserve his love. He asked, "Pulmonary cachexia?" Callie blew her nose to give her hands something to do. She had been so damn transparent this entire time. "I didn't know you knew people doctor things too." He sat back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. "You are using more calories to breathe than you are taking in through food. That's why you're losing so much weight. Cachexia is a wasting disease, but you know that, don't you?" Callie nodded again because another doctor had already explained this to her. She had to eat more, but not too much protein because her kidneys were shot, and not too much processed food because her liver was barely functioning. Then there were the crackles he could hear in her lungs, and the white ground glass opacity that appeared in her x-rays, and the disintegrating vertebrae in her neck, and there was more, but by that time she had stopped listening. Dr. Jerry asked, "It's not much longer, is it?" "Not if you continue down this path." Callie chewed her lip until she tasted blood again. She thought about chasing the high in the shooting gallery, the dawning realization that she had plateaued to a point where heroin alone wasn't going to take away the pain. He said, "My oldest son, my only remaining son, wants me to live with him." "In Oregon?" "He's been asking since the mini-strokes. I told him I was worried if I moved to Portland, Antifa would force me to stop eating gluten, but..." He let out a long sigh. "May I tell you something in confidence?" "Of course." "I've been here since you left yesterday afternoon. Miamatas has enjoyed the attention, but..." He shrugged. "I forgot my way home." Callie bit down on her lip. She had left 3 days ago. "I can write it down for you. I looked it up on my phone. Did you know you can do that?" "No," she said. "That's amazing." "Indeed, it gives directions and everything, but I find it very troubling that people are so easy to find. I miss anonymity. People have a right to disappear if they want to. It's a personal decision, isn't it? Everyone should have autonomy. We owe it to them as fellow human beings to support their decisions, even if we do not agree with them." Callie knew they weren't talking about the internet anymore. "Where's your truck?" "It's parked in the back," he said. "Can you believe that?" "That's crazy," she said, though Dr. Jerry always parked his truck in the back. "I could go with you to make sure you find your way home." "That's very generous, but unnecessary." He held onto her hand again. "You're the only reason I've been able to work these last few months, and I do understand the sacrifice on your part. What it takes for you to be able to do this." He was looking at her dope kit on the table. She told him, "I'm sorry. You will never, ever need to apologize to me." He held her hand to his mouth, giving her a quick kiss before letting her go. "Now, what are we trying to achieve here? I'd hate for you to go awry." Callie looked at the pentobarbital. The label identified it as Euthasol, and they used it for exactly what the name implied. Dr. Jerry thought he understood her motive for taking it out of the cabinet, but he was wrong. She said, "I've run across a very dangerous Great Dane." He scratched his chin, considering the implications. "That's unusual. I would say the blame lies squarely with the owner. Danes are normally very friendly and compassionate mates. They are called gentle giants for a reason." "There's nothing gentle about this one," Callie said. "He's hurting women, raping them, torturing them, and he's threatening to hurt people I care about, like my sister, and my sister's daughter, Maddie. She's only 16. She's got her whole life ahead of her." Dr. Jerry understood now. He picked up the vial. How much does this animal weigh? About 175 pounds. He studied the bottle. Freddie, the magnificent Great Dane, who held the world record for largest dog, came in at 196 pounds. That's a big dog. He went silent. She could tell he was doing the calculation in his head. He finally decided, I would say, to be certain, you'd need at least 20 mLs. Callie puffed air between her lips. That's a big syringe. That's a big dog. Callie considered her next question. They normally ran an IV and sedated an animal before they put it down. How would you administer it? The jugular would be good. He thought about it some more. Intracardial would be the quickest route, directly into the heart. You've done that before, yes? She'd done it at the clinic, but before Narcan was so readily available, she'd also done it in the streets. Callie asked, what else? The heart sits at an axis inside the body, so the left atrium would be the most posterior, thus easier to access, correct? Callie took a moment to visualize the anatomy. Correct. The sedative effect should take hold within seconds, but the entire dose would be required to pass the creature on to the next life. And, of course, the muscles would tense. You'd hear agonal breathing. He smiled, but there was a sadness in his eyes. If you don't mind my saying, it seems to me that it would be very dangerous for someone of your petite stature to take on this task. Dr. Jerry, Callie said, don't you know by now that I live for danger? He grinned, but the sadness was still there. I'm sorry, she said. What happened with your son? You need to know that he always loved you. He wanted to stop, part of him at least. He wanted a normal life where you could be proud of him. I appreciate your words more than I can express, Dr. Jerry said. As for you, my friend, you have been a delightful presence in my life. There is nothing about our relationship that has ever not brought me joy. You remember that, okay? Promise, she said. And the same goes for you. Ah. He tapped the side of his forehead. That is something I will never forget. After that, there was nothing else for him to do but leave. Callie found Mima Cass curled up on the couch in Dr. Jerry's office. The cat was too sleepy to protest the insult of being placed inside of a carrier. She even allowed Callie to reach down and kiss her round belly. The bottle feeding had paid off. Cass was stronger now. She was going to make it. Dr. Jerry expressed some surprise to find his truck parked behind the building, but Callie admired his ability to adapt to novel situations. She helped him strap the seatbelt around the cat carrier, then around himself. Neither one of them said anything as he turned on the engine. She put her hand to his face, and then she reached down and kissed his scruffy cheek before letting him leave. His truck rolled slowly down the alley. The left side blinker started flashing. Fuck, Callie muttered, waving for his attention. She saw him wave back. The left blinker went off. The right blinker turned on. Once he disappeared around the corner, she went back inside the building. She double-checked the door to make sure the lock had engaged. Fucking junkies would hit the clinic the moment they let their guard down. The 20 ml syringes were kept in the kennels. They were rarely used. Holding one in her hand, all that Callie could think was that it was much bigger than she'd thought. She took it back with her to the break room. She uncapped the needle. She drew out the dose of pentobarbital from the vial. The plunger was almost all of the way out. When she put the cap back, the syringe from end to end was probably as big as a paperback novel. Callie tucked the loaded syringe in her jacket pocket. It fit snugly into the corners. She put her hand in her other pocket. Her fingers brushed up against the knife. Cracked wooden handle. Bent blade. Callie had used it to cut Andrew's hot dog into pieces because, otherwise, he would try to shove the whole thing in his mouth and start to choke. Where was Andrew now? Sydney's car was parked outside like a welcome sign at a rest stop. Callie had stolen his favorite knife. She had ensured his wife wouldn't be able to pee straight for the next 6 weeks. She had found his VCR and his videotape behind the rack in the electronics closet. She had gouged his white leather couches and scraped long, angry lines into his pristine walls. What was he waiting for? Callie felt a heaviness in her eyelids. It was almost midnight. She was exhausted from today, and tomorrow wasn't going to get any easier. Somehow, telling Dr. Jerry the truth had made her body accept the hard fact that her wicked ways were finally catching up with her. Everything hurt. Everything felt wrong. She looked at her dope kit. She could shoot up now, try to chase the high again, but she had a feeling that Andrew would show up the moment she started to nod. The giant syringe in her pocket wasn't meant for the medical examiner to find. It was meant to put down Andrew so that Maddie would be safe and Leigh could get on with her life. The idea wasn't even a plan, but regardless, it was as foolish as it was dangerous. Dr. Jerry was right. Callie was too small and Andrew was too large, and there was no way she would surprise him again, because this time he would be expecting her to go batshit crazy. She could have spent the next few minutes or hours trying to figure out a better way, a sneakier way, but Callie had never been known to look too far ahead, and the pins and rods in her neck made it impossible for her to look back. All she had on her side was a determination for this to be over. It might not turn out well in the end, but at least it would be the end. Friday, 19. The clock was just passing midnight by the time Leigh found herself squinting through the burglar bars lining the front windows of Dr. Jerry's darkened waiting room. She'd assumed that the old man was dead, but Reggie's surveillance photos of Callie had proved otherwise. The clinic's Facebook page showed recent photos of animals they treated. Leigh had recognized Callie's handiwork in the names: Cleocatra, Mussolini, Meemaw Cass, Binks, which was apparently the real name of fucking bitch, or Fitch for short. Leave it to Callie to remember the cat from Hocus Pocus, a movie they had watched so many times that even Phil started quoting some of the lines. Leigh would have laughed if she hadn't been so frantic to locate her sister. The fact that Leigh hadn't talked to Callie in 2 days was usually a relief. Now, only the worst-case scenarios were running through her mind. An altercation with Andrew, a bad dose of dope, a phone call from the emergency room, a cop at the door. Walter asked, "Are you sure she's here? That was Dr. Jerry we passed down the road. She has to be here." Leigh tapped on the glass with her fingers. She was worried about the silver BMW convertible taking up 2 spaces in front of the building. They were not only in the hood, they were in Fulton County. The tag on the car was from DeKalb, which was where Andrew lived. "Sweetheart, it's late." Walter pressed his hand to the small of her back. "We're meeting with the lawyer in 7 hours. We might not be able to find Callie before then." Leigh wanted to shake him because he didn't understand. "We have to find her now, Walter. The minute Andrew can't get in touch with Reggie, he's going to know something's wrong. But he won't really know. He's a predator. He goes by instinct," Leigh told him. "Think about it. Reggie's gone. Then Andrew finds out Voir d'Or is postponed, and I'm nowhere to find. I promise you, he'll either post all of the videos online or he'll show the original murder video to the cops, or whatever he does. I can't let Callie be here for the blowback. We've got to get her out of town as quickly as possible." "She's not going to leave town," Walter said. "You know that. This is her home." Leigh wasn't going to give her sister a choice. Callie had to disappear. There was no arguing the point. She tapped harder on the glass. "Walter," said Leigh. She ignored him, walking farther down, cupping her hands to her eyes to help her see into the dark waiting room. Her heart was in her throat. Her fight or flight was spinning like a Ferris wheel. Leigh could only take her life in 5-minute increments, because if she let herself think past those few minutes, then everything would start to snowball and she would be staring down the fact that life as she knew it was about to be over. She was frantic to protect her sister from the coming avalanche. "Leigh," Walter tried again, and if she hadn't been so worried about her husband, she would have screamed at him to stop saying her fucking name. They were both exhausted and shell-shocked by what they had done to Reggie. Driving around aimlessly most of the night hadn't diminished their anxiety. They had coasted by Phil's, knocked on doors at Callie's cheap motel, roused clerks at other nearby motels, cruised past shooting galleries, called the booking desk at the police station, talked to nurses at 5 different emergency rooms. It was just like old times, and it was still horrible, and still emotionally draining, and they still had not found her sister. Leigh wasn't going to give up. She owed it to Callie to warn her about the tapes. She owed it to Callie to finally tell her the truth. There. Walter pointed through the burglar bars just as the lights came on inside the waiting room.
Callie was wearing jeans and a satin yellow jacket that Leigh recognized from middle school. Despite the heat, she had snapped it closed all the way up to her neck. "Cal," Leigh called through the glass. Her tone didn't put any urgency in Callie's step as her sister slowly made her through the waiting room. Walter was right about the tan. Callie's skin was almost golden, but the sickliness was still there, the painful thinness, the hollowed outlook to her eyes. The harsh lights put Callie's deterioration on full display when she finally reached the door. Her movements were labored. Her expression was blank. She was breathing through her mouth. No matter what, Callie always looked pleased to see Leigh, even when it was over a metal table at the county jail. Now, she looked wary. Her eyes darted around the parking lot as she slipped a key into the lock. The glass door swung back. Another key opened the security gate. Up close, Leigh could see faded makeup on her sister's face. Smeared eyeliner, splotchy eyeshadow. Callie's lips were stained dark pink. Decades had passed since Leigh had seen her sister with anything more than cat whiskers drawn in straight lines across her cheeks. Callie spoke to Walter first. "Long time, friend." Walter said, "Good to see you, friend." Leigh couldn't stomach their Chippendale routine right now. She asked Callie, "Are you okay?" Callie gave a Callie response. "Is anyone ever really okay?" Leigh nodded toward the BMW. "Whose car is that?" "It's been parked there all night," Callie said, which wasn't technically an answer. Leigh opened her mouth to demand more details, but then she realized there was no point. The car didn't matter. She had come here to talk to her sister. She had rehearsed her speech throughout the long, endless night. All that she needed from Callie was time, one of the very few resources that Callie always had in abundance. "I'll leave you to it," Walter said, as if taking a cue. "It's good to see you, Callie." Callie returned a salute. "Don't be a stranger." Leigh didn't wait for an invitation. She went inside the building, pulled the gate closed. The lobby hadn't changed in decades. Even the smell was familiar. Wet dog with a tinge of bleach, because Callie would get on her hands and knees to scrub the floor if it meant Dr. Jerry wouldn't have to. "Harley," Callie said, "what's going on? Why are you here?" Leigh didn't answer. She turned to check on Walter. His shadow was unmoving in the passenger seat of her Audi. He was looking down at his hands. She had watched him flex his fingers for almost a full hour before she'd made him stop. And then he had picked at the open wounds on his knuckles until blood had roped down his hands and onto the seat. It was like he wanted a permanent reminder of the violence he had visited upon Reggie Paltz. Leigh kept trying to get him to talk about it, but Walter wouldn't talk. For the first time in their marriage, he was unreadable to her. Another life she had destroyed. Leigh turned away, telling Callie, "Let's go to the back." Callie didn't ask why they couldn't sit in waiting room chairs. Instead, she led Leigh down the hallway to Dr. Jerry's office. Like the other spaces, nothing had changed. The funny light with the tubby chihuahua as the base, the faded watercolors on the wall showing animals wearing Regency clothing. Even the old green and white tartan couch was the same. The only difference was Callie. She looked haggard. It was as if life had finally caught up with her. Leigh knew that she was going to make it worse. "Okay," Callie leaned against the desk. "Tell me." For once, Leigh didn't censor the thoughts running through her head. "Walter and I kidnapped Andrew's investigator, Reggie Paltz." "Huh," was all that Callie offered. "He had the fail-safe," Leigh continued. "But I'm still going to turn myself in. And I felt I owed it to you to tell you first because you're on those tapes too." Callie tucked her hands into her jacket pockets. "I have questions. It doesn't matter. I've made up my mind. This is what I have to do to keep Maddie safe, to keep other people safe, because I don't know what else he's going to do." Leigh had to stop to swallow down the panic bubbling up her throat. "I should have done this the moment Andrew and Linda showed up in Bradley's office. I should have confessed to all of them. Then Ruby would still be alive and Maddie wouldn't be on the lam." "And Harley, slow your roll," Callie said. "The last time we talked, I was having a panic attack in an attic, and now you're telling me there's a fail-safe and you're turning yourself in, and somebody named Ruby is dead, and something's wrong with Maddie?" Leigh realized she was worse than her daughter trying to rush out a story. "I'm sorry. Maddie is fine. She's safe. Walter just talked to her on the phone." "Why did Walter talk to her? Why didn't you?" "Because..." Leigh struggled to organize her thoughts. The decision to turn herself in had brought a certain level of peace. But now that she was standing in front of her sister, now that the time had finally come to tell Callie everything, Leigh kept finding reasons not to. She explained, "Ruby Heyer was a mom friend of mine. She was murdered Wednesday night. I don't know if Andrew killed her himself or if he had someone else do it, but I know without a doubt that he was involved." Callie didn't react to the information. Instead, she asked, "And the failsafe?" Reggie had 2 servers in his office. Andrew asked him to store backups of Buddy's videotapes as a failsafe. If anything happened to Andrew, Reggie was supposed to release them.
Walter and I stole the servers. His laptop had the encryption key to get them open. We found 14 video files plus the murder video. All of the color drained from Callie's face. This was her nightmare come to life. "Did you watch them? Did Walter?" "No," Leigh lied. She had made Walter leave the room because she needed to know what they were dealing with. The brief glimpses of the Callie videos were enough to make her physically ill. The file names gave us what we needed: your name, then a number, 1 to 14. The murder video had your name and mine. It was easy to figure out. We didn't have to watch them to know. Callie chewed her lip. She was as unreadable as Walter. "What else?" "Andrew hired Reggie to watch you," Leigh said. "He followed you on the bus to the library, to Phil's, to here. I saw his logs, his photos. He knew everything that you were doing, and he told Andrew." Callie didn't seem surprised, but a bead of sweat rolled down the side of her face. The room was too hot for the jacket. She had buttoned it up to her neck. Leigh asked, "Have you been crying?" Callie didn't answer. "Are you sure Maddie is safe?" "Walter's mother took her on a road trip. She's confused," but Leigh's throat worked. She was losing her nerve. Callie clearly wasn't well. This was the wrong time. Leigh should wait, but waiting had only made it worse. The passage of time had turned her secret into a lie, and her lie into a betrayal. She said, "Cal, none of this matters. Andrew still has the original videotapes. But it's not only about the tapes. As long as he's free, you, me, Walter, Maddie, none of us is safe. Andrew knows where we are, and he's going to keep hurting, possibly killing, more women. The only way to stop him is to turn myself in. Once I'm in custody, I'll turn state's evidence and take Andrew down with me." Callie waited a beat before speaking. "That's your plan?" "It's not a sacrifice, Callie. I murdered Buddy. I broke the law." "We murdered Buddy. We broke the law." "There's no we, Cal. You defended yourself." "I killed him." Leigh had watched the murder video from beginning to end. She had seen Callie strike out at Buddy in fear. She had seen herself deliberately murder the man. "There's something else. Something I never told you. I want you to hear it from me because it will come out during the trial." Callie ran her tongue along her teeth. She had always known when Leigh was going to tell her something that she did not want to hear. Normally, she found a way to throw Leigh off, and now was no different. "I stalked Sydney at AA. Then I got her stoned, and we went to Andrew's house, and she fucked me. And then there was a fight, but I kneed her really hard between the legs. And I think the original tapes are inside the safe in his closet." Leigh felt her stomach drop like a stone. "You what?" "I stole this, too." Callie pulled a knife out of her jacket pocket. Leigh blinked, disbelieving what was right in front of her, though she could describe the knife from memory. Cracked wooden handle, bent blade, sharp, serrated teeth. Callie shoved the knife back into her pocket. "I told Sydney to tell Andrew to find me if he wants his knife back." Leigh sank down onto the couch before her legs gave out. "It was in the kitchen drawer," Callie said. "Sydney used it to cut limes for our margaritas." Leigh felt like she was absorbing the story sideways. "She fucked you? Or she fucked with you?" "Technically both?" Callie shrugged. "Sydney knows about the tapes, is the point I am making. She didn't actually come out and tell me, but she let me know the originals are locked inside the safe in Andrew's closet. And she knows that the knife is important, that I used to use it when Andrew was little." Leigh shook her head, trying to make sense of what she had heard. Stoned, fucked, fight, kicked, safe? In the end, none of it was worse than what she'd let happen to Reggie Paltz. Jesus Christ, every day, we're both more and more like Phil. Callie sat down on the couch.
She clearly wasn't finished dropping bombs. "That's Sydney's BMW outside. Grand Theft Auto," Callie said. "I thought you'd be Andrew when you knocked on the door. He hasn't come for me. I don't know why." Leigh looked up at the ceiling. Her brain couldn't absorb all of this at once. "You incapacitated his girlfriend. I chased off his private investigator. He has to be furious." Callie asked, "Is Walter okay?" "No, I don't think so." Leigh turned her head so that she could look at Callie. "I'm going to have to tell Maddie everything." "You can't tell her about me," Callie insisted. "I don't want that, Leigh. I'm the soil. I grew her for you and Walter. She was never mine." "Maddie will be okay," Leigh said. But she knew in her heart that none of them would come out of this unscathed. "You should seen her when we first went into lockdown. All of my friends were complaining about their kids, but Maddie was so good, Cal. She had every right to throw a fit or do something stupid or make our lives miserable. I asked her about it, and she said she felt bad for the kids who had it worse." As usual, Callie found something else to focus on. Her eyes were glued to the Regency paintings on the wall, as if they were the most important thing in the room. "Her father was a good guy. I think you would have liked him." Leigh said nothing. Callie had never mentioned Maddie's biological father before, and neither Walter nor Leigh had ever had the courage to ask. "He took away some of my loneliness. He never yelled or raised his hand to me. He never tried to push me into doing shit so we could score." Callie didn't have to tell Leigh what women usually got pushed into doing. He was a lot like Walter, if Walter was a heroin addict with one nipple. Leigh laughed out loud, and then tears sprang into her eyes. "His name was Larry. I never got his last name, or maybe I did and I forgot it." Callie let out a long, slow breath. "He OD'd in the Dunkin' Donuts off Ponce de Leon. You can probably find the police report if you want his name. We were shooting up together in the bathroom. I was stoned, but I could hear the cops coming, so I just left him there because I didn't want to get arrested." "He cared about you," Leigh said, because she knew how impossible it was for anyone to not care about her sister. "He wouldn't have wanted you to get arrested." Callie nodded, but she said, "I think he would have wanted me to stick around long enough to give him CPR so he didn't die." Leigh kept her head turned so she could study her sister's sharp features. Callie had always been pretty. She had none of the guarded, bitchy look that plagued Leigh. All her sister had ever wanted was kindness. That she had found it in such short supply was not Callie's fault. "Okay," Callie finally said, "tell me." Leigh wasn't going to set this up slowly, because there was no way to soften the hard truth. "Buddy tried it with me first." Callie stiffened, but she said nothing. Leigh said, "The first night I started babysitting Andrew, Buddy drove me home. He made me let him drive me home. And then he pulled over in front of the DeGill's house and he molested me." Callie still did not respond, but Leigh saw her start to rub her arm the way she always did when she was upset. "It only happened once," Leigh said. "When he tried it again, I said no, and that was it. He never tried anything else." Callie closed her eyes. Tears seeped out at the corners. Leigh wanted nothing more than to hold her, to soothe her, to make everything okay. But she was the cause of her sister's pain. She had no right to wound her, then offer solace. Leigh pushed herself to continue. "Afterward, I forgot about it. I don't know how or why, but it just went out of my mind. And I didn't warn you. I told you to go work for him. I put you right in his path." Callie sucked in her bottom lip. She was crying now, big, mournful tears rolling down her face. Leigh felt her heart breaking into pieces. "I could tell you I'm sorry, but what does that even mean?" Callie said nothing. "How does it even make sense that I forgot, that I let you work for them, that I ignored everything when you started to change? Because I did notice that you changed, Callie. I saw it happen, and I never put it together." Leigh had to stop for a breath. "I only really remembered the details when I told Walter last night. It all came flooding back. The cigars and cheap whiskey and the song playing on the radio. It was there all along, but I guess I just buried it." Callie stuttered out a breath. Her head started to shake in a tight, constricted arc on her frozen spine. Leigh said, "Cal, please, tell me what you're thinking. If you're mad or you hate me or you never want to—"
What song was playing? Leigh was thrown by the question. She had been expecting recriminations, not trivia. Callie shifted her body on the couch so that she could look at Leigh. What song was on the radio? Hall & Oates, Leigh said. Kiss on My List. Huh, Callie said, as if Leigh had made an interesting point. I'm sorry, Leigh said, knowing that the apology was meaningless but unable to stop herself. I'm so sorry I let this happen to you. Did you? Callie asked. Leigh swallowed. She didn't have an answer. I forgot too. Callie waited a moment as if she wanted to give the words room to breathe. I didn't forget all of it, but most of it. The bad parts, at least. I forgot those too. Leigh was still without words. All of these years, she'd thought that the heroine was because Callie had remembered everything. He was a pedophile. Callie spoke quietly, still testing the weight of her words. We were kids. We were pliable. That's what he wanted. A child he could exploit. It didn't matter which one of us he got to first. What mattered to him was which one of us he could make come back for more. Leigh swallowed so hard again that her throat hurt. Her logical mind told her that Callie was right. Her heart still told her that she had failed to protect her baby sister. I wonder who else he did it to, Callie asked. You know we weren't the only ones. Leigh was aghast. She had never considered there were other victims, but of course there were other victims. I don't know. Maybe Minnie what's-her-name? Callie said. She babysat for Andrew when you were in juvie. Do you remember that? Leigh didn't, but she could clearly recall Linda's exasperation over the number of previous sitters who had abandoned her son for seemingly no reason. He convinced you that you were special. Callie wiped her nose on her sleeve. That's what Buddy did. He made it seem like you were the only one. That he was a normal guy until you came along, and now he was in love with you because you were special. Leigh pressed together her lips. Buddy had not made her feel special. He had made her feel dirty and ashamed. I should have warned you. No. Callie's tone was as firm as it had ever been. Listen to me, Harley. What happened is what happened. We were both his victims. We both forgot how bad it was because that was the only way we could survive. It wasn't... Leigh stopped herself because there was no counter-argument. They had both been children. They had both been victims. All she could do was go back to where she started. I'm sorry. You can't be sorry for something that you couldn't control. Don't you get that? Leigh shook her head, but part of her desperately wanted to believe what Callie was saying was true. I want you to hear me, Callie said. If this is the guilt you've been carrying around for your entire adult life, then set it the fuck down, because it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to him. Leigh was so used to crying that she didn't notice her own tears. I'm so sorry. For what? Callie demanded. It's not your fault. It was never your fault. The twist on her familiar mantra broke something inside of Leigh. She put her head in her hands. She started to sob so hard that she couldn't hold herself up. Callie wrapped her arms around Leigh, taking some of the burden. Her lips pressed into the top of Leigh's head. Callie had never held her before. Usually it was the other way around. Usually it was Leigh providing the comfort, because Walter was right. From the beginning, Phil had never been their mother. It was only Leigh and Callie back then, and it was only Leigh and Callie right now. It's okay, Callie said, kissing the top of her head the same way she did with her cat. We're going to get through this, all right? Leigh sat back up. Her nose was running, her eyes stung with tears. Callie got up from the couch. She found a tissue pack in Dr. Jerry's desk. She took a few for herself, then passed the rest to Leigh. What's next? Leigh blew her nose. What do you mean? The plan, Callie said. You always have a plan. It's Walter's plan, Leigh said. He's taking care of everything. Callie sat back down. Walter's always been tougher than he looks. Leigh wasn't so sure that was a good thing. She found a fresh tissue and wiped under her eyes. I'm going to FaceTime with Maddie in a few hours. I wanted to do it in person, but we can't risk Andrew somehow following us to Maddie's location. Through the satellites, you mean? Yes. Leigh was surprised Callie knew even that much about tracking devices. Walter already had his mother stop at a gas station. They checked under the RV to make sure there weren't any trackers. I found one on my car, but I got rid of it, Callie said.
I thought Andrew would use the GPS in Sydney's BMW to find me. You wanted him to find you? I told you. I told Sydney to tell Andrew I had the knife if he wants it back. Leigh didn't press her on the suicide mission. The burn the motherfucker down trait was a dominant gene in their family. We've scheduled a meeting with my lawyer at 7. He's a friend of Walter's. I've already talked to him a little over the phone. He's aggressive, which is what I need. Can he get you out of this? There's no getting me out of this, Leigh said. We'll meet with the district attorney at noon tomorrow. We'll make a proffer. It's sometimes called Queen for a day. I'll be able to tell them the truth, but nothing I say can be used against me. Hopefully, I can provide evidence against Andrew that will put him away. Don't you have privilege or something? It doesn't matter. I'm never going to practice law again. Leigh felt the weight of her words threatening to bog her down. She pushed through, saying, Technically, I can break privilege if I think my client is committing crimes or if he becomes a threat to other people. Andrew definitely meets both criteria. What will happen to you? I'll go to prison, Leigh said, because even the aggressive lawyer had agreed that there was no way around serving time. If I'm lucky, it'll be 5 to 7 years, which means 4 with good behavior. That seems harsh. It's the video, Cal. Andrew is going to release it. I can't stop that. Leigh wiped her nose. Once it's out there, once people see what I did, it'll become too political. The DA will be expected to do a full court press. But what about what happened? Callie asked. What Buddy did to me? What he did to you? Doesn't that matter? Who knows, Leigh said, but she had been in enough courtrooms to understand that prosecutors and judges cared more about optics than justice. I'm going to prepare myself for the worst, and if the worst doesn't happen, then I'm luckier than most. Will they let you out on parole? I can't answer that, Callie. Leigh needed her to see the bigger picture. It's not just the murder video that's going to be out there. It's the rest. The 14 videos that Buddy made of the two of you together. Callie's response wasn't the one she'd expected. Do you think Sydney is in on it? Leigh felt a giant light bulb turning on inside of her head, because Sydney being in on it made obvious sense. Andrew had a well-documented alibi for Ruby Hyer's murder. If Reggie's surveillance logs were to be believed, he'd been parked outside of Phil's house the night of the attack. That left one person who could commit the crime. Andrew had left the clue in plain sight.
There were no wedding photos of Sydney on his phone. He'd hinted at the fact that she hadn't arrived until it was time to walk down the aisle. She'd had plenty of time to murder Ruby Hyer, then slip into her wedding gown and be ready for the ceremony at 8. Leigh told Callie, Ruby left her husband for another man. She was staying at a hotel. Reggie admitted to me that he told Andrew her location. Andrew's wedding photos give him a solid alibi, which leaves Sydney. Are you sure? I'm sure, Leigh said. The way that Ruby was killed, Andrew would have had to tell Sydney the details. There's no other way that she would have known what to do, how to do it. And it was clear that Sydney enjoyed it. She really enjoyed fucking with me. Both ways, if I'm being honest, Callie said. Which means we're not just dealing with one psycho, we're dealing with 2. Leigh nodded, but none of this changed what needed to happen right now. I've got $10,000 in the car. Walter and I want you to leave town. You can't be here for this. I mean it. We'll drive you back to Phil's. You can pack up Binks. We'll take you to the bus stop. I can't do this if I know you're not safe, Callie asked. Could Maddie watch him instead? Of course, she would love that. Leigh tried not to read too much into the request. She wanted nothing more than for her sister to know her daughter. Walter will take him home tonight, okay? He'll be waiting for Maddie when she gets back. Callie chewed her lip. You should know he keeps all of his money in Bitcoin. Fucking taxes, Callie smiled. Leigh smiled back. She offered, I could always send you back to rehab. I said no, 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 Leigh laughed at the Amy Winehouse impersonation. She would have to tell Walter that Callie had made a pop culture reference that took place after 2003. Callie said, I guess we should go. Leigh stood up. She reached for Callie's hand to help her up from the couch. Her sister didn't let go as they left the office. Their shoulders bumped in the narrow hall. Callie still didn't let go when they reached the waiting room. They used to walk to school like this. Even when they were older and it looked strange, Callie had always held on tight to Leigh's hand. BMW is still here. Callie sounded disappointed to find the car parked outside. Andrew's a control freak, Leigh said. He's making us wait because he knows it's killing us. Then take away his control, Callie said. Let's drive over to his house right now and get the tapes. No, Leigh said. She had already gone down this road with Walter. We're not criminals. We don't know how to break into houses and threaten people and crack safes. Speak for yourself, Callie pushed open the door. Leigh felt her heart trip. Walter was not inside the Audi. She looked left, then right. Callie was doing the same. She called, "Walter?" They both listened in the silence. "Walter?" Callie tried again. This time, Leigh didn't wait for a response. She took off. Her heels stabbed into the broken concrete as she jogged past the barber shop. She rounded the corner. Picnic table, empty beer cans, piles of trash. Behind the building showed more of the same. She took off again, making a full loop around to the front. She didn't stop until she saw Callie leaning past the open door of the Audi. Callie stood back up. She was holding a torn piece of paper in her hand. "No," Leigh whispered, her feet moving again, arms pumping as she ran toward her car. She grabbed the note out of Callie's hand. Her eyes wouldn't focus. Light blue lines, dark red blood seeping in from the torn corner. One sentence scribbled across the middle. Andrew's handwriting hadn't changed since he doodled in Leigh's textbooks. Back then, he'd drawn dinosaurs and motorcycles with thought bubbles filled with nonsensical things. Now he had written a threat that mirrored the one Callie had passed on through Sydney. "If you want your husband back, come and get him." 20. Callie stepped back as Leigh's vomit splattered at their feet. Her sister was doubled over, racked by terror. An almost animal wail came out of her mouth. Callie looked around the parking lot. The BMW was still there. The road was dark, absent any cars. Andrew had come and gone. "Oh God," Leigh dropped to her knees. Her head was in her hands. "What have I done?" Andrew's note had fluttered to the ground. Instead of trying to comfort Leigh, Callie leaned down to pick it up. His sloppy handwriting was as familiar to Callie as her own. "Callie," Leigh was keening, and then her head was pressing against the asphalt. Another horrible wail came out of her mouth. "What am I going to do?" Callie felt as removed from Leigh's agony as she'd been the last time her sister had been bowled over by despair. They were in Linda and Buddy Waleski's master bedroom. Leigh had come to save Callie and ended up ruining her life, again. The night they had killed and butchered Buddy Waleski was not the first or last time that Callie had brought her sister to her knees. It went as far back as their early childhood. Callie had come home whining about the girl who teased her on the playground. Leigh had ended up in juvie for nearly scalping the child with a broken piece of glass. Leigh's second stint in juvie was Callie's fault too. Leigh's sleazy boss had said something about the way Callie's nipples pressed against her t-shirt. That night, Leigh had been arrested for slashing his tires. There were more examples, both large and small, but they ranged from Leigh risking her career by paying off a junkie to take the fall for Callie's crimes, to Leigh losing her husband to a psychopath Callie had openly taunted. She took another long look at Sydney's BMW. Andrew hadn't taken the car because he had been patiently waiting for better leverage. It was sheer coincidence that Walter had been made available instead of Maddie. "No," Leigh sobbed. "I can't lose him. I can't." "You're not going to lose anyone," Callie said. "We're going to Andrew's house right now, and we're going to end this." "What?" Leigh started shaking her head. "We can't. Listen to me." Callie tightened her hands around Leigh's shoulders. "We'll go to Andrew's. We'll do what we have to do to get Walter back. We'll find a way to open that safe. We'll get the tapes, and we'll leave." Leigh seemed to regain some of her usual resolve. When lightning struck, she was always going to stand in Callie's way. "I can't take you into that. I won't." "You don't have a choice." Callie knew how to ramp her panic back up. "Andrew has Walter. How long before he goes after Maddie?" Leigh looked horrified. I don't." "Come on," Callie made her stand. She stepped around the vomit. "We can figure out what we're going to do on the way." "No." Leigh was clearly struggling to regain her composure. She grabbed Callie's hand, spun her around. "You can't go with me. This isn't a discussion." "You're right," Leigh said. "I have to do this alone, Cal. You know that." Callie chewed her lip. It was a testament to Leigh's distress that she wasn't seeing through this. "You can't do this on your own. He'll have a gun or I have a gun." Leigh reached into her car. She found her purse. She took out the Glock she'd brandished at Trapp and Diego outside the motel.
I'll shoot him if I have to." Callie had no doubt that she meant it.
"And I'm supposed to wait around here while you're risking your life? Take the money." Leigh reached into her purse, this time to retrieve an envelope thick with cash. "You need to get out of town right now. I can't fix this unless I know you're safe." "How are you going to fix it?" Leigh had a crazy look in her eyes. She was going to fix it by throwing more fuel onto the fire. "I need you to be safe." "I need you to be safe too," Callie argued. "I'm not leaving you." "You're right. You're not leaving me. I'm leaving you." Leigh slapped the money into Callie's hand. "This is between me and Andrew. You don't have anything to do with it." "You're not a criminal," Callie said, reminding her sister of her own words. "You don't know how to break into houses and threaten people and crack safes." "I'll figure it out." Leigh sounded determined. There was no arguing with her when she got this way. "Promise me you'll be okay so that I can do what I should have done 4 days ago." "Turn yourself in?" Callie forced out a laugh. "Leigh, do you really think going to the cops right now will stop Andrew from doing what he's going to do?" "There's only one way to stop him," Leigh said. "I'm going to kill that twisted motherfucker the same way I killed his father." Callie watched Leigh walk around to the driver's side of the car. In all of their years together, she had never seen her sister so relentlessly driven toward one thing. "Harley?" Leigh turned. Her mouth was set. She was clearly expecting an argument. Callie said, "What you told me about Buddy. There's nothing to forgive. But if you need to hear it, I forgive you." Leigh's throat worked. She pulled herself back from the blinding rage for just a second before slipping back in. "I have to go." "I love you," Callie said. "There has never been a moment in my life when I didn't love you." Leigh's tears flowed unchecked. She tried to speak, but in the end, she could only nod her head. Callie heard the words anyway. "I love you too." The car door closed. The engine grumbled awake. Leigh swerved out of the parking space. Callie watched the taillights brighten as she slowed for the turn. Her eyes stayed on her sister's fancy car until it disappeared into the vacant intersection at the end of the street. Callie could have stood there all night like a dog waiting for its best friend to come back, but she didn't have time. She thumbed through the fat stack of hundreds in the envelope as she walked back into the clinic. She put the money in Dr. Jerry's lockbox. She thought about what she was going to do next. The giant loaded syringe was still in her right jacket pocket. She packed up her dope kit and shoved it into the left. She found Sydney's keys in her backpack. Callie would give the BMW one final spin. Leigh's panic had made her vulnerable, the same way it always had. Callie had used that knowledge to get her sister out of the way. Andrew hadn't taken Walter to his sleek, serial killer murder mansion. There was only one place this would end, the place where it had all started. The mustard-colored house on Canyon Road. Callie was sweating inside of the yellow satin rainbow jacket, but she kept it snapped up all the way to her neck as she walked down the street. Phil had already peeled out of the driveway in Sydney's BMW. This was the second time in her life that Callie had given her mother a stolen car to get rid of. The first time was when she'd handed off Buddy's Corvette. Callie's feet had barely reached the pedals. She'd had to sit so close to the steering wheel that it stabbed into her ribs. Hall Oates was playing softly through the car's speakers when she'd careened to a stop in front of Phil's. The Voices CD was Buddy's favorite. He loved You Make My Dreams and Every Time You Go Away, and especially Kiss on My List, which he had sung along to in a funny falsetto. Buddy had played the song for Callie the first night he'd driven her home from babysitting Andrew. She had wanted to walk, but he'd insisted. She hadn't wanted to drink the rum and coke he'd put in front of her, but he'd insisted. And then he had pulled over in front of the DeGoule's house, halfway between his place and Phil's. And then he put his hand on her knee, and then on her thigh, and then his fingers were inside of her. "Jesus, you're like a baby. Your skin is so soft, I can feel the peach fuzz." Back in Dr. Jerry's office, Callie's initial response to Leigh's confession had been a blinding jealousy. And then she had felt sad. And then she had felt so incredibly stupid. Buddy hadn't just done the same thing with Leigh. He had done the exact same thing with Leigh. Callie took a deep breath. She held tight to the knife in her pocket as she walked by the DeGoule's house. The loaded 20 mil syringe pressed into the back of her hand. She had torn the top part of the pocket to make sure it fit snugly into the lining. Her eyes traveled upwards. The moon was hanging low in the sky. She had no idea what time it was, but she estimated Leigh was halfway to Andrew's house by now. Callie could only hope that her sister's panic hadn't yet ebbed away. Leigh was impetuous, but she had the same animal cunning as Callie. Her gut would tell her that something was wrong. Eventually, her brain would figure out what. Callie had given in too easily. She had put the idea of going to Andrew's house in Leigh's head. Leigh had sped away without thinking, and now that she was thinking, she would realize that she needed to turn around. Waiting for that eventuality was a pointless use of Callie's time. Leigh was going to do what Leigh was going to do. What Callie had to focus on right now was Andrew. There was always a moment in a crime novel where the detective sensed something pithy about how the killer wanted to get caught. Andrew Tennant did not want to get caught. He kept making the game more dangerous because he was addicted to the adrenaline rush that came from taking big risks. Callie, Leigh, and Walter had done him a favor by going after Sydney and kidnapping Reggie Paltz. Leigh believed that Andrew was panicking because he'd lost control. Callie knew that he was chasing the high, the same way she did with heroin. There was no drug that was more addictive than the ones your body could make on its own. As with opioids, there was an actual science that explained adrenaline junkies. High-risk behaviors rewarded the body by flooding the system with an intense surge of adrenaline. Adrenergic receptors, like their country cousin mu, loved the overly aggressive stimulation, which fell along the same pathways as the fight-or-flight instinct. Most people hated that perilous, exposed sensation, but adrenaline junkies lived for it. It was no coincidence that adrenaline's AKA was epinephrine, a hormone valued by bodybuilders and recreational users alike. An adrenaline rush could make you feel like a god. Your heart raced, your muscles got stronger, your focus sharpened, you felt no pain, and you could outfuck a rabbit. Like any addict, Andrew needed more and more of the drug to get high. That was why he had raped a woman who could recognize the sound of his voice. That was why Leigh's mom friend had been brutally murdered. It was also why Andrew had kidnapped Walter. The bigger the risk, the higher the reward. Callie let her lips part so that she could take in a deep breath. She could see the mustard yellow siding from 20 yards away. The overgrown yard still had the for sale by owner sign out front. As she got closer, she saw that the neighborhood graffiti artists had accepted the challenge. A spurting penis covered the phone number, whisker-like hairs jutting from the balls. A black Mercedes was parked by the mailbox. Dealer tags. Tennant Automotive Group. Another calculated risk on Andrew's part. The house was still boarded up, so the hood would assume a drug dealer was stocking up one of his shooting galleries. Or a police cruiser would drive by and wonder what was going on. Callie looked inside the car for Walter. The seats were empty.
The car was spotless, but for a bottle of water in one of the cup holders. She pressed her hand to the hood. The engine was cool. She thought about checking the trunk, but the doors were locked. She studied the house before steeling herself for the walk up the driveway. Nothing looked amiss, but everything felt wrong. The closer she got to the house, the more the panic threatened to take over. Her legs felt shaky as she stepped around the oil stain where Buddy used to park his Corvette. The carport was dark. Shadows overlapping shadows inside. Callie's Doc Martens crunched against the concrete. She looked down. Someone had laid down a ghetto burglar alarm, scattering shards of broken glass along the carport entrance. "You can stop there," Sydney said. Callie couldn't see her, but she gathered that Sydney was standing near the kitchen door. She stepped over the glass. Then she took another step. Click, clack. Callie recognized the distinctive sound of a slide being pulled back on a 9mm handgun. She told the woman, "It would be more threatening if I could actually see the gun." Sydney stepped out of the shadows. She held the weapon like an amateur, her finger clutching the trigger, the gun turned sideways like she was in a gangster movie. "How about now, Max?" Callie had almost forgotten her alias, but she had not forgotten that Sydney had probably murdered Leigh's friend. "I'm surprised you can walk." Sydney took another step forward to prove that she could. In the light from the street, Callie could see that the professional attire was gone. Leather pants, tight leather vest, no shirt, black mascara, black eyeliner, blood-red lips. She saw Callie taking in the change. "Like what you see?" "Very much," Callie said.
If you'd looked this good before, I probably would have fucked you back. Sydney grinned. I felt bad for not letting you finish. Callie took another step forward. She was close enough to smell Sydney's musky perfume. We could always go again. Sydney kept grinning. Callie recognized a fellow junkie. Sydney was just as addicted to the rush as her sick fuck of a husband. Hey, Callie said, how about a quickie in the trunk of the car? The grin intensified. Andrew called first dibs, more like sloppy seconds. Callie felt the muzzle of the gun pressing into her chest. She glanced down. That's a nice toy. I think so, Sydney said. Andy bought it for me. Did he show you where the safety is? Sydney turned the gun over, looking for the button. Callie did what she should have done before. She pushed the gun out of the way. She took the knife out of her pocket, and she stabbed Sydney in the stomach 5 times. Oh, Sydney's mouth opened in surprise. Her breath smelled like cherries. Hot blood soaked Callie's hand as she twisted the blade in deeper. The vibration of the serrated teeth scratching against bone went up her arm. Callie's mouth was so close to Sydney's that their lips brushed. She told the woman, "You should have let me finish." The knife came out with a sucking sound. Sydney stumbled forward. The gun clattered to the ground. Blood spattered against the smooth concrete. Her feet got caught up at the ankles. She fell in slow motion, body straight, hands holding her guts inside. There was a sickening crunch as her face met the shards of broken glass. Bright red blood poured around her torso like a snow angel's wings. Callie looked into the empty street. No one was watching. Sydney's body had fallen mostly inside the darkness of the carport. Anyone who got curious would have to walk up the driveway to see her. The knife went back into Callie's jacket pocket. She scooped up the gun as she walked deeper into the carport. Her thumb toggled off the safety. She located the kitchen door by memory. Her eyes did not adjust until she'd lifted her leg and climbed through the opening Leigh had made 2 nights ago. The scent of meth still permeated the air, but there was a smoky undertone she couldn't place. Callie was suddenly glad that Leigh had dragged her into this hellhole before. The memories didn't slap her in the face like they had the first time. She didn't see phantom outlines of the table and chairs, the blender, the toaster. She saw a squalid shooting gallery where souls came to die. "Sid?" Andrew called. Callie followed the sound of his voice into the living room. Andrew was standing behind the bar. A large bottle of tequila and 2 shot glasses were in front of him. The gun in his hand was identical to the one Callie held in hers. She could see this detail in the otherwise dark and vacant house because candles were everywhere. Small ones, big ones, lining the bar top, the floor, the ledge of the grimy windows. Light flickered up the walls like demonic tongues. Puffs of smoke cloistered around the ceiling. Calliope. He placed the gun down on the bar. The candlelight brought a garish glow to the scratch down the side of his face. Her teeth marks had turned black on his neck. "Nice of you to show up." She looked around the room. Same soiled mattresses, same disgusting carpet, same feeling of hopelessness. Where's Walter? Where's Harley? Probably burning down your ugly McMansion. Andrew's hands rested flat on the bar. The gun was as close as the bottle of tequila. Walter's in the hall. Callie walked sideways, keeping the gun pointed in his direction. Walter was flat on his back. No visible wounds but a busted lip. His eyes were closed. His mouth gaped open. He wasn't tied up, but he wasn't moving either. Callie pressed her fingers to the side of his neck. She felt a steady pulse. She asked Andrew, "What did you do to him?" "He'll live." Andrew picked up the tequila bottle. He twisted off the cap. His knuckles were hairy, but there was no grime under his fingernails. Buddy's heavy gold watch hung loose around his narrow wrist. "Pour me one, baby doll." Callie blinked, because the words were Buddy's, but she had heard them in her own voice. "Join me?" Andrew filled the 2 shot glasses. Callie kept the gun out front as she walked toward the bar. Instead of the fancy stuff he kept at home, Andrew had brought Jose Cuervo, the Walmart of shit-facing booze. The same brand that Callie had started drinking when Buddy had introduced her to the pleasures of alcohol. She tasted blood from biting her lip. Buddy hadn't introduced her to any pleasures. He had forced her to drink so that her body would relax and she would stop crying. Callie glanced back in the hallway. Walter still wasn't moving. Andrew said, "I roofied him. He won't bother us." Callie had not forgotten that Andrew favored Rohypnol. She told him, "Your father liked it when his victims were passed out and helpless too." Andrew's jaw tensed. He slid one of the glasses across the bar. Let's not delve into revisionist history. Callie stared at the white liquid. Rohypnol was colorless and tasteless. She grabbed the tequila by the handle and drank straight from the bottle. Andrew waited for her to finish before he tossed back his drink. He turned the glass over and banged it down on the bar. I take it from all the blood that Sydney isn't well. You could take it that she's dead. Callie watched his face, but no emotion registered in his expression. She imagined that Sydney would have had the same reaction. Did you have her kill Leigh's friend? I never told her what to do, Andrew countered. She considered it a wedding gift. Take some of the heat off me. Give her a little taste of the fun. Callie didn't doubt it. Was she fucked up before you met her, or did you make her that way? Andrew paused before answering. She was special from the beginning. Callie felt her resolve start to falter. It was the pause. He was controlling everything, down to the cadence of their conversation. He wasn't worried about the gun. He wasn't worried about her potential for violence. Leigh had said that Andrew was always 3 steps ahead. He had lured her here. He had something awful planned. That was the difference between the two sisters. Leigh would be trying to calculate the angles.
All Callie could do was stare at the bottle of tequila, longing for another mouthful. Excuse me for a moment. Andrew took his phone out of his pocket. The blue light glowed back in his face. He showed Callie the screen. His security cameras had obviously alerted him to movement back at his house. Leigh's fancy car was parked in his driveway. Callie watched her sister walk toward the front door, Glock at her side, before Andrew made the screen go black. He told Callie, "Harley looks distressed." Callie put Sydney's gun down on the bar. She had to hurry this along. Leigh had made good time. She would drive even faster when she turned back around. Isn't that what you wanted? I could still smell you on Sid's fingers when I got home. He was watching her closely, hoping for a reaction. You taste exactly as sweet as I thought you would. Let me be the first to congratulate you on your oral herpes. Callie turned the shot glass back over. She poured herself a proper drink. What do you want out of this, Andrew? You know what I want. Andrew didn't make her guess. Tell me about my father. Callie wanted to laugh. You picked the wrong fucking day to ask me about that asshole. Andrew said nothing. He was watching her with the same coldness that Leigh had described. Callie realized she was pushing him too much, acting too reckless. Andrew could reach for the gun, there could be a knife under the bar, or he could use his hands, because, up close, she realized how big he was, how the muscles rippling under his shirt were not for show. If it came down to physical blows again, Callie did not stand a chance. She said, "Before yesterday, I would have said Buddy had his demons, but he was an okay guy. What happened yesterday?" He was pretending like Sydney hadn't told him everything. I saw one of the tapes. Andrew's curiosity was piqued. What did you think about it? I think Callie hadn't let herself process what she thought, other than disgust with her own delusions. I told myself for so long that he loved me, but then I saw what he did to me. That wasn't really love, was it? He shrugged off the question. It got a little rough, but there were other times you enjoyed it. I saw the look on your face. You can't fake that. Not when you're a kid. You're wrong, Callie said, because she had been faking it all of her life. Am I? Andrew asked. Look at what happened to you without him. You were destroyed the moment he died. You were rendered meaningless without him. If there was one thing Callie knew, it was that her life had meaning. She had grown Leigh a baby. She had given her sister something that Leigh would have never trusted to give herself. Why do you care, Andrew? Buddy couldn't stand you. The last thing he said to you was to drink your NyQuil and go the fuck to bed. Andrew's expression showed that the blow had landed. Well, never know how Dad felt about me, will we? You and Harley robbed us of the chance to get to know each other. We did you a favor, Callie said, though she wasn't so sure. Does your mother know what happened? That bitch doesn't care about anything but work. You were there. She never had time for me then, and she doesn't make time for me now. Everything she did was for you, Callie said. She was the best mother in the neighborhood. That's like saying she was the best hyena in the pack. Andrew's jaw clenched, the bones sticking out at a sharp angle. I'm not talking about my mother with you. That's not why we're here.
Callie turned around. The candles had distracted her, the smoke and mirrors. Walter's unmoving form in the hallway. She hadn't noticed that some of the mattresses had been moved. 3 of the larger ones had been stacked on top of each other. They were exactly where the couch used to be. She felt Andrew's breath on the back of her neck before she realized he was standing behind her. His hands were on her hips. The weight of his touch pressed into her bones. His hands spread across her belly. His mouth was close to her ear. "Look at how tiny you are." Callie swallowed down bile. Buddy's words. Andrew's voice. "Let's see what's under here." He worked the snaps on her satin jacket. "Do you like this?" Callie felt cool air on her stomach. His fingers slid under her shirt. She bit down on her lip when his hand cupped her breasts. With his other hand, he reached down between her legs. Callie's knees bowed out. It was like sitting on the flat end of a shovel. Such a sweet little dolly. He started to pull off her jacket. "No!" Callie tried to move away, but he'd caught her in a vice-like grip between her legs. "Empty your pockets." His tone had turned dark. Now. Fear seeped into every corner of her body. Callie started to shake. Her feet barely touched the ground. She felt like a pendulum on a clock, hinged only by the hand between her legs. He tightened his grip. "Do it." She reached into her right pocket. Sydney's blood was sticky on the knife. The loaded syringe brushed against the back of her fingers. Slowly, she pulled out the knife, praying that Andrew didn't go looking for more. Andrew wrenched the knife from her hand. He tossed it onto the bar top. What else? Callie couldn't stop the trembling as she reached into her left pocket. Her dope kit felt so personal that it was like taking out her own heart. "What's this?" he asked. My... Callie couldn't answer. She had started crying. The fear was too much. Everything was bubbling back up. Her rosy, faint memories of Buddy were colliding against the cold, hard anger of his son. Their hands were the same. Their voices were the same. And both of them had taken pleasure in hurting her. "Open it," Andrew said. She tried to pry up the lid with her thumbnail, but the shaking made it impossible. "I can't." Andrew snatched the kid away from her. His hand slipped out from between her legs. Callie felt hollowed out inside. She staggered over to the pile of mattresses. She sat down, pulling her jacket closed. Andrew stood in front of her. He had opened her kit. "What's this for?" Callie looked at her tie-off in his hand. The brown leather strap had belonged to Maddie's father. There was a loop on one end. The other end was chewed where Larry, then Callie, had grabbed it in their teeth to pull the tourniquet tight enough to make a vein pop out. "Come on," Andrew said. "What's it for?" Callie had to clear her throat. "I don't use it anymore. It's for... I don't have any veins left in my arms that I can use. I shoot up in my leg." Andrew was silent for a moment. "Where in your leg?" "The femoral vein." Andrew's mouth opened, but he seemed incapable of speaking. The candles made light flash across his cold eyes. Finally he said, "Show me how you do it." "I don't..." His hand gripped her neck. Callie felt her breath stop. She clawed at his fingers. He slammed her back onto the mattress. The weight of him was unbearable. He pressed what little air she had left out of her body. Callie felt her eyelids start to flutter. Andrew was above her, scrutinizing her face, feeding off of her terror. He had her pinned down completely with one hand. Callie could do nothing but wait for him to kill her. But he didn't. He released his hold on her neck. He ripped open the button on her jeans. He yanked down the zipper. Callie stayed flat on her back, knowing she couldn't stop him, as he tugged down her jeans. He brought one of the candles closer so he could see her leg. He asked, "What's this?" Callie didn't have to ask him to clarify. He jammed his finger into the Band-Aid Dr. Jerry had used to cover the abscess. The incision split open, sending a sharp pinch through her leg. "Answer me," he pressed harder. "It's an abscess," she told him, "from shooting up." "Does that happen a lot?" Callie had to swallow before she could speak. "Yes." "Interesting." She shivered when his fingers tickled up her leg. Her eyes closed. There was no resolve left inside of her. She longed for Leigh to break down the door, to shoot Andrew in the face, to rescue Walter, to save her from what was going to happen next. Callie bit down on her helplessness.
She couldn't let any of that happen. She had to do this herself. Leigh would be here eventually. Callie wasn't going to be the reason her sister got more blood on her hands again. She told Andrew, "Help me sit up." Andrew grabbed her by the arm. The vertebrae in her neck made a popping sound as he jerked her up. She looked around for her dope kit. He'd left it open on the edge of the mattress. She told him, "I need water." He hesitated. "Does it matter if something is in it?" "No," she lied. Andrew walked back to the bar. Callie picked up her spoon. The handle was bent into a ring so she could hold it better. She took the bottle of water from Andrew. She assumed he'd made Walter drink from it. She had no idea what the Rohypnol would do, but neither did she care. "Hold on," Andrew said, bringing the candles closer so he could see what she was doing. Callie felt her throat work. "You didn't do this for porn. You did it in private. Or you did it with other junkies, because the process was yours and yours alone. What's this for?" Andrew pointed at the cotton ball in her kit. Callie didn't answer him. Her hands had stopped shaking now that she was giving her body what it wanted. She opened the baggie. She tapped the off-white powder onto the bowl of the spoon. Andrew asked, "Is that enough?" "Yes," Callie said, though it was actually too much. "Open the bottle for me." She waited for Andrew to comply. She held a sip of water in her mouth, then squirted it out onto the spoon like a cardinal feeding its baby. Instead of using her Zippo, she picked up one of the candles from the floor. The white vinegar smell was strong as the dope slowly boiled into a liquid. The dealer had fucked her. The stronger the smell, the more shit in the cut. Her eyes met Andrew's over the smoke rising from the spoon. His tongue had darted out. This was what he'd wanted from the beginning. Buddy had used tequila, and Andrew was using heroin, but they both wanted the same thing in the end. Callie put into a stupor so that she couldn't fight back. With her free hand, she tore off a piece of the cotton. She picked up the syringe, bit the cap off with her teeth. She placed the needle into the cotton and pulled back on the plunger. "It's a filter," Andrew said, as if a great mystery had been solved. "Okay." Callie's mouth had filled with saliva the second the smell had hit the back of her throat. "It's ready. What do you do?" Andrew's hesitancy gave her the first glimpse of who he'd been as a boy. He was eager, excited to be learning a new, illicit thing. Can I do it?" Callie nodded, because her mouth was too full to speak. She twisted her body to bring her feet onto the mattress. Her pale thighs glowed in the candlelight. She saw what everybody else saw. The femurs and bones of her knees, so pronounced that she might as well be looking at a skeleton. Andrew didn't comment. He laid down alongside her legs, propping himself up on his elbow. She thought about all of the times he'd fallen asleep with his head in her lap. He'd love to be held while she read him stories. Now he was looking up at Callie, waiting for instructions on how to shoot her up with heroin. Callie was sitting at too severe an angle to see the upper part of her thigh. She peeled off the Band-Aid. She found the center of the drained abscess by feel. Here, Andrew was still hesitant. He had a better view of the drained abscess than she ever would. "That looks infected." Callie told him both the truth and what he wanted to hear. "The hurt feels good." Andrew's tongue darted out again. "Okay, what do I do?" Callie leaned back on her hands. The satin jacket fell open. Tap the side of the syringe, then gently depress the plunger to get the air out. Andrew's hands were far from steady. He was as excited as he'd been when she'd shown him the 2 bicolored blennies she'd bought at the fish store. He made sure Callie was watching, then thumped his finger on the side of the plastic. Tap, tap, tap. "Trev, are you tapping on the aquarium like I told you not to?" "Good," she said. "Now get rid of the air bubble." He tested the plunger, holding the syringe up to the candlelight so he could watch the air leave the plastic tube. A trickle of liquid slid down the needle. At any other time, Callie would have licked it off. She told him, "You want the vein, okay? It's the blue line. Can you see it?" He leaned down so close that she could feel his breath on her leg. His finger pressed into the abscess. He looked up quickly, making sure it was okay. "It feels good," she told him. "Press harder." "Fuck," Andrew whispered, digging in with his fingernail. He practically shivered. Everything about this was exciting to him. "Like this?"
Callie winced, but said yes. He caught her eye again before tracing the tip of his finger along the vein. She stared at the top of his head. His hair spun out from the crown the same way Buddy's had. Callie remembered running her fingers along his scalp. The embarrassed look from Buddy as he'd covered the thinning patch. "I'm just an old man, little dolly. Why do you want anything to do with me?" "Here?" Andrew asked. "Yes," she told him. "Put the needle in slowly. Don't press the plunger until I tell you it's in the right place. You want the needle to slide into the vein, not through it. What will happen if it goes through?" "It won't go into the bloodstream," Callie said. "It'll go into the muscle and it won't really do anything." "Okay," he said, because he had no way of knowing the truth. She watched him return to his work. He shifted on his elbow to get more comfortable. His hand was steady as the syringe moved toward the center of the abscess. "Ready?" He didn't wait for her acquiescence. The tiny prick of the needle made a sound come out of her mouth. Callie closed her eyes. Her breath was coming as fast as his. She tried to pull herself back from the brink. "Like that?" Andrew asked. "Slow," she coaxed, her hand sliding down his back. "Move the needle around inside." "Fuck," Andrew groaned. She could feel his erection pressing against her leg. He rocked against her, sliding the needle in and out of her vein. "Keep doing that," she whispered, running her fingers down his spine. She could feel the flex of his ribs as he breathed. "That's good, baby." Andrew's head fell against her hip. She felt his tongue on her skin. His breath was hot and wet. She reached into her jacket pocket. She popped the cap off the 20 ml syringe. "Okay," she told Andrew, her fingers locating the space between his 9th and 10th rib. "Start pushing it in, but do it slow, okay?" "Okay." The sickness from the first taste of heroin nagged at her like a virus. She pulled the syringe out of her pocket. The blue liquid looked dull in the candlelight. Callie didn't hesitate. She couldn't let him walk out the door. She stabbed down at an angle, puncturing through the muscle and sinew, driving the needle directly into the left ventricle of Andrew's heart. She was already pressing down on the plunger before he realized that something was very wrong. By then, it was too late for him to do anything about it. There was no fighting her off, no screaming, no cries for help. The sedative nature of the pentobarbital took away any last words. She heard the agonal breathing Dr. Jerry had warned her about, the brainstem reflex that sounded like a gasp for breath. His right hand was the last part of his body that he had under any control, and Andrew pushed the heroin in so fast that Callie felt her femoral vein turn into fire. Her teeth clamped together. Sweat poured off of her body. She held tight to the 20 ml syringe, her thumb shaking as she pressed the thick blue liquid through the needle. Adrenaline was the only thing that kept Callie from collapsing. There was still half a dose left. She watched the slow progress of the plunger going down. She had to give him the full dose before the adrenaline burned off. Leigh was going to be here soon. This couldn't be like the last time. Callie wasn't going to make her sister finish the job she had started.
The plunger finally sank to the bottom. Callie watched the last of the drug flood into Andrew's black heart. Her hand dropped away. She fell back onto the mattress. The heroin took over, coming for her in waves. Not the euphoria, but the slow release of her body finally giving in to the inevitable. The pungent vinegar smell, the larger-than-usual portion, the rohypnol in the water, the fentanyl she had taken from Dr. Jerry's drug locker and chopped into the off-white powder. Andrew Tennant wasn't the only person who wasn't going to walk out that door. First, her muscles unwrapped themselves from their tight knots. Then her joints stopped aching, her neck stopped hurting, her body let go of the pain it had been holding onto for so many years that Callie had stopped counting. Her breathing was no longer labored, her lungs no longer needed air. Her heartbeat was like a slow clock counting down the seconds left in her life. Callie stared up at the ceiling, her eyes fixed like an owl's. She didn't think about the hundreds of times she had stared up at this same ceiling from the couch. She thought about her brilliant sister, and Leigh's wonderful husband, and their beautiful girl running down the soccer field. She thought about Dr. Jerry and Binks and even Phil, until finally, inevitably, Callie thought about Kurt Cobain. He wasn't waiting for her anymore. He was here, talking to Mama Cass and Jimi Hendrix, laughing with Jim Morrison and Amy Winehouse and Janis Joplin and River Phoenix. They all noticed Callie at the same time. They rushed over, reaching out their hands, helping her stand. She felt light in her body, suddenly made of feathers. She looked down at the floor and watched it turn into soft clouds. Her head went back and she was looking up at the bright blue sky. Callie looked left and then right and then behind her. There were kindly horses and plump canines and clever cats. And then Janice gave her a bottle, and Jimmy passed her a joint, and Kurt offered to read her some of his poetry. And for the first time in her life, Callie knew that she belonged. Epilogue. Leigh sat in a folding chair beside Walter. The cemetery was quiet, but for a few birds chirping in the tree over the grave. They watched Callie's pastel yellow casket being lowered into the ground. There were no creaks and groans from the pulleys. Her sister had weighed 95 pounds by the time she'd arrived at the medical examiner's office. The autopsy report revealed a body that had been ravaged by long-term drug abuse and illness. Callie's liver and kidneys were diseased. Her lungs were only working at half capacity. She had been dosed with a lethal cocktail of narcotics and poisons. Heroin, fentanyl, rohypnol, strychnine, methadone, baking soda, laundry powder. None of the findings were all that surprising. Neither was the revelation that only Callie's fingerprints were on the spoon, candle, and bag of powder. Andrew's prints joined hers on the syringe in Callie's leg, but Callie's fingerprints alone were on the lethal dose of pentobarbital she had jacked directly into Andrew's heart. For years, Leigh had convinced herself that she would feel a guilty kind of relieved when Callie finally died. But now, what she felt was an overwhelming sadness. Her eternal nightmare that there would be a late-night phone call, a knock at the door, a detective asking her to identify her sister's body had not come to pass. There had only been Callie lying on a filthy stack of mattresses in the house that her soul had not left since she was 14 years old. At least Leigh had been with her sister at the end. Leigh was standing inside Andrew's empty mansion when she'd realized that Callie had played her. The drive from Brooklyn was a blur. The first thing Leigh could recall was tripping over Sydney's body in the carport. She had completely missed Walter lying in the hallway because her full attention had been directed toward the two bodies on top of a pile of mattresses where the ugly orange couch used to be. Andrew was lying across Callie. A large, spent syringe was sticking out of his back. Leigh had pushed him off her sister. She had grabbed Callie's hand. Her skin had felt chilled. The heat was already leaving her frail body. Leigh had ignored the needle sticking out of her sister's thigh and listened to the slow, dwindling sounds of Callie's breath. At first, 20 seconds passed between the rise and fall of her chest. Then 30 seconds. Then 45. Then nothing but a long, low sigh as Callie finally let go. "Good morning, friends." Dr. Jerry walked to the foot of Callie's grave. His mask had leaping kittens across the front, though Leigh wasn't sure if he had worn it for Callie or if it was just something he had lying around. He opened a slim book. "I'd like to read a poem by Elizabeth Barrett Browning." Walter exchanged a look with Leigh. That was a bit on the nose. Dr. Jerry probably had no idea the poet had been a morphine addict most of her life. "I've chosen the old gal's most popular sonnet, so please feel free to recite along." Phil snorted from the other side of Callie's grave. Dr. Jerry cleared his throat politely before beginning. "How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach." Walter's arm wrapped around Leigh's shoulders. He kissed the side of her head through his mask. She was grateful for his warmth. The weather had taken a cold turn. She hadn't been able to find her coat this morning. She'd been distracted by a long phone call with the man who ran the cemetery because he'd kept gently suggesting that a headstone with rabbits and kittens on it was better suited for a child. Callie was her child, Leigh had wanted to scream, but she had passed the phone to Walter so that she didn't reach through the line and rip the man's head off. Dr. Jerry continued.
I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need, by sun and candle light. I love thee freely as men strive for right. She looked across the open grave at Phil. Her mother was not wearing a mask, though George's first COVID superspreader event had taken place at a funeral. Phil sat defiantly, legs spread, hands curled into fists. She hadn't dressed any differently for her youngest daughter's funeral than she would have for a day of collecting rent. Dog collar around her neck, black Sid Vicious t-shirt because heroin was so awesome. Eye makeup straight out of the Rabid Raccoon collection. Leigh looked away before she felt the same anger she always felt around her mother. She stared at the camera that was streaming the funeral. Shockingly, Phil's mother was still alive and living in a retirement home in Florida. Even more surprising, Cole Bradley had asked to pay his remote respects. He was technically still Leigh's boss, though she imagined it was only a matter of time before she was called into his office again. The optics were not great, to put it in corporate speak. Leigh's sister had murdered her client and his new wife, and then overdosed herself, all seemingly without explanation. Leigh had made it clear that she wasn't going to provide that explanation, and no one else had stepped forward to fill in the giant blank. Not Reggie Paltz, who, as predicted, had skipped town. Not a friend or neighbor or lawyer or banker or money manager or paid informant. But someone out there had to know the truth. Andrew's safe had been wide open the night that Leigh had broken into his house. It was empty. She had told herself she was okay with that. The tapes were still in existence. Eventually, someone would go to the police or approach Leigh or something. However it happened, Leigh would accept the consequences. The only thing she could control was how she lived her life in the meantime. Dr. Jerry finished. I love thee with a love I seem to lose, with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life. And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. Walter let out a long sigh. Leigh felt the same.
Maybe Dr. Jerry understood more than they thought. Thank you. Dr. Jerry closed the book. He blew Callie a kiss. He walked over to offer Phil his condolences. Leigh dreaded what her mother would say to the kindly old man. You good? Walter whispered. His eyes were filled with concern. This time last year, she would have been annoyed by his hovering, but now Leigh was overwhelmed with gratitude. Somehow, it was easier to let herself love Walter completely now that he understood what it felt like to be broken. I'm okay, she told him, hoping that saying the words aloud would make it so. Dr. Jerry was circling back around the grave. There you are, young lady. Walter and Leigh stood up to talk with him. She said, Thank you for coming. His mask was wet with tears. Our Calliope was such a lovely girl. Thank you, Leigh repeated, feeling her own mask stick to her face. Every time she thought she'd run out of tears, more showed up. She really loved you, Dr. Jerry. Well, he patted her hand. Could I tell you a secret that I found out when my dear wife passed away? Leigh nodded. Your relationship with a person doesn't end when they die. It only gets stronger. He winked at her, mostly because they're not there to tell you that you're wrong. Leigh's throat tightened. Walter saved her from having to respond. Dr. Jerry, that Chevy of yours is a classic. Do you mind showing it to me? That would be my pleasure, young man. Dr. Jerry let Walter take his arm. Tell me, have you ever been punched in the face by an octopus? Fuck me. Phil leaned back in her chair. Old guy's got the dementia, moving up to Oregon with Antifa or some shit like that. Shut up, mother. Leigh peeled off her mask. She searched her purse for a tissue. She was my daughter, you know, Phil shouted at Leigh across Callie's grave. Who took care of her? Who did she always come home to? Walter will pick up the cat tomorrow. Stupid cunt? Leigh was startled, but then she laughed. Yes, stupid cunt will be living at my house. It's what Callie wanted. Well, fuck. Phil looked more upset about losing the cat than she'd been when Leigh had told her about Callie. That's a damn good cat. I hope you know what you're getting. Leigh blew her nose. You know, I'm gonna tell you this. Phil stuck her hands into her hips.
The problem with you and your sister was that Callie couldn't stop looking back, and you were always so goddamn desperate to keep looking forward. Leigh hated that she was right. I think the bigger problem was that we had an incredibly shitty mother. Phil's mouth opened, but then it snapped closed. Her eyes had gone wide. She was looking past Lee's shoulder as if a ghost had appeared. Leigh turned. Worse than a ghost. Linda Tennant was leaning against a black Jaguar. A cigarette dangled from her mouth. She was wearing the same pearls and popped collar, but her shirt was long-sleeved for the cooler weather. The last time Leigh had seen Andrew's mother, they were sitting around the conference table in Cole Bradley's private office, talking about how to defend her son. "We should," Leigh stopped, because Phil was hot-stepping in the opposite direction. "Thanks, Mom." Leigh took a deep breath. She started the long walk toward Andrew's mother. Linda was still leaning against the Jag. Her arms were crossed. She was clearly here to ambush Callie's funeral. Leigh recognized the brazen act as something she would have done herself. The woman's son and daughter-in-law had been murdered. Never mind that Ruby Heyer's family, along with Tammy Carlson and Andrew's 3 other victims, would never see justice. Linda Tennant wanted an explanation. Leigh still wasn't going to provide one, but she owed Linda the courtesy of giving her someone to scream at. Linda flicked her cigarette into the grass as Leigh got closer. How old was she? Leigh hadn't been expecting the question, but she guessed they had to start somewhere. 37. Linda nodded. So, she was 11 when she started working for me. 12, Leigh said. 1 year younger than me when I started. Linda fished a pack of cigarettes out of her khakis. She shook one out. Her hand was steady on the lighter. She hissed a plume of smoke into the air. There was something so angry about her that Leigh didn't know whether Linda was going to rail at her or run her over with her car. She did neither of these things. Instead, she told Leigh, "You cleaned up." Leigh looked down at her black dress, which was a far cry from the jeans and Aerosmith t-shirt she'd worn that first night. She asked rather than said, "Thank you?" "I'm not talking about your outfit." Linda made a jerky movement as she pulled the cigarette from her lips. "You girls were always tidy, but you never cleaned like that." Leigh shook her head. She heard the words, but they didn't make sense. "That kitchen floor was shining when I got home from the hospital." Linda took another angry drag. "And the bleach was so strong that my eyes watered." Leigh felt her mouth open in surprise. She was talking about the Canyon Roadhouse. After they'd gotten rid of the body, Callie had gotten on her knees to scrub the floors. Leigh had scoured the sinks. They had vacuumed and dusted and wiped down counters and shined doorknobs and baseboards, and neither of them had ever once considered that Linda Waleski would come home from work and wonder why they had deep cleaned her normally damp, dirty house. "Huh," Leigh said, hearing echoes of Callie when she didn't know what to say. "I thought you'd killed him for the money," Linda said. "And then I thought something bad had happened. Your sister, the next day, that was awful. There had clearly been a fight or something. I wanted to call the police. I wanted to beat up that piece of shit you call a mother. But I couldn't." "Why?" was all that Leigh could ask. "Because it didn't matter why you did it. What mattered was that you got rid of him, and you got paid, and that seemed fair." Linda sucked hard on the cigarette. "I never asked questions because I got what I wanted. He was never going to let me leave. I tried once and he beat the holy hell out of me, smacked me until I was unconscious, then left me on the floor." Leigh wondered how Callie would have felt about this information. Probably sad. She had loved Linda so much. "You couldn't go to your family? I made my bed, didn't I?" Linda picked a piece of tobacco off of her tongue. "Even after you got rid of him, I had to prostrate myself in front of my prick of a brother. He would have put me out in the streets. I had to beg him to take me in. He made me wait a month, and even then, I wasn't allowed in his house. We had to live in a squalid apartment over the garage like the damn servants." Leigh held her tongue. There were far worse places to live. "I did wonder, though. Not all the time, but sometimes, I wondered why you two girls did it. I mean, what did he get paid for that framing job? 50 grand? 50 was in his briefcase," Leigh said. "We found 36 more hidden around the house. Good for you. But it still didn't make sense. You girls weren't like that. Some of the other kids in the neighborhood, sure, they'd cut your throat for $10, do God knows what for $86K. But not you two. Like I said, that part always bothered me. Linda took the key fob off her belt. Her thumb rested on a button. And then I found these in my garage, and I finally understood. The trunk popped open. Leigh walked around to the back of the Jaguar. A black plastic garbage bag was inside. The top was open. She saw a pile of VHS cassettes. Leigh didn't have to count them to know that there were 15 in all. 14 featuring Callie, 1 with Callie and Leigh. The night Andrew died, he came by my house. I heard him in the garage. I didn't ask him why. Sure, he was acting strange, but he was always strange. Then, a few days ago, I remembered. I found that garbage bag shoved into the back of one of the storage cabinets. I didn't tell the police, but I'm telling you. Leigh felt her throat grow tight again. She looked up at Linda.